What if Harry Potter was god of gods? And had Bellastrix? Movie. SUSB scribe. If you are new here, join Patreon for exclusive Harry Potter stuffs that you can't get here, link in the description. How did he talk me into this? It was shortly after dawn and 18-year-old Harry Potter looked up to the majestic castle that was Hogwarts. If anybody would have been close, they would have been able to hear the young man who looked around 25 murmur, "I'm home." But no one was around to hear his whisper, as all living inhabitants of the castle were still asleep. The headmaster of the school, for that is what the castle was awaiting him at 7, testing if he would be awake at such an hour. At least that was the Albus Dumbledore of his time had told him. Harry still could not believe himself that he had allowed his mentor to talk him into traveling to the past and teach for 7 years defense against the dark arts, and if that wasn't worse enough, he would be teaching his own parents, Sirius, Remus and Snape, along with some other nice characters like the Lestrange brothers, Bellatrix Black, Peter Pettigrew, Lucius Malfoy. Hell, he would be teaching nearly all future Death Eaters. He would teach them most of what they would use in later years to torture and kill. Would it be his fault they turned dark? Would he be responsible for the choices they made? These thoughts plagued him as he made his way up to the castle. His only bright thought was that Remus and even Sirius had spoken highly of their defense teacher. Among their things, Sirius had mentioned once that something that teacher had said made them chose to become animagi. The front doors of the castle were still closed as Harry tried to open them, so instead he started to get reacquainted with the grounds. The Whomping Willow was not net planted, but other than that everything was as he remembered it from his own time more than 20 years in the future. Was from the front doors drew him back to the castle, where he encountered a man that looked nearly as old as Professor Dumbledore. Not waiting for Harry to introduce himself, he pointed his wand at High M and demanded a name and a reason why he was there. Taken slightly aback, Harry answered, remembering that for the first time since he had entered the magical world no one knew who he was. "Good morning. I'm Harry Andrews and here to apply for the defense post. I'm a little bit too early." The other wizard eyed he skeptically before he lowered his wand and stepped outside. "Join me," was all he saw it before he started to walk to the Forbidden Forest. Only when Harry didn't move did he turn around. "I'm Charles Mortimer, the potions master of this school. Now would you please join me to the Fours? As I have to collect some herbs and would like company." Once again he turned away from Harry, and all he could think was that he would not turn his back to a possibly dangerous stranger. It was unsurprisingly easy to fall in step with the old wizard, who was walking rather slowly. "What are we collecting?" He knew that there were not many herbs that had to be collected on this special morning. Morning after a full moon, but for many other herbs it didn't matter at which time they were collected. "Aconite, you would probably know it as Wolf's Bane." At this Harry grinned. "Or Monkswood." Oh yes, he remembered his first potions lesson very well. "Yes, also as Monkswood. Are you interested in potions?" Mortimer now seemed interested in his young companion. Not many wizards were interested in potions, and even fewer became potions masters. Maybe he could steer this young man away from defense against the dark arts and interest him in a potions mastery. "No, not really. I did take utes in it, but I never loved it since my teacher hated me. I can brew everything I need, like most of the medical potions and stuff like that, but I fear that I will never do more. My first love has always been defense. Even though most of my defense teachers were even more horrible than my potions teacher, most of what I know of it I have thought myself." He was interrupted by the incredulous question of the potions professor. "And then you apply for a post as a professor when you have thought yourself most of it? We need a competent teacher, not some young man who fancies himself able to teach." Not in the slightest phases by the other's speech, Harry stopped and looked at the wizard, who was a few inches taller than himself. "I am an Andrews. Do you really think I would have learned competent teachers to defend myself against the dark arts?" He raised an eyebrow at the older man, who in turn looked startled at him as if he had only now heard his name for the first time. "Andrews, you say? A relative of Reginald Andrews?" Harry mock bowed at the other man before answering. "May I introduce myself? The name is Henry James Reginald Andrews, son of the recently deceased Reginald Percival." Andrews. Inwardly Harry cringed. Yes, he was a relative of Reginald Percival Andrews, but not his son but his grandson. a fact that he kept quiet as much as possible. Andrews had been Grindelwald's most loyal servant but had escaped before Dumbledore had been able to kill him too. What no one knew was that he had fled to the Muggle world, had simply changed his name and married a Muggle with whom he later had 2 daughters, a witch named Lily Marie and a squib named Petunia Rose. Lily had gone to Hogwarts, more precisely would come that year, and would later marry James August Potter, with whom she would have himself. He watched as the older wizard processed that he was the son of one of the darkest wizards the last century had seen. "So you are Reginald's son. I taught him potions while he was here at school. Never thought that a Hufflepuff would turn dark." At this Harry did a double take. He was in Hufflepuff. "I always thought that he was a Ravenclaw. He certainly never told me differently." Charles Mortimer laughed at the near indignation on the young man's face. Reginald Andrews in Ravenclaw? Certainly not. He had been one of those students who only opened a book when absolutely necessary but relied for everything else on his more than large inheritance. But even then he had been not ambitious enough for Slytherin, and definitely not brave enough for Gryffindor. They walked the rest of the way to the forest, and as they continued to talk it was only about potions, a subject the young man knew quite well despite what he had said. When they walked back to the castle they were just in time for Harry's job interview, to which Charles joined him as Harry would need every help he could get when Albus heard his ancestry. Indeed, the headmaster's first question was whether Harry was a relative of Reginald Andrews or not. "Yes, as I already told Professor Mortimer, the Reginald Andrews who was Grindelwald's right-hand man was my father, who lost so sadly his life in an accident earlier this year. And before you ask, I have no wish to become a Dark Lord or a follower of one." Albus Dumbledore watched the young man before him closely. It was not often that he met someone who held such a power as this young man did. He was not sure if he should trust him, especially as a new Dark Lord was gathering followers, but his written application had so far been he most promising, even though he had no former teaching experiences. It was Charles' silent assurance that made him trust the young man in the end, even though his deputy looked trusting. He had a very special and rare gift. He could see intentions. If this Henry Andrews would have planned to follow his father, Charles would have never sat there calmly drinking his tea. So it took only a few tests before it was decided that the son of one of the most feared Dark Lords would become their new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry loved to be back at Hogwarts, even though some of his most painful and horrifying memories had taken place at the ground of this wonderful castle. He loved it. It had been 1 week ago that he had become the newest addition to the staff, but he already was on friendly terms with all of his colleagues, especially Charles Mortimer and Minerva McGonagall. Most of the professors had been reserved at first when they learned that he was the son of the Andrews, but opened when they had met him. Currently he was making his way through Diagon Alley after having opened an account in Gringotts with some of the money he had inherited from his parents, Sirius and his grandfather. He dreaded the next stop he had to make. In the final battle between Voldemort and himself, his wand had exploded. He had killed Voldemort through a second priori incantatem. It had been one of the most beautiful and at the same time horrible experiences in his life. While Voldemort had sent a killing curse at him, he had sent at the same moment the exact opposite, a spell to free Meon's soul while destroying the possibility of resurrection. Both spells had traveled through Voldemort's wand and entered his body while setting his wand aflame, utterly destroying it. At the same time, his own wand had exploded due to the magical connection existing between brother wands and the immense magical backlash of destroying such a powerful wizard as Voldemort. He had awoken more a week later in the hospital wing with a new scar on the back of his his wand hand in form of a phoenix feather, a second animagus form and more power than any wizard had had since the days of Merlin. Ollivander's was the same as it would be the summer before his own first year. The first thing Mr. Ollivander did after he had told him that he needed a new wand was ask him to take of the silver glove he had started to wear after the final battle. He had never seen the older man shocked till the moment he saw the faintly glowing scar. "Mr. Andrews, where did you get this mark?" Harry sighed. He had not wanted this to happen. He had read what that mark meant, what it meant to be marked by a phoenix, because that was what the mark meant. Fawkes had marked him as a phoenix child, a chosen of the phoenix. His second animagus form was a black phoenix or shadow phoenix. He had all the magical abilities of a phoenix even in his human form, and the mark was a way to show all this. Like High's scar, he could not get rid of it, but thanks to his phoenix powers he was able to conceal his lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. I got it when my wand exploded due to a priori incantatum. Its core was a phoenix feather. Since I bought my first wand my powers have grown immensely, and even before it exploded I was in need of a new wand. He had to control himself not to shift under the intense gray eyes that were watching him from behind those glasses as Mr. Ollivander spoke. No wand I have in my store will fit you, or anyone with a mark such as yours, but if you will come with me, I will be able to make you a wand that will only be able to be handled by you and the phoenix who choose you. Mystified Harry followed Mr. Ollivander to the back of his shop and through a small door into a workroom. The walls of the room were filled with boxes, each labeled and closely shut. A few of the boxes were taken down by the old wand maker and set on a work table where he opened them. Come here, young man, and let these materials choose you. Hold your hand closely over them and wait for them to react. The first box he then opened contained silver metal cubes but were quickly snatched from under his hand with a murmured, "No, definitely not, he has too much power." This process repeated itself for over an hour and almost all of the boxes were discarded till only one was left. I wonder if this will do. It is the last, but does he have enough power? More important, is he light and dark enough to handle it? Harry was not sure if he was supposed to hear the musings of the OLD wizard but couldn't help but wonder what he meant. The metal in the box before him was unlike any other he had ever seen. It was a dark red like a drop of blood that had just started to dry and seemed to glow. As he held his hand over the metal the glow intensified and he felt his hand grow warm. Odd, how very odd. Now we must choose a core. A phoenix feather would not do for one such as yourself, I wonder. Not finishing his sentence he hurried over in a second work room and came back holding several boxes and vials. Here, try this, and he thrust a vial filled with a pearly red liquid into Harry's hand. The first tears of a daylight vampire. The sensation that filled Harry's hand was just like that seconds ago with the metal, only much weaker. Yes, they will do but are not enough, maybe basilisk venom. Unlike before, Harry got no reaction from the liquid contained in the small vial and it was quickly snatched his hand only to be replaced by others. The all of sudden Ollivander handed him a jar with a silver white powder. Here, try this, powdered horn of a unicorn. Unusual, but then nothing about your wand will be usual. No, absolutely nothing. Indeed, his hand grew warm as he held the powder. As soon as Mr. Ollivander saw this he shooed him out of his shop, telling him that he should be back in an hour to collect his wand. Bemused, Harry left Ollivander's to take a look around Diagon Alley, and since he was already there he could as well fill his stock of sweets. With a grin he thought that he should buy extra bars of chocolate. Now that he was defense professor, if not for the use of the students then at least for himself. Another candy he bought were blood drops, small blood-flavored drops that he had become nearly as addicted as the headmaster to his lemon drops. If he thought of it he himself was disgusted that he liked anything that tasted like blood, but together with mint leaves they were very addictive. After a quick stop to buy the newest broom. After all, he wouldn't give up on flying just because he was a few years in the past. He went back to Ollivander's where he was already eagerly awaited. Ah, yes, Mr. Andrews. I have just finished your wand. A very powerful combination you have. It is always an honor to make such a splendid wand. I can only hope that you won't misuse it. A smile spread over Harry's face as he took the completed wand for the first time into his hand. His first wand had felt perfect, but that feeling had been nothing against what he was feeling at that moment. Warmth spread through him like the time fox had he led him, but also power like he had only felt the second before his first wand had exploded in his hand. Absently he promised Mr. Ollivander that he would never misuse his wand and asked with more attention what metal had been used. I wondered when you would ask. Ollivander smiled. The name of the metal is mithril or dwarven silver, as only they are able to find and mine it. It gained its color when it was first melt in dragon fire, and later burned with a phoenix. The red comes from the contact with the blood of a phoenix. Only a gray wizard such as yourself will be able to even touch the wand, but only you will be able to wield it. Tell me, Mr. Potter, Why did you come to the past? If Harry was startled at this question, he didn't show it but answered as if he had expected the man before him to know who he really was. A mutual friend of ours has decided that I should teach for a few years, even though you and me are the only ones in this time who know from where or when I really come. He believes me to be my grandfather's son and quite a few years older than I am. A genuine smile spread over the old man's face as he looked at Harry. That will be 28 galleons and foe. Sickles, Mr. Potter, and if you ever need someone to talk about your real self, feel free to come by at any time. He had done it. He had talked Albus Dumbledore into allowing him to travel with the Hogwarts Express. Surprisingly, the argument that brought him the admission was that he had never had the chance to use the train as a child. The added safety of the students had been shrugged off. Station and train were slowly filling with students and teachers, and Harry watched fascinated as his father and grandparents entered the station. It was the first time he saw his grandparents. He had never even seen pictures of them. His grandfather looked a lot like his father and like he had looked earlier that year. Messy black hair and with glasses framed brown eyes. His grandmother had also black hair, but hers was straight and her eyes were dark blue. Both of them were fairly tall, and Harry wished not for the first time that he had gotten to know them. Maybe now he had the chance while he was teaching their son. He had to stop himself from sneering as he saw his Aunt Petunia enter the station, her face set into a permanent scowl. Lily and her mother looked around fascinated. Only RRY knew why Mr. Evans had not accompanied his family. Most Glamoury flared after crossing the barrier, and he could not risk being seen here where so many wizards and witches could recognize him as Reginald Andrews, mass murderer and right hand of Grindelwald. The next family was equally shocking. He recognized 4 of them instantly. Sirius, who was followed by a smaller boy, presumably Regulus, a little blonde girl around Regulus' age, Narcissa, a tall stern-looking woman whose screaming voice Harry would never forget, Sirius' mother Mrs. Black, and the last he recognized was Exceptional Butte. IFUL girl with long black locks, Bellatrix Black, Sirius' cousin and murderer. But as much as Harry tried to convince himself to hate this girl, he could not imagine this innocent smiling girl as the cruel insane woman he had met. Not long after the Blacks had entered the station, his compartment door opened and a small sandy-haired boy entered and asked Harry shyly if the other seats were taken. After the boy had sat down, Harry realized who it was. "I'm Harry Andrews, and you?" he asked the child, already knowing the answer. "Remus Lou." The boy started but was interrupted as the door opened again to admit his father, James Potter. His first thought was that James reminded him of Draco Malfoy as he strode into the compartment as if he owned it. "Hi, I'm James Potter, who are you?" he asked as he plopped down on a free seat. "Remus Lupin." Before Harry could answer, the door was opened again and Sirius came in and sat down without introducing himself. Only as he noticed the stares of the other 3 inhabitants of the compartment did he open his mouth. "I'm Sirius Black, and I didn't want to sit with Trixie and Sissa, they're so girlish." Harry had to laugh at the indignation in Sirius' tone as he spoke about his cousins. "You know that they are girls, don't you? By the way, I'm Harry Andrews." Harry had no intention to tell them just yet that he was one of their professors. Here he had the one chance to witness the beginning of the legendary Marauders, of a friendship that lasted until their death. At least for the 3 who were already present. For most of the journey he was ignored by the boys and was able to pretend to read a book he had bought the other day in Diagon Alley. His solitude was only interrupted as the lady with the trolley came and he bought his favorites. As soon as they were once again alone, Sirius started to talk to him. "Blood drops. How can you eat them, Harry? That is absolutely disgusting. Only vampires can eat that." To which James suggested, helpfully, that maybe he was a vampire, only to be shot down by Sirius that was impossible as the sunlight streamed into their compartment. Chuckling, Harry answered, sucking on one of said drops and a mint leaf. A mint-flavored candy filled with liquid mint cream. "Are you sure about that, Sirius? There are daylight vampires who have absolutely no problem with sunlight. Of course they still live on blood, but apart from that they could nearly pass as living humans." Seeing the shocked and almost frightened expressions of the 3 boys, he continued after popping a new piece of each candy into his mouth. "No, I'm not a vampire. Daylight are normal, but you have to try these sweets. They are way better than Dumbledore's lemon drops. And the taste comes from a potion, not real blood. He really enjoyed the shocked looks of the future marauders. It was not commonly known that daylight vampires existed, as there were only a handful in the world. They were created like normal vampires by a bite, but didn't become normal nocturnal vampires like their sires because they were innocent. Only someone with a pure heart would be able to become a daylight vampire. And despise what he had aid daylight vampires did not live solely on blood. Yes, they needed it once in a while to survive, but they could live for months on end without it and could consume normal food like living humans. He supposed that an infant would become a daylight vampire if turned. Soon he was once again ignored by the three boys, as they are more precise. James and Sirius started to discuss the best way to prank people they didn't like. Much to Harry's amazement, they were still fairly tolerant concerning the house rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, since Sirius expected to be a Slytherin, James to be a Gryffindor, and Remus suspected he would be in Ravenclaw like his parents had been. Even before the train rolled into the station, Harry stood up, said goodbye to the 3 first years and apparated of the train to his chambers, where he quickly changed into the emerald robes he had bought on his last visit to Diagon Alley before he had traveled to the past. Before leaving his rooms he looked into a mirror, controlling if his scar was still covered. It still amazed him how unlike his father he looked now that he had grown his hair out to nearly Dumbledore's length and wore it in a loose bonnet. Alan no longer wore glasses thanks to a potion spell combination Hermione had unearthed in their 7th year in the depths of the library. The aging potion he had taken before coming here let him appear 25 instead of just 18, a fact that he had omitted even from Dumbledore, because who would hire someone who was just out of school to teach? Even Dumbledore was not that crazy. As he entered the great hall before the first carriage reached the castle, he met the inquiring gaze of the headmaster with a shrug and sat down in the place next to Charles, with whom he talked till Minerva led the first years in. Much to his charging, he didn't listen to the hat's song, as he was watching his parents and the others he knew too intently. Only as Black Sirius was called did he really pay attention. It didn't take long before the head shouted Gryffindor, and most of the hall quieted down before the Gryffindor table started to clap, followed by the others except Slytherin. To Harry's surprise, it was a lone black-haired girl from Slytherin who joined the clapping, much to the disgust of the others from her house, especially her blonde-haired sister Narcissa. Harry nearly choked on his glass wine as he saw that Sirius and Bellatrix were apparently on friendly terms, for it didn't seem as if she only clapped because he was not in her house. So what had happened to make the Bellatrix act to the hateful murderer Bellatrix Lestrange he had met? Today would be his first day of teaching. Well, his first official day of teaching. The DA did not really count, and Harry was a nervous wreck. To make things even better, worse, he would start with the 5th-year Slytherin Hufflepuff class. Dumbledore really knew how to torture the students. He waited for the gong signaling the beginning of the lesson before he strode into the classroom, giving a good impersonation of Snape in his 3rd year when he had substituted for Remus. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are now sitting in your first OWL class, so pay attention if you have the desire to pass them. I certainly don't care if you fail, as it would only mean less work for me in the next 2 years, so I won't help anyone who does not pay attention in this class. For anyone who did not pay attention on the beginning of the year feast, my name is Professor Andrews, and I'm here to drill some knowledge into your heads. The lesson will be following an easy scheme. During the single period we will have discussions over the current topic, and during the double period I will teach you everything you have to know to pass your OWLs and haven't learned in the last 4 years. Your homework will consist of 2 essays per class, each between 1 and 2 foot long. I don't expect that everyone always writes 2 feet, but you won't get by always handing in just 1 foot. The first of the essays consists of your normal homework and is always to be turned in during the next lesson. The second will be a discussion of a case or theory I give you and is to be turned in exactly 1 week later. Any questions so far? He did look around the class to find only disdained faces. Apparently their last defense teacher had not been very effective. After a minute he continued with a roll call, giving an inward sight as he called out Malfoy, Lucius, Rosier, Evans and Lestrange, Rudolphus. His first class, and already he had to deal with 3 future Death Eaters. Since this is only a single period, we will start the term with a discussion. What makes a Dark Lord in comparison to his followers? As no one answered, he snapped at them. Begin. You don't have to raise your hand, but wait till the person before you has finished their thought. It was almost amusing to see the students squirm, even the Slythe. Rins did not want to answer that question. Oh yes, this was going to be very amusing. Surprisingly, it was Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, who broke the silence. Because the heir more powerful than their followers. The rest of the class murmured in agreement, and Harry revised his earlier thought. The class would not be fun but bloody annoying if it continued that way. No, that is only sometimes the case, but more often they are not more powerful but have other advantages. How about they were the first of their generation to find others stupid enough to follow them? Or they were charismatic enough to talk others into following them. There would also be the fear factor. Now that I have done most of your work, continue with your discussion. Oh, and 5 points to Mr. Diggory for taking part in the lesson. The rest of the lesson was much more enjoyable for Harry, his disregard for Dark Lords having vexed the Slytherins, but also some Hufflepuffs to the point where they thought it our job to protect the honor of said dark wizards. Secretly, Harry was surprised and pleased that none of the students had caught on with his last name. He had no desire to explain to them who his supposedly father was. Harry was glad as the first day of classes was over, and he had more respect than ever for his professors, yes, even Snape. During some of his classes he had been ready to hex his students, and it was only the first day. How was he to survive the next 7 years? He was especially close to lose his patience with those students that would become Death Eaters in the future. He knew that he could neither save nor change them, but also that he could not hate them for things they had yet to do. Otherwise he would become like Voldemort, who had tried to kill him just because a prophecy said that he would sometime in the future be able to defeat him. Now he was even able to understand why Snape had always been in such a bad mood. He couldn't imagine how it must be like to teach when you saw that most of your students weren't interested in the subject you tried to teach them, as was the case with potions. Most of the Hogwarts graduates never touched a cauldron again after the last potions class, and would instead buy the potion they needed. Still, that was no reason to be a bastard to the students. At least he had the choice to be there, the students hadn't. At night Harry dreamed for the first time since he was in the past of the final battle. It was not a nightmare, but also not a memory. Every other time he had dreamed about the battle he had relived it. But this time he took the place of an observer, watching every fight that took place while he dueled with Voldemort. For the first time he saw what happened after his wand exploded in his hand, how he fell seemingly lifeless to the ground, only to be picked up by Fawkes, who had appeared as the strands of magic connected from the two brother wands. He saw how the Phoenix fire traveled with him in his claws and reappeared in the Hogwarts infirmary, where he cried onto Harry's completely burned hand till it healed, leaving only the small scar in form of a phoenix feather. Harry was terrified as he saw how Neville was tortured by 3 Death Eaters before he managed to get away and kill Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman who had tortured his parents into insanity and had killed Sirius. Or as he saw how Amos Diggory, the quiet boy he taught and the proud father of Cedric, hunted down the murderer of his son. Every member of the DA was fighting alongside the teachers, ensuring that as many Death Eaters as possible went down, even when they could not make sure if Voldemort would die that day. The Priori Incantatem in his 4th year had been impressive, but what Harry relieved as he watched the final battle. The final hours of Voldemort's life was breathtaking. As soon as Harry had been able to force the golden bubbles of magic that connected their wands to travel back into Voldemort's wand, all spells that had ever been cast with it re-emerged from it. Harry watched every spell Voldemort ever learned, every person he had ever murdered or tortured. He saw Thomas Riddle Sr. emerge from he wand, as well as his wife and small daughter, Voldemort's family, his father, stepmother and half-sister. He saw that Tom Riddle Jr.'s first spell he ever used had been a healing spell, the small bow. Why must have looked it up in the library, as it was a spell that was only taught in 7th year charms. What could have made it necessary for an 11-year-old child to know such a healing spell? It was with that thought that Harry woke up. Why had Tom Riddle needed that knowledge? It was only after his 4th year that he had started to use dark spells. Before then he had only those that Harry himself had learned in his first 4 years at school, and healing spells With the knowledge and healing arts Tom must have had at the age of 13, he would have made a wonderful healer, so what happened to let him turn to the dark side? If Tom had once been a small, by all accounts innocent little boy, then there was still a chance for the future Death Eaters, and Harry would be damned before he would give up on them before he hadn't tried everything to save them from their future. Who was he that he could condemn others to a future of suffering only because he feared to change the future? What could be worse if Bellatrix did not join the Death Eaters? Neville's parents would still be tortured, and maybe Sirius would still die, but one innocent life may have been spared. Wouldn't it be enig if he guaranteed that Voldemort would die in the end? It would not matter if that even meant his own death. After all, he never had expected to survive. That morning Harry left his quarters with an EU resolve. He would try to change the future as he knew it. Didn't his presence alone change the future he knew already? So why not try and change some of the minor things that would not change the outcome of the war, but ensure that at least a few lives would be spared? Harry did not notice the stares he elicited as he entered the great hall, as he was used to being stared at only when Minerva asked him if he had decided to wear his hair from now on open, and continued if he was looking for a bride, that he noticed that he had forgotten to bind his hair back when he had left his quarters, and on top of that also wore robes with the coat of arms of the Andrews in silver, a gift from Hermione on his 18th birthday. At least he did not wear a matching robe with the Potter crest. Alone in his rooms, Harry did not bother to restrain his long hair, but since Snape had commented once in his friendly way that he was doing a horrible job of imitating Lucius Malfoy, did he choose to always ear his hair bound back at the base of his neck when he left the peace of his rooms. Even Ginny's comment that open hair suited him let not him change his mind. Also Professor McGonagall's assurance that it was wizarding custom for the head of an important pureblood family to wear their hair long and open did nothing to let him forget or ignore Snape's words. As Hermione had told him when she had given him these robes, it was tradition to wear robes with the family coat of arms in either silver or blue depending on your rank in your family, silver for the head of the family, blue in different shades. The darker the larger your inheritance would be, if you were looking for a bride. He had been absent-minded enough that morning to grab the first robe he laid his hands on, not looking which robe he wore. Silently he swore to himself that that would be the last time he did not check his attire in the mirror before he left the safety of his rooms. It was only then that he realized what exactly he had unwittingly revealed to the students. Not only was he the youngest professor, but also a pureblood and the head of an important enough family to honor the traditions. What had started as a way to tame his unruly hair, as a successful attempt to separate himself from the ever-present image of his dead father and an innocent gift from Hermione. Scratch that, Hermione's gifts had always an ulterior motive, had become something that had thrown him in the way of all fanatic pureblood families with daughters in a for marriage suitable age, and for Voldemort as a possible follower. Dawning horror must have shown on his face as both Minerva and Charles patted him sympathizing the back of his hands and assured him that it would take at least a day or two before the first proposal. Tie-ons for marriage came, which could be easily dealt with. The other matter would not be so easily cleared, but they would find a way out of the situation their young colleague had found himself in. Albus Dumbledore was watching his newest addition to the staff with mixed emotions. Yes, he could clearly see that Henry Andrews had not noticed in what attire he had come to breakfast and was wishing that moment to just find a hole in the stone floor, but on the other hand the situation he had created with his carelessness was very dangerous, not only for himself but for the whole school. Even if he did not want to become the follower of a Dark Lord, the fact remained that the newest self-fashioned Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, was recruiting followers, and that he was especially looking for young purebloods from important and rich families. Something that could be easily found in his young Dada professor, who had now outright declared that he honored the traditions and was at his young age already the head of an important old family. Worse yet, if only one of the students had recognized the coat of arms and wrote to their parents about it, and word reached Voldemort that the son of Grindelwald's right-hand man had appeared. It would not take long till he would try recruiting him. The other situation that was brought out by his choice of clothing was not less dangerous, though on a very different level. Once a wizard had declared in this way that he was looking for a bride, he had to view all proposals made to him, no matter how absurd they seemed, till he was engaged. And even then he had to view a proposal if it could be proven that the engagement was only to deter other proposals. This meant for his professor, that he would soon be engaged and married if he did not wish to spend the rest of his life fending of proposals, that is if not an overzealous family was able to prove after 5 years of the declaration that he had no intentions of marrying and therefore aged to force him into marrying their daughter. This marriage tradition was one of the oldest and most archaic in the wizarding world, but it was still in use, if one chose to use it, and he himself had long been in favor of prohibiting it, since, in the sense of that tradition, the age a young witch was seen suitably for marriage was 14. Which also meant that all female students over F14 could have proposals written for. Whispers followed Harry as he left the great hall for his classroom just in time for the first lesson. As soon as he entered his already filled classroom he threw the offending robe into a corner and only then turned around to be faced with the worst possible class, first years Gryffindors and Slytherins. Among the grinning first years the especially cock-eye faces of his future father and godfather stood out, and he got the feeling that he would become one of their prank victims, something he would not have minded in any other situation, but at the moment things could only get worse. No, things had just gotten worse. James Potter had raised his hand. Definitely not a good sign after what he had seen on the train. Yes, Mr. Potter. In Snape-like man. He raised an eyebrow at his father and decided there and then that he would not tolerate any prank on him but would retaliate in the same manner. Harry, sorry, I mean of course Professor Andrews. You seem agitated. Would maybe some blood drops help? Maybe one of the Slytherins has some. He even managed to turn around to the Slytherins at his last words and eye them questioningly. A mixture of Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley and Fred and George Weasley, and you got James Potter. That alone would have been enough for Snape to hate his father, and if it weren't for the fact that he knew that his father would change, he would also start to hate him at this point. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for that helpful suggestion, but I must have some somewhere on my desk. It is not wise to be far from your candy. Suppressing a grin at James' gobsmacked face, he turned around and rummaged through the papers on his desk till he found the backs of sweets before he faced once again the students. As Mr. Potter has just revealed my weakness, I will tell you another secret. Every truly powerful wizard or witch has a sweet tooth. Anyone who can't enjoy something sweet and simple as candy is not powerful, just to conceal his lack of power by read or heard knowledge or ambition. Take the headmaster for example. If you ever enter his office and he does not offer you one of his lemon drops, you know that you are in deep trouble. Nicholas Flamel, the great alchemist, he prefers eucalyptus twirls. Even the founders of Merlin were not spared from this addiction. Merlin as well as Helga Hufflepuff preferred honey-filled mint leaves. You have to try them, they are really good, while Salazar Slytherin choose to indulge in honeysuckle delights. Godric Gryffindor at last found his joy in strawberry cream-filled cherry cups. So if you ever find it necessary to bribe me, my favorite sweets are blood drops and cream or honey-filled mint leaves. The headmaster will do almost anything if you have control over his supply for lemon drops. Grindelwald on the other hand hated sweets more than almost everything else. He was so fixated on his thirst for power that he forgot that power is something you could not force, either you have it or not. True, you can bribe and murder your way to the top, but that will never increase your magical energy. You can make up for your lack of power with knowledge or ambition, and if you still stay the same and not sell your soul to darkness, you will be able to achieve whatever you want. Lost in thought, Harry stopped for a moment. None of the Death Eaters he had met had the time or wish to indulge in something simple as candy when they could spend the moments of bliss to plan to take over the world. Will even one of these children be able to see that I'm not just talking about sweets, he wondered before he continued. But only if you are still able to enjoy sweets do you know that you have not lost focus on the truly important things in life, to be able to enjoy simple things just like a child would. After this words Harry took with a smile that belied his seriousness one of each candy and popped them into his mouth before he addressed once more the students. Want some? By lunch Harry was once again, though for the first time in this time period, the talk of the whole school, and before he could leave for his afternoon lessons the headmaster asked him, meaning ordered him, to report to his office after his last lesson. That was exactly where Harry was heading, to his first reprimand as a professor, the first he ever got from the headmaster. Because even while he was still a student, none of his adventures had ended with him being ordered to the headmaster. Inside the office, the headmaster was waiting behind his desk, a tin with lemon drops and a tea set before him. "I would offer you a lemon drop, but I have heard through the Hogwarts rumor mill that you prefer some other sweets, so would you care for a spot of tea?" Smiling, Harry took the tea, knowing very well that the headmaster only tried to put him at ease before he came to the real reason why he had ordered him up here: Harry's robes. By now Harry had found the time to change into a pale gray robe and had once again bound his hair, but the damage was already done and he knew it. "Professor, I know that you didn't ask me to have some company for your afternoon tea, or discuss which sweets we prefer, so would you mind to come to the point of my visit here?" It was amazing how quick Albus Dumbledore changed his whole demeanor and became the powerful and feared defeater of Grindelwald. The man Voldemort would learn to fear if he didn't do so already. "That is correct, Mr. Andrews. I called you here to discuss your attire this morning. I got the idea that you are not fully aware what damage you have done with your carelessness." Harry stayed silent for a moment before he answered. "I know that I unwittingly declared that I am searching for a bride in that tea. Here is no way to take that declaration back, so if I want to stay here I will have to become engaged within the next 5 years. That is not what I had planned, but I don't see a problem in getting engaged before I am 23. For a fleeting moment he saw shock in the headmaster's eyes as he mentioned that age, as he had written in his application that he was already 25. With an ill-concealed grin he continued, "First person to shock the great Dumbledore, and to fool him." Seeing the scowl that formed itself on the face of the headmaster, he hastily added, "Before I came here I took an aging potion that allowed me to appear 7 years older, as I doubted that even you would hire someone who has just turned 18, and seeing your face I know that I'm right. As for the robe, I had no idea that I had grabbed that robe this morning, though it could have been worse." He added under his breath, but with the intention to let the older wizard hear him. Louder he continued, "Only reason I still have that robe is because it was a gift to my last birthday, otherwise I would have already burned it. I had never the intention to ever wear it, much less so soon." The headmaster's face had still not relaxed as he took up his cup and drank silently his tea. What should he think of this young man who had barely reached adulthood and openly admitted to have played him for a fool concerning his age? Was that all he had lied about? Somehow he could not believe it. He knew that there were many things that his new teacher chose to not tell the truth, at least the whole truth about. That declaration is one thing, but do you also know that you have placed yourself in the direct line of interest of the uprising Dark Lord? You can be sure that he knows by now that the heir of Reginald Andrews is teaching here. Not only have you placed yourself into danger, but also the whole school with all its students. Now that he knows of your existence, he will try to recruit you, and if you choose not to join him, he will destroy everything you care for. But if you should choose to join him, I will have no choice but to dismiss you." Not giving the headmaster the chance to continue, Harry interrupted him. "With all respect, headmaster, but I know very well what I have caused with my carelessness. At the moment the only thing that Voldemort can take from me that I care for is this job. And if he does that, I will just find something new or travel for a while. I will never join him or any other Dark Lord, as I have already told you. I know to what horrible acts they are capable. There is nothing in the world that could make me join him. Why do you think it is a bad thing that he knows of my existence? He will learn with time that I will not choose sides, at least not openly, and that it would be better to ignore me than to force me to show what I really am." "And what are you?" came the calm question from the headmaster, and was answered with an almost feral grin from his young employee that let his eyes appear to be glowing and glittering like jewels. "I am a very dangerous man, someone who is not to be messed with. Harm anything or anyone I care for and you will not live to regret it. I am in possessions of powers most people would not even dare to dream about, and I have no problems to use them when the need arises. No, it would be the best for everyone just to ignore my existence." Harry was unaware that some of his powers had become visibly as he spoke, underlining his threat. Albus Dumbledore, however, saw and felt the waves of power that flowed from the young man before him. He saw how the air around him seemed to shimmer, and how even the portraits of the past headmasters and headmistresses sought to leave their frames. The only reason why he stayed calm, and did not immediately throw the young man out, was that Fawkes, His phoenix had chosen to join the young professor on his lab and was unconsciously patted by the man, but whatever trust he had in the wizard was lost as he saw his revengeful side. His thoughts were interrupted as the young man, visibly calmed, stood up. "Headmaster, it would be best to continue this conversation sometime else. As dinner is about to begin and it would not make a good impression if both of us would be missing. The students might think that you took offense in my telling them how to bribe you, and how to gauge your mood and the amount of trouble they are in." The smile on their faces as they entered was forced, though only those who knew them, at least the headmaster, good or long enough, noticed this. Talk all around the hall focused solely on their youngest professor. Especially the older witches tried to guess who he would choose as a bride, some of those who were already engaged, which were Mo. Streatley and Slytherin, tried to find a way to cancel their engagement to have a chance with their handsome professor. During the whole meal Albus Dumbledore's thoughts strayed to the meeting he just had with his youngest professor, who was, as he had just learned, the youngest in Hogwarts history. As Andrews spoke, their eyes had for a moment connected, and the old sorcerer had sought the chance to enter the young wizard's mind in an attempt to learn something of his past. What he had seen in the other's mind had not been what he expected. He hadn't even thought it possible. Instead of stray thoughts, memories, or even some kind of barrier, he had encountered a void. A partly blinding white and partly pitch black void that seemed to burn without visible flames. He had withdrawn his own mind faster than he had ever done before, but not fast enough, as he had still felt a sense of endless panic and unimaginable happiness. What he had tried in hope to find some answers to the mystery that surrounded Henry Andrews had only added more questions, and his trust in the stranger had faded even more, but strangely he was sure that he could trust the young man with his life. It was late in the evening, long after curfew, as the headmaster sat in his office with a cup of hot chocolate in the hope to calm his nerves, when he saw something flying to his window. For a moment he hesitated to open it. As Fox started to sing in greeting, he recognized the animal as a phoenix, a shadow phoenix. He had read about this rare avians but had never seen one, and wondered why he was visited now by one of this magnificent animals. While Fox's feathers were red and gold, the feathers of this phoenix were of a deep black, and only the tips of his tail feathers had streaks of gold. As soon as he had opened his window, the shadow phoenix flew over to Fox's perch and started to sing, till he suddenly turned and looked directly at the tired headmaster. He seemed to judge him for a few moments with his glowing dark golden eyes before he opened his wings and glided over to the headmaster to perch on his shoulders, where he started to sing a calming tune. Still puzzled over the appearance of this second phoenix, the headmaster raised his hand to pet his head, which the phoenix allowed for many minutes, till he lay his head to the side and cried 4 silvery tears into his cup of hot chocolate, and indicated with one of his wings to the sorcerer that he should drink it. Seeing that not only the newcomer but also his own phoenix waited for him to drink the chocolate with the silvery tears, he raised cup slowly to his mouth to drink from it. He did not know what the tears did, as he had never heard of anyone who had managed to get close enough to this kind of phoenix to study them, but he trusted Fox with his life and knew that no harm would come to him if Fox was near. His last thoughts as he sank into a deep reviewing sleep was that he now knew the properties of the tears, and that he would like to keep this second phoenix around. The next morning Harry was once again the last to appear to breakfast, but as it was a Saturday, all of the students and teachers were still present. All he ads followed him as he made his way to his place, wondering if something else unexpected would happen. "I wonder what other powers the shadow phoenix has," he heard the headmaster say to Minerva, and while he buttered a slice of toast he turned to the headmaster to answer his question, even though it was not directed at him. "Their tears have 3 properties: healing, sleep-inducing, or, in less dose of maximal 1 tear, calming, and lastly they are able to kill, but you can see at the color which tears they are using. They travel with shadows, and when they disappear or reappear you see for a moment a faint shadow before they vanish, or appear. Oh, and they can also choose between a revitalizing, a calming, and unsaddening song." When he finished he had not only the attention of the Headmaster and Minerva, but also of Charles, Hagrid, and Evelyn Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures professor. And how would you know so much of these avians, when no one had ever been able to study them? Evelyn asked him, a little bit peeved that he knew more about them than she did. Oh, my father collected everything he could find about them and tried to study them himself as his master. Harry nearly spat the last words. Was trying to convert at least one Shadow Phoenix to his side in order to have a defense against the headmaster's Phoenix, and secondly because Nick's choose last June I would be suitable to ensure that he has always everything he wants. Nix? Questioned Minerva, amused by the tone her young colleague was using. The Shadow Phoenix that has apparently chosen to drug the headmaster last evening. He came back to me very late and was much too happy for my liking. Bloody Bird kept me up most of the night, hence the reason why I was one again late. Before Anion could question him further, the post arrived, and with it the first proposals for the young professor. After Harry had opened the first one, he let his head fall with a loud thud on the table, turning his head slightly so that he was looking at the widely grinning Charles. He groaned. Are they all going to be that tactless? I mean, I am looking for a bride, not some breeding machine. Picking up the discarded letter, Charles quickly read over it, feeling more sympathy for his friend with every word he read. The letter described in every unwanted detail how the girl in question looked. From birthmarks over scars to her weight and height, and unwanted informations like hip or breast wide. It even mentioned things like when she had hit puberty and that she was still a virgin, what illnesses she had had, and her sleeping and eating pattern. If Harry had bothered to read the whole letter, he would have learned more about this girl than he had ever wanted to know about any girl. Much less one he would think of marrying. The other letters were of a similar style, and Charles explained to him that was the required form for such a proposal. Only the second part allowed some individuality. The first part had to consist of a detailed description of the girl for whom the proposal was written, and her finances, such as her dowry and inheritance, both monetary and material, but also magical and medical. Should he find out after the engagement or even after the wedding that he had been lied to concerning her inheritance, he could cancel the marriage and was not obliged to marry someone else. It was also within the range of possibility that he convinced the parents or guardian of a girl he loved to write a proposal that he could then accept. Only then did Harry realize what he had to expect for the next years, and hoped that he would be able to soon find a girl he liked, hopefully without all the proposals. Defeated, he turned to the headmaster. Professor, is there that my post, at least this kind, is in future delivered to my rooms? I have no intention to read every personal detail over one of the students right before I have to teach her. Seeing the mischievous twinkle in the eyes of the headmaster that he had learned to love and to hate to the same degree, he added hastily in an almost pleading tone. I will of course allow Nix to visit you as often as he wants, and I might also be able to find some lemon drops. To his eternal relief, the headmaster reacted to the bribery and promised to let the household sort the proposals out for him. Under his breath, Harry added, audible only to his direct neighbors Minerva and Charles. Old codger. Always knew that he takes bribery. I can understand Nix, but lemon drops, that stuff is disgusting. Why can't he be addicted to eucalyptus twirls like Uncle Nicky? I mean, I can understand why he does not like blood drops, though he should like the mint leaves. Harry stopped suddenly in his rant. He heard the suppressed chuckles from Minerva and Charles. I didn't just say that loud, did I? Harry asked, turning pale. That was just what he needed. The headmaster already didn't trust him as far as he could throw him without magic. It would not do if he would also start to hate him. The wide smile on the others' faces answered his question, and a wink from the headmaster showed him that he also had heard him but had at least not taken offense. Drinking a last cup of coffee, Harry stood up. I best leave before I say something else I shouldn't. Please blame all I have said so far this day on a lack of sleep. I'm heading to Diagon Alley to meet an old friend, and to buy a bag of lemon drops. Does anyone need something else that I can bring back? On the way back to his quarters, Harry was stopped by one of the most unlikely persons, Bellatrix Black. Professor Andrews, she called after him, and Harry was once again stunned by her beauty. For a fleeting moment he wished her parents would also send him a proposal. Shaking his head to clear it from those thoughts, he stopped till she had caught up with him. Miss Black, what can I do for you? He asked, relieved. Even if she had been a trained legiment, she would not have been able to learn of his improper thoughts concerning her. Professor, I couldn't help but overhear you saying that you would be going to Diagon Alley today, and I wondered if I could ask you for a favor. A favor did she want? What kind of favor could there be concerning his visit to Diagon Alley? A horrible thought occurred. She was nearly 14 and it would be a few weeks till the first Hogsmeade weekend. Maybe she needed those things women needed, but then wouldn't she just ask one of the other girls for it? No, it had to be something else. Yes, Miss Black. Uneasily she looked around and finally asked him if they could discuss it in his office. Now completely intrigued by her, still not told request, he led her the short way to his office and closed the door behind her. As soon as the door was closed, Bellatrix opened a hidden pocket in her robe and produced from it a letter. My older sister just got married this July, but since she married a muggle our parents disowned her and forbid Narcissa and me any contact with her. I have written her a letter but can't send it with my owl as our par. Ents have put tracking charms on them and I don't trust the school owls to be discreet enough as she is now living surrounded by muggles. As she stopped to draw breath, and to gauge his reaction, he continued for her. So you wondered if I could post it for you the muggle way as you heard that I would be in London today. Almost hopefully Bellatrix nodded and Harry wondered not for the first time what had made this sweet little girl into the cruel, insane mass murderer he had met in his own time. Have you put her address on the envelope or do I have to look it up myself? As an answer he held the envelope so that he could clearly see the address of Andromeda and Ted Tonks. Shall I also ask Narcissa for a message? Her panicked face told him that that would not be a good idea. Okay, maybe not. But why don't you just ask Andromeda to visit you on the first Hogsmeade visit? There will be so many students that no one will notice if you meet with her. You can use my office too. Change your letter while I get ready to leave. Entering his private rooms he asked himself what he was doing. Was he just being nice to one of his students and asking himself this question was overly paranoid, or was he really infatuated with the future Mrs. Lestrange? She was exceptional beautiful and she was also a sweet intelligent girl. But she is just 14 he scolded himself, till a small voice, sounding awfully like Luna, reminded him that he was also only 18, just 4 years older than her. The voice continued to remind him that Hermione had been asked to the ball in their 4th year, when she had also been only 14, by the 4 years older Victor Crumb, and that he had seen nothing wrong in that. Yes, his inner debate continued, but I am her teacher, NTH. There is no rule at Hogwarts that speaks against a relationship between a teacher and a student as long as both were willing and above the age of consent, which was for boys 16 and for girls 14. As the rules hadn't been changed since the time of the founders. A quiet knock on his door brought him out of his thoughts and he opened the door to find the subject of his thoughts on the other side. Holding her rewritten letter. After he had sent Bellatrix on her way he scanned her letter for curses or poisons and thought with a smile that he was almost as paranoid as Madai Moody, and wondered if the old Auror would wake up when he had returned to the future. In the last battle Madai had been hit by a coma curse and had still been lying in St. Mungo's when he had left to this time. What would Moody do in his situation? Would he lock all the future Death Eaters up so that they would not be able to commit their future crimes? Would he hunt down Voldemort before he could become the Red Dark Lord? Or would he honor the time travel rules? You cannot change the time in any way that may prevent you from traveling back in time and second, you must not be seen. Okay, this rule was already broken and there was no way to erase the memory of more than 1,000 people. But what would the first rule include? He knew that he could not just kill Voldemort in this time, because then his parents would still be alive. Sirius would be free and alive, Neville's parents would be sane. But would his parents be married? Would Neville's parents be married? Would he himself be even alive? When he had asked the headmaster why he should go back in time and teach for 7 years, the only answer his mentor had been able to give him was because he remembered him as a past teacher and that here was something he had to do in the past, something he should have done in the beginning when he was there. Lost in thought Harry apparated to Diagon Alley, forgetting completely that it should be impossible to at Hogwarts. Just as he was about to enter, Flourish and Blotts a voice stopped him. Reginald. Slowly he turned around and was met with the sight Henry August Potter the First. He himself was Henry Potter II. Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? For a few seconds Harry saw the startled face of the older man before he composed himself and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. Avenue mistaken you for an old friend I had not seen in years." With a nod Henry Potter turned around and was about to go away as Harry decided that this may be the only possibility to get in contact with his grandparents. "You were a friend of Reginald Andrews?" he asked quietly, but saw that the other had heard him as he stopped mid-step and turned slowly around. As the older wizard was facing Harry continued, "You recognized me and your reaction shows that you are afraid that someone might think you know more about his disappearance than you have let on in all this years. What I want to know is why you are interested in him." Henry hesitated for a moment before he bid Harry to follow him and turn to the other side of the alley where the leaky cauldron was located. Only when they were in New GGLE London did he answer the question of the man who reminded him of his friend. "I just want to know if he is still alive. I haven't seen him for more than 26 years, Mr. Waiting for Harry to give him his name he trailed of as they sat down in a small cafe. "No, he is not alive any longer. He died in June." It startled Harry to see the crestfallen face of his grandfather. "Then I'll never be able to repay him for what he has done for me, but you have still not told me your name and I have to wonder why." His piercing eyes stared at Harry and Harry felt a pang of sadness as he was once again reminded of what Voldemort had taken from him. "Henry Andrews, what do you mean that you will never be able to repay him?" "Henry," inquired the older man with newfound vigor. "Did you say your name is Henry Andrews?" Harry was barely able to suppress a grin at the other's enthusiasm and only nodded, not trusting himself to not start laughing when he opened his mouth. "That is why you have his eyes. You are his son. Then it will be to you that I will repay my debt. Your father once saved my life and I haven't seen him after that," as it happened shortly before Grindelwald was finally stopped. Seeing Harry's raised eyebrow he continued. "When Grindelwald knew that he had lost he started a last attempt to rid himself of those who opposed him, and came also after me. My parents and sister had already been killed. Only because Reginald heard of it and came to warn me did I survive. We had been friends before and during Hogwarts, till he met Grindelwald, who had went a decade earlier to Hogwarts under the name of Edward G. Lind. After he had defeated him, Albus Dumbledore came to me in search of Reginald, but I did not know where he had went after he had saved me, and then if I had known I am not sure if I would have been able to betray my one-time friend whom I owed my life department. He must have had already left the wizarding world. My father never talked about the time before he started to live as a muggle. Only once did he talk about something from the wizarding world, and that was when he told me how to get to Diagon Alley after he had me change my appearance. It was years later that I learned the reason for his peculiar behavior and that he had bound his own magic to ensure that it could not be detected. I believe that he regretted what he had done, but there was no way to change it. He had no way to go back in time, and even then it would have been impossible." They both drank their tea in silence till Henry asked, "What are you doing now? You are what, 20? Do you already know what you want to do with your life?" "I own shares in many companies. If you need a job you just have to ask." With a thankful smile Harry answered, "Thank you, but it won't be necessary as I already have a job. I'm Hogwarts' newest defense teacher, and I already had the first lesson with James." "You are James Dada, Professor? The one who loves blood drops and LLS his students with which sweet they can bribe the headmaster?" Henry asked in his most dangerous voice, and seeing the young professor squirm he started to laugh. "I have to tell James how easily you were to get to squirm. He will love it. On the first evening he wrote my wife and me a letter, telling us who his new friends were, that he had been sorted into Gryffindor, and that he had met one on the train who he thought was a 7th year but was in reality his new defense teacher who loved blood drops and knew so much about vampires. Oh, and in the letter we got this morning he meant one that you were looking for a bride and asked if we had someone we could marry you to." With every word his grandfather spoke Harry had paled further. His father and grandfather were collaborating against him. What had he done to deserve such a treatment? It might have been okay if his father hadn't been an 11-year-old boy who reminded him too much of Draco Malfoy for him to be comfortable. And his grandfather reminded him of Sirius, like he had been the one Christmas in his 5th year that they were able to spend together. "Yes, I love blood drops, and yes, I am looking for a bride, but no. I don't need the help of my students, or their parents to find one. It was my hope to appear like one of the 7th years when I met those 3. It was very entertaining to learn what kind of pranks they like. That way I am the only teacher who is forewarned and knows who is responsible when they start pranking. Looking at his watch, Harry sighed. He was enjoying his banter with his father, but it was already noon and he had jet to do his shopping and meet with Andromeda Tonks before he had to be back at Hogwarts for dinner. I have to go. I have still not done my shopping and I have a long list of things I promised my colleagues to get for them, and I also have to meet someone here in Muggle London later today, and the headmaster would have my head if I would miss dinner or came too late. Paying for their tea, they stood up and Harry Potter offered the young man his hand. I would enjoy to continue our conversation sometime else when we have more time. In a spur-of-the-moment decision he asked, "Are you planning something for Christmas?" Lucretia wouldn't mind a guest, and I'm sure that James would be more than happy to be able to prank a teacher without the danger of getting detention or losing house points, and I would certainly welcome you. Shaking his head, Harry smiled at the older wizard. No, I don't have anything planned, but are you sure that you want to invite me? I am a complete stranger and you and your wife might want to spend the time with James. That are his first holidays. Nonsense, interrupted him Henry. I wouldn't have asked you if I hadn't meant it. We would all be happy to welcome you at our home for the holidays, but please don't tell James that you are coming. He would think of you for all times as an older brother and not a professor. No, don't even think of using that as an excuse for declining my invitation. In a few weeks James will know that you are his professor, no matter as what he sees you. When you need anything or just want to spend a quiet afternoon or evening without the students, our flow address is number 1 Godric's Hollow or just Godric's Castle. Harry's smile would have seemed forced if he hadn't in most of his life to always smile and not show how he really felt. Godric's Hollow, the village in which his parents had been, would be killed. Even when he knew that this could not be the home where he had gained his scar, as the address of that house had been number 14 Godric's Hollow, it was still too close for his liking. And why was the flow address Godric's Castle? He knew that there were speculations that the Potters were descendants of Godric Gryffindor, but the only one who could answer that question was Henry Potter I, his grandfather. Maybe he would ask him later. While Henry went directly back to Diagon Alley, Harry went in search for a telephone booth to look up Andromeda's and Ted Tonks' number to call them and decide on a place where to meet. Even though Andromeda agreed in the end to meet with him in the same cafe he had sat in moments ago with Henry Potter, he clearly felt her mistrust and it took a lot of convincing to get her to agree. After they had agreed meet 2 hours later, Harry went back to Diagon Alley to do the shopping he had come for. His first stop was Flourish and Blots, where he had to pick up 3 books, 2 for Minerva and 1 for Phileas. As he started to browse through the books he thought that Hermione had been a bad influence for him, as he never left a bookstore anymore without at least finding 3 or 4 books he just had to buy. Thankfully he had the galleons he needed for this expensive hobby. When he went back to the cafe, Andromeda and Ted Tonks were already waiting for him. He had met them in his own time a few times, but didn't know them well. Both were sitting with their backs to the wall, a place he himself preferred. Mrs. Tonks, Mr. Tonks, I'm Harry Andrews and I called you a few hours ago. Harry introduced himself as he sat down in the 3rd chair. Why did you want to meet my wife? You don't even know each other. Ted Tonks' voice was filled with mistrust, but what had he expected? The only wizards his man had met were his wife's family, and they despised muggles like him. Reaching into his pocket, Harry answered him. I am the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, and when I meant on today that I would go to London today, I was overheard by one of the students, a 3rd year with the name Bellatrix Black. Seeing Andromeda's hopeful face, he smiled and gave her the letter. Her sister followed me to my office and asked me to post this letter the Muggle way, as your parents have put a tracking charm on her owl. I won't advise you to send her any letters directly, as she see me. To be sure that Narcissa's alliances lie with your parents, but if you sent any letters to her to me, I will forward them to her. As she still not had opened the letter, he hastily assured her that it was not cursed in any way. Why are you doing this? Delivering the letter personally, proposing to forward letters to her? What do you gain from doing it? Asking this, Andromeda sounded remarkably like the portrait of her aunt. Serious mother. Harry thought for a moment before he answered her question hesitantly. Have you ever heard of Reginald Andrews, the right-hand man of Grindelwald? At her nod he continued. Your family is just as dark as Reginald Andrews was. Yes, he is dead. He answered her frown. Everyone in the R world would think that his son would become just as dark as the F. Ather, but as he did not grow up in the wizarding world and no one burdened him with prejudged expectations, he had the chance to decide for himself if he wanted to be dark or light. You come from a family that despises muggles, and yet you have married a muggle. If I can help Bellatrix find her own way, to get a different view of muggles than that your parents teach you, I will deliver letters between you. Had I grown up in the wizarding world, my name would have branded me as a dark wizard, and I would have most likely become so. For why should I try to convince someone differently if they will at the first chance to prove that I belong in Azkaban just because my father was one of the darkest wizards of this century? Bellatrix can still be swayed to the light side. Her love for you has given her the chance to become her own person with her own opinions and views, while Narcissa has already chosen the path to darkness. Bellatrix is yet undecided, and I will do everything I can to win her over to the light. Ted was eyeing the young wizard with the long black hair skeptically. Before he had met Andromeda's family, he had read many books on wizard traditions and history, and the one thing that stood out most in all those books was the strong dislike most wizards had for muggles. He had asked his wife how her family thought about non-magical people like him, and had been told that the would most likely hate him, and that only one of her cousins and her two sisters might give him at least a chance when they would meet. Therefore it had not come as a shock for him when her parents had dethroned him out of their house when they had learned that he was a mere muggle. A few days later Andromeda had told him that she still wanted to marry him. Only after they had married did she tell him that her family disowned her the minute they had married. That had been nearly 2 months ago, and he knew how much Andromeda missed her sisters and her cousin, even her parents. It would be wonderful if this man would give her a way to stay in contact with at least one member of her family, but could he really trust him? They knew nothing about him, and for all they knew he could have been sent by her parents in a last attempt to bring her back to the wizarding world. Why are you doing this? Most wizards hate muggles, so why are you trying to help a witch who lowered herself to marrying a muggle? Ted's voice was more curious than hostile, but it was clear that he would try to keep his wife from accepting the offer of this stranger if he was not satisfied with his answer. It is not true that all wizards hate muggles. You have just met the worst kind of us. A few, sadly mostly the rich and influential, families hate muggles and muggle-born, but most are indifferent to them as long as they are left alone, and then there is also a small group of those who are fascinated by muggles and everything that has to do with them. I grew up in the muggle world, and I have known muggles who were just as bad as those few wizarding families who want to kill all muggles, but I have also got to know muggles who tolerate us or are even fascinated by magic. Till I was 11 I had no idea that I was a wizard. Yes. My father was Reginald Andrews, but as he fled to the muggle world he stopped using magic. He didn't even mention it. I did not know that it was accidental magic as I turned a teacher's hair blue or apparated onto a roof. Only when I turned 11 did he tell me that I was magical and organized for me to be thought. So you see, I know both worlds, and while I have to say, magic has many advantages, I don't agree that people with magic are more worth than those without it. On the contrary, most wizards are helpless without a wand, while muggles have learned to live without magic. As for muggle-borns, they are able to live in both worlds. At the age 11 they are thrown into a completely different world, a world they have known nothing about and where most look onto them, and yet they are able to learn as good and fast, even faster, than those who have known magic all their lives. So why shouldn't I help a girl who was the only one from Slytherin who apt as her cousin was sorted into Gryffindor and not Slytherin as everyone expected? At this point he was interrupted by Andromeda. Sirius is in Gryffindor. Harry had to grin at her satisfied tone. Yes, Sirius is in Gryffindor and has already made friends with the son of Henry and Lucretia Potter and the son of Gerald and Aurelia Lupin. They met on the train and share now a dorm together with another boy. I am certain that those three will be lifelong friends. Carefully Andromeda opened the letter of her sister, half expecting it to explode into her face. Her eyes lit up as she read. And as soon as she had finished she surprised her two companions by falling Harry around his neck. Thank you, thank you. You have no idea how good it is to hear from Trixie again. Turning to her husband she continued. Trixie wants to meet with both of us on her first Hogsmeade weekend. Of course we have to disguise us, but then you will finally meet one of my sisters. And you will really forward letters to her or to me? She asked Harry hopefully. Yes, I don't yet have an owl, but I will either borrow one from one of my colleagues till I have my own, or I will use Nyx, my phoenix. Do you want to answer her now, or shall I send someone tomorrow? The choice, and the result of writing a letter on some of the parchment Harry had bought earlier, distracted Andromeda and Ted from asking Rai about Nyx, for which Harry was thankful, as he did not like to lie to someone he hoped to become friends with. He couldn't help the lies he had to tell his colleagues and everyone else about his past or their future, but he only enjoyed to test his old mentor's ability to detect lies. When he had been a student he had always felt as if the headmaster knew immediately if he was lied to, but now had he excelled in occlumency he wondered if the headmaster had only always probed his mind when he had asked him a question. Therefore he found it now very interesting to see if the older wizard was able to detect when he was lying. After he had received the letter from Andromeda, who had after a moment of hesitation written a second letter to her cousin Sirius after Harry had assured her that He would also deliver it, and had promised her and Ted to stay in touch with them, he apparated into his rooms and noticed cursing that he had to hurry if he didn't want to be late for dinner. The next weeks were flowing by and Harry found himself lost in the routine of the 3 meals, the classes he had to teach and the homeworks and tests he had to correct. The highlights of his days were the visits to Andromeda and Ted he made twice a week as Nyx. Not for the first time he wondered how Nymphadora Tonks really looked now that he got to know her parents, even if they believed him to be a phoenix. Did she look like her mother or her father, or even like one of her aunts or her grandmother? Once a week Harry was visiting Mr. Ollivander, Gawain, in Diagon Alley, and they talked for a few hours. Making it easier for Harry to be without his friends form his own time, as only Gawain knew who he really was. Much to the amusement of the old wand maker did Harry hesitate to use his new wanda. Nd had only used it a handful of times since he had bought it. As he had tried to explain his friend that the reason why he was so reluctant to use it was that compared to his old Holly Phoenix Feth wand, this new one was that much more powerful, as Professor Dumbledore was compared to the average first year. The wand maker had only laughed and told him that it was more likely the difference between Harry himself and a squib and not Dumbledore in a first year. Needless to say that Harry was after that comment even more reluctant to use his new wand, especially as Mr. Ollivander had told him when he had sold him the first wand that it was powerful, very powerful. The first Hogsmeade weekend had just ended and Harry had received a hug as a thanks from Bellatrix and was sitting locked up in his rooms. A already half-empty bottle of fire whiskey on the table. Besides him, he was lost, absolutely lost. He had fallen for one of his students. And as his luck was, not for anyone but for 13-year-old Bellatrix Black, cousin of his future godfather, a future mass murderer, favorite of Voldemort, the one who had murdered Sirius and had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Why had he come here? Why hadn't his life been complicated enough in his own time? Why had he allowed Dumbledore to talk him into this nice little adventure? You will enjoy your time in the past, Harry. You were one of the most beloved teachers I have ever managed to employ, and besides that I remember your time as a teacher. It has already happened. You have to go back, my child. If he ever got back his own time he would destroy his headmaster's office again, just for old times. In a moment of insanity, induced by nearly a full bottle of fire whiskey, Harry decided that he didn't have to wait to destroy Dumbledore's office. After all, this time had also a Dumbledore. Surprisingly fast, Harry was at the gargoyle that was guarding the headmaster's office, and thanks to the mark on his right hand he had not to guess the password. The staircase was the first trouble he encountered. After all, it is not comfortable to stand on something that is spiraling upward when you are completely drunk. With a oot knocking, Harry stumbled into the office of the headmaster and slurred to one of the 4 Dumbledores he saw, unfortunately to one of the 3 he imagined. Headmaster, I am angry with you, very angry. My life had just become a lot less complicated and then I have to come here. Harry trailed of and searched with his hands for a chair as he was also seeing more than one. After having sat down he continued. Have I told you that I am angry with you? Very angry. Once the headmaster was sure that his drunk professor had stopped talking for the moment and had no intention to continue for a while, he looked him over. Now that he was drunk, this handsome young man looked even younger, closer to his real age, but something about him did not look right, a weariness around his eyes that mad. His startling green eyes look as old as his own, and his eyes in itself looked, even though they were now slightly clouded by the alcohol, altered and as if they had seen too much, a look he knew Fro. Himself and everyone else who had fought in a war. How could this young man, who had just left childhood, have gained this look, or the phoenix for that matter? A phoenix joined a wizard or witch only in a time of great battles, when their life may depend on them. So why had a phoenix joined this young man? Professor Andrews. He did not come further as the young man interrupted him. Harry, just Harry, I never liked it when you called me something else. There it was again, a comment that implied that they had known each other longer than a few months, or did this young man speak always so general? Harry, my child, why are you angry with me? I am not responsible for you being here, neither in my office nor here at Hogwarts. It was you who applied for the job as our defense against the dark arts professor. I only accepted your application. With wonder the headmaster noticed how Harry's face softened as he called him his child. Could that be a way to break through his mask and see who his youngest professor really was, or would he make himself an enemy if the young man ever learned that his weakness had been used against him? But you are the reason I came to Hogwarts. Without you I wouldn't be in this dilemma. Quote, the pout Harry showed could almost be called cute, especially as his right sleeve had been shoved up by the way he was slouching in his chair. What dilemma do you find yourself in? Harry, can I be of an help to solve it? Harry's face lit up like a candle at this question, and hadn't he been so drunk he would have sprung up and had jumped around the office Oot as it was, he stumbled back into his chair as he tried to stand up and wondered aloud. I guess I'm drunk. If Charles will brew me a hangover potion. I don't think that I have ever made any of tea. Hat stuff except when I was taught how to make it. Looking for a moment puzzled around, he started to grin stupidly as his eyes fell on all the trinkets around the office. But you can help. May I throw some of them? I know which one can be repaired and it is really fun. Before he managed to stand up, the headmaster had banished all his breakable instruments and trinkets into a cupboard and sealed the glass door. I doubt that that would be a good idea, my child, but it might help to speak of your problem. We might find a solution for it. The frantic shaking of the younger Mons had made him ask another question. Harry, how much did you have to drink? It took longer for Harry to answer than it had before, and the aged headmaster feared that the alcohol was only now setting in, and if Harry had been already that drunk before. Just a bottle of fire whiskey, and in the 3 broomsticks a butterbeer, and I think a grog, or were it 2? No, I think it were 3. Harry concluded, with a victorious smile, while Albus Dumbledore groaned. A butterbeer and a grog were worse enough, but a butterbeer, 3 grogs and a whole bottle of fire whiskey. Harry could be happy if he managed to drink the hangover potion the next day. It was a miracle that he was still able to talk somewhat coherently and not just kneel over. So what is your problem, Harry? The inquisitive and calculating side of the headmaster told him to take advantage of the state the young man was in. It could be the only chance he got to question him without the use of Veritas serum, and the chance that Harry W. Old remember the interrogation was very slim. The problem is my declaration, and that I have fallen in love with someone I cannot love. I mean, I can love her, but it is not right, and I am not allowed to love her because of what? Of who she is. I mean what she will become, what she will do. Harry trailed of and looked lost at the headmaster, who was watching him with interest. You are a seer. Every bit of reservations he might have had to question his employee had vanished as the other had implied this rare talent. A seer? No, I am not one of those batty persons who claim to have visio. NS wherever they go, but I do have visions from time to time, most of. Quote, Harry's eyes, which had closed before, snapped open, and for a moment he sat up straight before he sank back into the chair, overcome by a wave of dizziness. Shit, he is here. The connection will open again. He cannot learn what I know. No, he cannot learn it, under no circumstance. Once again Harry shook his head violently and managed once again not to throw up afterwards. See, I cannot love her. it would only endanger her more than she already is because of her family. Shakingly Harry raised his gloved hand to smooth some of his hair back behind his ear as he had forgotten to tie it back when he had left his rooms in search for the headmaster. It was this movement that inspired the headmaster to a question that had plagued him since he had first met Henry Andrews. "Harry, why do you always wear a glove on your right hand?" He watched fascinated as Harry's eyes followed his own to the silver glove and started the end to trail a figure he could not discern on the back of the glove. The expression on his face was a mixture between pain, fear, relief, happiness, sadness and victory. My wand exploded while I held it. The explosion and the magical backlash from the spells and everything burned my hand completely. The last thing I remember before blacking out is the pain from what was left of my hand. When I woke up, all that was left from the explosion were a few scars on the back of my hand, but I don't want anyone to see them. Not another scar to identify me, to let everyone think that they know who I am. The last part was said with so much disgust and pain that Albus Dumbledore wondered what he could be talking about. What scar could identify someone to everyone? "Uncle Nicky made me this glove. Only myself and those who know what it conceals can take it off. Since he gave it to me, I have only taken it off once." In the silence that followed Harry's answer, the headmaster asked, "Will you take it off for me?" For the first time since he had entered the office of the headmaster, Harry's eyes were clear as he answered, a hurt expression in his eyes. "No, you have to trust me before I will take it off for you. I trust you with my life and the life of everything I care for, but I will not trust you with my scars. You will just judge me like everyone else has ever done." A single tear rolled down the face of the young man as he once again trailed with his hand over the glove. "Uncle Nicky chose silver because he said that that is what I am. Neither light nor dark or gray. He said that I am of the purest, lightest silver he has ever encountered in his long life, and that I will be always light, and that even though I am tainted by darkness, it only completes me and not destroys or dominates me. Shadows, he said, come into existence when something or someone stands before the light, and that I am the light's foremost defense and cast therefore shadows." "Who is this Uncle Nicky? T.S. is not the first time you mentioned him?" the headmaster inquired, fascinated by the fondness with which Harry spoke of this man. The same fondness he uses when he speaks to or of me, he realized with a start. "Even when he called me an old codger. You know Uncle Nicky, but if you don't guess who is, I won't tell you." Harry answered with a big yawn and tried to curl up in the chair. With a soft curse and a quiet pop, he changed into a silver jaguar and curled with a purr into a ball. At least Albus Dumbledore thought that Harry's animagus form was a jaguar till he sprouted a sleek, slightly dark wing and spread it over his curled-up body. The animal Harry had become was neither Muggle, as the Muggles didn't even knew that such an animal existed, nor could it be called magical as its only real magical ability was that it had wings and could fly, even though it was otherwise normal, if you overlooked its color, jaguar. Like a phoenix, this animal was a light animal, but other than the avian, this supposedly nocturnal feline had no known light abilities. In some old Native American cultures, this animal had been worshipped as a god and warrior, even more so than the Black Panther, who was, though rare, more common than the silver-winged jaguar. The longer he knew him, the more puzzling Harry Andrews became. It always seemed as if Harry was on edge, as if he expected to be attacked at any moment and needed to defend his life. But here he was, curled up on one of his visitor chairs as if he was completely at ease here in this office. With a last frown, Albus Dumbledore stood up, around his desk and knelt down beside the large sleeping feline. Hesitating for a moment, he started to scratch the jaguar behind one of his ears and was rewarded by a soft purr. Chuckling softly, he stood up again and went over to the concealed door that led to his own rooms. After a look back to the young professor, he decided to leave the door slightly open so that the young animagus would not panic when he woke up. The sun had already risen when the headmaster woke up, wondering what was the soft warmth that was lying next to him on his bed, though above the covers. Only when he felt soft feathers tickling his chin through his beard did he realize what, or rather who, the form next to him was. The light weight on his left shoulder supported this realization, and as he opened his eyes and turned his head, he found that the door that had been only slightly open when he had went to bed stood now wide open, and next to him slept the silver feline Harry had turned into. As he stood careful, Why up as to not rouse the feline? The large cat stretched and changed soundlessly back into the young man, who immediately groaned and buried his head in the now vacated pillows. Ron, please never let M.E. drink again. At least nothing your brothers have given me. Ron. Harry mumbled sleepily but turned his head, groaning as he didn't receive an answer, and opened carefully his eyes. Seeing the widely smiling face of the headmaster, he continued, Uncle Albus, it weren't the twins but you and Uncle Nicky who filled me up, weren't you? You were nearly worse than the twins. Scratch that, you two are worse. Do you at least have a hangover potion for me? Last time Uncle Nicky made me beg for it for several hours, and all the while Fox was singing and Tonks joined that blasted chicken after an hour or so. Please don't repeat that. I promise that I will be good and not curse anyone. As the headmaster stayed silent and the smile changed into a raised eyebrow and a frown, Harry's eyes widened in panic and he stood hastily up only to sink back down. I'm so sorry, Headmaster. Please don't take anything I have said or done yesterday or just now seriously. I wasn't thinking clearly. While he spoke, Harry was thinking frantically if it would be better to obviate the headmaster, but decided against it, as he could not do that to his mentor who was like a grandfather to him. Not knowing what to do further, Harry waited for a reaction from the headmaster, and watched puzzled as his future mentor left the room without a word and came after a few minutes back with a small vial. Here, my child, drink this. Seeing the distrust in Harry's eyes, he explained, it is the hangover potion you asked for. Come to my office when you feel better. I believe we have much to discuss. Walking over to his closet, the headmaster chose a fresh robe and vanished in what Harry guessed to be his bathroom. Left alone in the headmaster's bedroom, Harry rolled the vial in his hands, berating himself for his idiocy. How could he have been so stupid? Not enough that he had to fall in love with a student, a girl who would be married in his own time and more than 20 years older than him. No, he had also go and get drunk and storm then to the headmaster's office and as good as tell him who and what he really was. With a sigh, Harry opened the small vial and smelled absent-mindedly at the murky green pot. Ion, as Professor Moody had thought him, to prevent poisoning. There was no way out of this dilemma he had placed himself in. For once there was no Albus Dumbledore or Hermione or Ron who would help him. But different to the problem with Voldemort, he was responsible for this situation. He had caused it with his carelessness and he would have to find a solution for it, and fast. Gulping the potion down, Harry stood up and entered with resolve the office of the headmaster, who was already waiting for him. Professor Andrews. The headmaster motioned with a hand to the same chair Harry had occupied a few hours earlier. Headmaster, I know that you have many questions concerning my behavior, but there is nothing I can tell you, nothing I can say in my defense. Harry trailed off and placed his chin into his hands, causing his long hair to fall over his shoulders and frame his face. Yet I have to ask you these questions and you will give me answers, otherwise I see myself forced to ask you to leave your position here at Hogwarts. Wide-eyed, Harry stared at the headmaster. That couldn't happen. The Albus Dumbledore of his own time had told him that he had been teaching defense for 7 years. He couldn't be fired after just a month. He had to stay here. Defeated, Harry asked, what do you want to know? Before he answered, the headmaster conjured 2 cups of tea and a plate of biscuits. Who are you really? I do not believe you that you are the son of Reginald Andrews. You are nothing like your father. Only the first question, and already Harry could not give a complete answer without telling too much, revealing too much of the future. You are right. I am not the son of Reginald Andrews. He doesn't have a son but 2 daughters, and yet I am a blood relative of him. And my name is what I told you it were, except that Andrews is not my last name, and before you ask me, even under Veritas Serum, I will not tell you my whole name. The headmaster frowned at this answer but continued with his second question. You mentioned yesterday that you had a connection to someone and that he cannot know that you are here. Of whom were you speaking, and why is it so important that he does not know of your presence? Harry immediately answered, that is a question I cannot answer. It would endanger you and everyone in this world, and it would kill me if the answer was ever known to that person. The frown on the headmaster's face deepened and he picked up his cup to drink from his tea. Placing the cup only after a few minutes back down, he looked at his professor. Harry reminded him of someone, no, more than one person, and yet he was not able to put names to this phantoms. Had Harry seemed the evening before relaxed, he was now tense. even though he seemed strangely at ease with the headmaster. His black hair fell straight down, casting shadows over his face. "You are an animagus, though I doubt that you are registered, as I have never heard of an animagus of your age." The headmaster noted that the tenseness left his professor and was replaced by playfulness. "Neither are you, a snow owl with twinkling blue eyes, very fitting I would say. But I might register in the next weeks, I just had no time to do so before, and I wanted to enjoy the freedom for a few months." Harry smirked at the shock that flickered through the headmaster's eyes as he mentioned the other's animagus form. Of course the headmaster was not registered and would never be, a fact that Harry learned in the summer after his 5th year, when the headmaster had visited him instead of allowing Hedwig to return with a letter from Ron. When the headmaster had seen how hopelessly Harry was after the death of Sirius and how heavily the prophecy weighed on him, he had changed back and had spoken with Harry, promising to come once in a while during the time he had to stay with the Dursleys. It had been during that time that he had taught Harry how to become an animagus. They had spent hours training, and by the time Harry had went to Grimmauld Place he had nearly been able to change. The most difficult part had been to hide his training form. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, "I will keep your secret safe, headmaster. I would never endanger you knowing or willingly," Harry added somberly, trying to ease the mistrust of the headmaster. "A good friend and mentor taught me shortly before I turned 16. Before Christmas that year I was able to transform. He saved my sanity with his lessons and visits." That summer Harry had thought of giving up. He had seen no chance of winning against Voldemort, and after Sirius' death he had felt as if every death was his fault, his parents', Sirius, Cedric's. It had been the long talks with the headmaster that convinced him that there was a chance for him to win the war, to survive, that they had just to find that way. He owed the headmaster so much, but all the headmaster wanted was his forgiveness for the mistakes he had made. He gave him more, much more. He gave him his forgiveness and all the love he would have given his parents, the Dursleys, his grandparents, Sirius. It had been then that he had started to call the headmaster Uncle Albus when they were alone. "When I tried Legimancy on you I encountered the most unusual shields. Instead of a normal shield I entered a void that was blindingly bright but at the same time like darkness itself. Further it seemed to burn. What are you that you have a shield of this sort?" Harry frowned in thought. Since the last battle after which he had become a Phoenix child no one had tried to enter his mind, and when the headmaster tried to enter his mind after he had taught him occlumency he had had a normal shield. "I was taught occlumency, but I guess that I am a natural OCC. Lumens, since I am not any more aware that I have raised any shields." He shrugged with his shoulders and waited for the next question. Just why had he felt the need to get drunk, he asked himself once again. Who is the young woman you have fallen in love with, and why does it present a problem? You are able to choose someone who has then to write the proposition. What should he answer to that question? He didn't want to tell the truth, but what else could he tell the headmaster who would be able to sense if he tried to tell him a lie? One of the students, she isn't even old enough to have a proposal written for her. It would be wrong to feel that way for one of my students even though she is only 5, nearly 4 years younger than me. I know who her family is, what is expected of her, and also her future husband. You fear that I am a dark wizard. You surely would think that if I married into her family. The headmaster had to smile at the distress of his young professor, who tried his hardest not to answer that particular question. You still haven't told me her name, Harry. Startled by the use of his first name, Harry looked up from the cup of tea he held in his hand, and on which he had been staring since the headmaster had asked his last question. I have not answered because I fear the answer myself. I have only once before fallen in love, and even then it was over before it had really begun. After our first date we had no intention to see each other again because she still loved someone else. I fear that this time I will be the one who cannot forget who she is. If I were to advance her, everything would change. The fear of changing the timeline he knew by acknowledging his love for Bellatrix was ever present, but would he risk it? Would he fall out his heart and risk to change everything, or would he deny himself to explore his feelings and doom the girl he loved to the future he knew? Absent-mindedly he answered the question of the headmaster, searching unconsciously for the advice of his future mentor. It is Bellatrix Black. She is so intelligent, lively, kind, playful, trusting and beautiful. I have never met someone like her, even. Though she was raised to hate muggles, she has nothing against them and is still firmly against the dark side. She is just so amazing. Bellatrix Black. That name had not been among those the headmaster had expected to hear. But she would match what he knew of his young professor. She was intelligent enough to understand the quirky sense of humor of Harry and be able to match his wit in a conversation. Her happy optimistic nature would be a good balance for his thoughtful, sometimes fatalistic outlook on the world, but he was by no means pessimistic, just realistic and experienced enough to know that not everything went as he wished. Both of them had a strong playful side, Harry even more so than young Miss Black, and both seemed to be kind. The only real difference they showed was Harry seemed to trust no one completely, and while Bellatrix was raised to mistrust everyone, she was still very trusting. Also, both of them had black hair, and while Harry's eyes were green, Bellatrix were blue. From their appearance they would be perfect for each other, but he could not dismiss Harry's words as nothing. He would most likely distrust him even more if he married into one of the 3 darkest families in Britain. Neither the Lestranges nor the Malfoys had daughters, and therefore a marriage between one of the 2 unmarried Black sisters and one of the Lestrange brothers, as well as a marriage between the other Black sister and Lucius Malfoy, was certain. If not, someone else asked for one of the Black sisters' hands, someone with as much money and ancestry as either the Lestranges or Malfoys. Bellatrix Black, you say? Yes, you would marry into one of the darkest families, but not all of the Blacks are dark. Bellatrix's older sister, for example, has married a Muggle and young Sirius Black. Bellatrix's cousin was sorted into Gryffindor, the first in the history of his family or this school. It might be beneficial for both Miss Black and yourself to seal such a contract and stir her from the dark side. A new Dark Lord is rising and we know almost nothing of him. Frowning slightly, Harry added to the headmaster's words. And it would also be beneficial to you. So you think I should follow my interests? I know that it wouldn't be against the school rules or the law, but still, wouldn't it be against the morals? She is not even 14. She might not even like me, and I wouldn't be able to force her into an unwanted relationship with her parents' consent just because I was the highest bidder. I know that Voldemort would break her, but that does not give me the right to do the same, just under a different intent. Harry had balled his hands to fists as he spoke, as he had felt that his feelings had stirred his magic and threatened to leave him, breaking everything around him. Drawing deep breaths to calm down, Harry closed his eyes and therefore missed the concerned gaze the headmaster sent his way. I did not ask you to do anything that might force Miss Black, but why? Oh, you would be surprised how many of your female students are more than passingly interested in you, and I believe that Miss Black is one of them. Harry, this was already the 2nd time that you could barely control your power. Has it something to with your exploded wand, the scars on your hand, and the fact that a shadow phoenix has joined you at such a young age? Harry cursed under his breath. Why? Why had the headmaster have to have such a quick mind? Of course he had not known that his powers shoved so clearly. They show. Are you the only one who has noticed something, or have others said something? No. As far as I know, I am the only one who has noticed something. But you haven't answered my question. Harry was not able to look at the headmaster as he decided what to tell him. Could he trust him with his secret? With his scar? Having come to a conclusion, Harry looked at the headmaster. Partly it has something to do with the explosion of my wand, but even before that I had become powerful for it and needed a new one. My hand was healed by a phoenix, and when I woke up, more than a week after the explosion, I had scars on my hand, scars that identify me in a way I do not want. I have been judged before by a scar that is now thankfully gone, that I fear to reveal this new scar to anyone. The same day my wand exploded, Nyx joined me, a shadow phoenix for a silver wizard. My mentor guesses that I am at least a high sorcerer if not a mage, but we have yet to test his theory. For the first time since Harry had become a phoenix child and Uncle Albus had told him that he might be even more powerful than he or Uncle Nicky did, Harry realize what that meant. He would be one of, if not the most powerful wizard alive. The last mages had been the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Frustrated, Harry cursed. Damn it, I am only 18. And if my life hasn't been bad enough, I can't even be a normal wizard, not even my wand is normal. Albus Dumbledore had watched the young man before him with fascination, as he seemed to realize for the first time what his mentor had told him. You might be only 18, but you should see it as a gift to have such immense powers. Of course, with such great powers comes also a great responsibility, but you have chosen a good way to find your destiny. You were speaking of your wand. I have noticed that you use it very rarely. Is there a reason for that? Instead of answering, Harry withdrew his wand from his wand holster on his right forearm and twirled it between his fingers. In the light of the morning sun it gleamed red like fresh blood. Magic knows no boundaries apart from those we believe in. Gawain, Mr. Ollivander, made this wand especially for me. It is mithril melted first in dragon fire and then burned together with a phoenix. It has a dual core, powdered horn of a unicorn and the first tears of a daylight vampire. An unusual wand, don't you think, but beautiful, so very beautiful and so powerful. Ari trailed off and looked intently at his wand, before he pointed it suddenly and softly whispered. Obliviate. Almost tangible pain filled his voice as he continued. You will remember nothing happened since I entered your office yesterday evening. Instead you will think that you did some paperwork before you called it an early night. You will forget everything I told or showed you, everything we talked about. As soon as I have left this office you will believe that you just came from your rooms and had sat down behind your desk. With a flick of his wrist Harry completed the spell and stood up. He did not notice the tears that were leaking from his eyes, nor did he realize that he was stumbling. At the door Harry turned around. I'm sorry, Uncle Albus, so sorry. I hope that you will someday be able to forgive me. You can't know what I have revealed. If it were possible I would leave, but I have to stay here. Forgive me, Uncle Albus, please forgive me. Without a further glance, Harry turned around and closed the door behind him. Would he have looked only once at the eyes of the headmaster, he would have seen a clear calculating blue that followed his moves and was watching him. As the door had closed behind Harry, the headmaster turned to Fawkes. Who is this young man that you allow him to act this way? Stroking his beard, Albus Dumbledore remained in his chair before. He opened a cupboard and withdrew a roll of blank parchment. For minutes the only sound in his office was the sound of a quill scratching over the parchment. Fawkes, my friend, please deliver this letter to Nicholas. You don't have to wait for an answer. It was already December when finally someone stopped Harry and asked him why he had become so withdrawn around Halloween. He had just looked at Charles and had answered him again that he had just more work than he had believed he would have and that everything else was all right. Every other professor who had heard them had smiled and said him again that he would get used to it. Only his two best friends and the headmaster knew that not the workload was responsible for his changed behavior. Though further questions had been prevented, Ed as a scarlet phoenix materialized before the headmaster. Horace, what a surprise, do you have a message for me or? A knock on the door stopped his question. Harry, who had been the one who sat closest to the door of the staff room door, stood up to open it. Suppressing the urge to grate the man that stood before him as he was used to do, Harry leaned forward in a small bow and greeted the older man formally. Master Flamel. Only the headmaster and the man he had addressed this way had noticed Harry's slight hesitation and the smile that lit up his eyes. Nodding to the young man before him, he entered the staff room. Good afternoon, young man. Turning to Albus Dumbledore he continued. Hello, Albus. It has been too long since I visited this old halls, and you. Can you spare a little bit of your time for an old friend like myself? It cost Harry all his control to not show his agitation at this request of the old man. It could be no coincidence that Nicholas Flamel was visiting Hogwarts for the first time in years, just as he had arrived here, and nearly 2 months after he had altered the headmaster's memory. Absent-mindedly Harry had drawn his wand and was twirling it between his fingers. He did not notice what all of his colleagues saw. Streams of light were flowing out of the tip of his wand, circling in an ever faster growing motion around him till he was nearly completely hidden by it. Suddenly the light exploded soundlessly, blinding everyone for a few moments. As the black spots had cleared from their view, they saw that Harry had noticed nothing of the spectacle he had caused and was still twirling his wand between his fingers. Horace, who had still been sitting on the headmaster's shoulder, flew over to Harry, who immediately started to pat the phoenix head. After a while Harry noticed the silence around him and looked up, putting his wand away. Questioning Harry looked at his colleagues and friends till Charles had pity with him and answered his unasked question. You have to show me that firework sometime, Harry. Did you use a spell or did you just channel your magic through your wand? Thankfully Harry smiled at his friend and shrugged his shoulders. Nate. That is not exactly the second. I still have bursts of accidental magic when I am nervous. Last time that happened I was holding my wand and changed the color of a few things around me. One was the hair of my best friend. He didn't speak to me for weeks. A smile flickered over Harry's face at the memory. It had been during the holidays before their 7th year when he had read an article in the Daily Prophet that had made him angry enough to lose control over his magic. Most things that had been with him in the room, a room he had just been dusting together with Ron, had changed to white. Ron's hair and cloths included. Surprisingly he himself as well as Ron's skin had stayed as they were. For 3 weeks Ron had been forced to go to St. Mungo's as no one including the headmaster and Nicholas Flamel, who had joined them the summer before, had been able to reverse Harry's magical outburst. Only when his hair had regained its original bright orange-red color did Ron speak to him again. Even Professor Snape had refrained from then on to anger Harry too badly. A hand on his shoulder brought him back to the present. "Young man, I would like to speak with you for a few moments if that is possible." Still caught up in his own time, Harry didn't hesitate to follow his mentor and grandfatherly friend to his mentor's office. As soon as they had sat down around the table that stood in a corner of the headmaster's office, Fox and Horace, who had followed them, flew over to Harry and landed both on his lap, a behavior that was wordlessly observed by the owners of the Avians. "Tell me of your accidental magic. It is unusual that it still happens at your age. How old are you? 20, 25. Normally it stops when a child starts schooling." Nicholas Flamel opened the conversation. "What kind of accidental magic do you remember doing?" "Only the usual. Apparating to safety. Changing the color of the hair of a teacher I didn't like, making glass vanish." Harry trailed off at seeing the disbelieving faces of the 2 other men and wondered what he had done wrong. "No. You apparated accidentally without splinching yourself?" Albus Dumbledore asked. "Sure." He had misheard what his young professor had said. Seeing the other nod, he looked expectantly at his own mentor and friend, who had a contemplating look on his face. "How old were you when you did all this?" Nicholas Flamel asked Harry, watching closely the young monk's reaction. "When I apparated I was 8, and my teacher's hair color I changed sometime before that. I vanished the glass shortly before my 11th birthday. Is that unusual?" You were both looking at me as if I had done something impossible. For a long time neither of the men answered him till Albus stood up and opened a drawer from his desk and withdrew a thick scroll. "This is a list of the accidental magic our students have performed in the last 200 years before they were old enough to come to Hogwarts. The most impressive burst of magic was that a 7-year-old doused a fire that was closing him and his cat in. Nothing on this list comes even close to what you have done, nothing. Not even trying to hide." His shock at this revelation, Harry asked feebly if he was maybe a descendant of that boy and had inherited his strong connection to magic from him. "That is impossible. I don't have any children, and neither does my brother Aberforth." At this answer Harry paled even more and seemingly lost himself once again in his thoughts. But what looked to the other 2 as if he were thinking was in reality a different kind of conversation he was holding with the 2 avians who were still sitting on his lap. "Fox, why did you never tell me about all this?" Harry asked his old feathery friend in his mind through the link that had been created between every phoenix and himself when he had been made a phoenix child and became a shadow phoenix. "Because you were not ready to hear it, Fletchling. When should I have told you? When we first met in your 2nd year or down in the chamber. Even if I had tried to tell you, you would not have understood me." As soon as Fox had fallen silent, Horace spoke up. "You came the first time to the past to learn everything you could not learn in your own time, to meet your family and to rest far away from everything that plagued you in the future, but you changed many things. Some things for the better, but also some things for the worse. You came back the 2nd time to change what you had worsened. You even reached your goal, but one thing you forgot, your own happiness. Only when you have found for yourself what you were sent here to find, the circle will end and your past self will not be sent back to this time. Fox and myself are the only ones who have been present every time you have been sent back. We are your guardians till you have no need for us anymore. We can help you find your way but nothing more." The 2 old wizards had watched in fascination as Harry's face changed from slight anger to relief before he directed his thoughts once again to the two other humans in the room. As he tried to excuse himself, the headmaster set out to stop him but was hindered by his old mentor, who spoke once Harry had left the room. "You have nothing to fear from him, Albus. Even though he tried to obliviate you, you said yourself that High's spell lacked the necessary intention and therefore failed. I believe to know what he is, but do not ask me to disclose this information to you before I deem the time right. Now tell me everything about this young man you know." Perplexed and slightly angry with his mentor and old friend for not telling him what he believed to know about Henry Andrews, Albus Dumbledore let some time pass before he answered. His application arrived in the middle of July, the most promising application I had received so far. The day he should come for his personal application, he arrived hours before our meeting should take place. When he finally came to my office, he was escorted by Charles Mortimer, and hadn't it been for Charles' talent I wouldn't have given him the job, even though his knowledge is more and impressive. He knows more about the dark creatures and some old spells than anyone besides you that I have met. While he had no problem to tell me that he is the son of Reginald Andrews, he declared that he would never become or join a Dark Lord, yet he has lied about many things since he arrived. In his application he wrote that he was 25 and homeschooled. He told Charles that most of his defense teachers had been frauds and that he mostly thought himself in that subject. Then, weeks later, he confesses to me that he is only 18 and that he took an aging potion so I would not reject his application because of his age. Hearing Nicholas chuckle, Albus raised his eyebrow at his old friend. "Continue, Albus. I will try to contain my mirth, but you have to agree that the young man is clever." Scowling, Albus continued, "Yes, he had to agree with his friend, but still he did not like it to be played this way. The day he tried to obliviate me, he agreed that he was not the son of Reginald Andrews. That Reginald didn't even have a son but 2 daughters, and yet he claims to be directly related to him. How did he gain so much knowledge of Andrews, who has managed to hide all these years from everyone? You saw what kind of magic he was doing in the staff room. That is not the first time I have seen his magic leaking out. He told me that his mentor believes that he is a sorcerer or even a mage. There have been no mages since the founders, so where does this boy come from? Why did he suddenly appear out of nowhere? What are his intentions? Seemingly with the intention he was wearing in the first week the Andrews robes of declaration, the silver robes. He claimed that he had overslept and grabbed the first robes that fell into his hands. At that time I believed him, but now I am no longer sure. He told me that he had fallen in love with a girl he could not, or rather should not love, Bellatrix Black, the second daughter of Lysander and Calpurnia Black. I have investigated his relationship to all of his students and have found out some very interesting facts. For one, is he transporting letters between Bellatrix Black and her disowned older sister Andromeda, who married a Muggle, and then does he have become a close friend of Henry Potter, the father of Sirius Blacks, the Black Heir, and Bellatrix's cousin, best friend James? So while he claims he does not want to force her into a marriage, he is weaving a web around her that will ensure him if not her love then at least her gratitude and friendship. In that contents he also mentioned that he knew what would become of her, what she would do, but when I asked him if he were a seer he denied it. Even though he was drunk, he then remembered a connection he has with someone dangerous, Somio. Nay, who presents a great danger for everyone but whom Harry is sure would kill him immediately if he knew of that connection. Nicholas had stayed silent while he listened to the headmaster of Hogwarts, and even now, as the other man paused to fill his cup and take a sip, did he continue his silence. When he came to me that evening he was completely drunk, so drunk that I feared that he would kneel over any moment, but when he finally did fall asleep he revealed to me that he is an unregistered animagus. He is a silver-winged jaguar. Nicholas, there are only 6 known members of that species. Worse yet, when I asked him the next morning if he was registered and when he had become an animagus, he told me that he had become one when he was not even 16, and he knew of my form and that I was also unregistered. His familiar is a shadow phoenix, and you have seen how taken Fawkes and Horace are with him. Every time he enters my office Fawkes flies over to him to be patted. Never before has he done that. When he came for his application, he was not carrying a wand with him, and when I asked him the morning after he had been drunk why he was using his wand so scarcely, he told me that it was so powerful that he feared it His wand as mithril melted first in dragon fire and then burned with a phoenix. To top that, it has also a dual core of the first tears of a daylight vampire and the powdered horn of a unicorn. He told me that Gawain, whom he calls by his first name, has made that wand especially for him. Surely you have noticed the silver glove he wears on his right hand. He claims that his first wand exploded together with its brother wand and that his hand was nearly completely burned in the explosion and was healed by a phoenix, leaving only a few scars. A phoenix? He did not say his phoenix. Scars, he says, that identify him. He does not want to have another scar he is judged and identified by, yet I have seen no other scar on him, no scar that would allow me to judge him. When I asked him if he would take off his glove for me, a tear slit down his cheek and he sounded completely sober when he answered me that he would only take of the glove when I trusted. He would trust me with his life and the life of everyone he cared for, but not with his scars. That evening he spoke not the first time of an Uncle Nicky, and called me Uncle Albus. You have noticed how he hesitated before he greeted you, how he acted as if he had known us for years. When he was drunk he opened up and smiled when I addressed him with, "My child." Young Mr. Potter made in their First defense lesson a joke about Harry's favorite sweets, blood drops and mint leaves, and he told him in the whole class of all the wizards and witches' favorites, he knew what sweets you prefer and what the founders liked. He even shares your theory that no one who is still able to enjoy sweets can be a Dark Lord. In his very first lesson he asked the 5th years what made Dark Lords Dark Lords in comparison to their followers, and when no one was answering he offered them that maybe because they were the first in their generation who found others who were stupid enough to follow them. A low, ood laugh interrupted Albus at this point, and he also allowed himself to smile. He could see what his friend found so humorous, but he also saw what dangerous games his young professor was playing now that a new Dark Lord was rising. You know what he is risking with such opinions, yet he does not listen to anyone who asks him for more caution. Every lesson he gives has at least one jibe against Dark Lords. If not on their magical ability, then on something else like their style. If he continues this way, there will be nothing that can ensure his safety if this Lord Voldemort ever manages to come into power. What also puzzles me is that he seems to know so much about this Lord Voldemort and yet tells nothing of him. If it weren't for Charles, Fawkes and Nix, Harry's Phoenix, and now also Horace, I would fear that he himself is this Lord Voldemort. Also, when I tried occlumency on him I encountered a shield like nothing I have ever seen before. At the same time it was blindingly light and all enclosing dark, yet so hot that it nearly burned me. When I asked Harry for an explanation he told me that he was thought occlumency, but that he guessed that he was a natural occlumens. You know that, after Merlin, the last natural occlumens was Salazar Slytherin. The only picture of Slytherin in this castle shows him as a young man, a man with long black hair and blue-green eyes. Could Harry be Slytherin's descendant or even heir? Before Albus could continue, Nicholas interrupted him, a smile on his lips while his brow was furrowed. Albus, you are so caught up in your theories about this man that you forget all reason. He is not Slytherin's heir. We both know who Slytherin's heir is. Luckily his line is not as hidden as Gryffindor's. I know that you want to hear explanations and you asked me here for aid and guidance, but I can give you none of that. All I can give you is an assurance that Henry Andrews presents no danger to you or the school. Trust the Phoenixi, they are willing to be in his presence, more yet. They seek his company and give their tears to heal him. You say that he is weaving a web around Bellatrix Black. Could it not be that he is just aiding her in keeping contact to her older sister? Something that might be otherwise impossible for her to do as Andromeda was disowned. Could it not also be possible that there are other reasons for his friendship with Henry Potter? Did you not tell me years ago of your suspicion that Henry aided Reginald in leaving the wizarding world? When Harry really is related to Reginald Andrews, that could be a reason for his friendship with Henry Potter. Have you not noticed that both are named Henry? Henry Potter might even be the godfather of Henry Andrews. Even if your young professor is trying to lead Miss Black into his arms, it would be better for her than to be forced to marry either one of the Lestrange brothers or Lucius Malfoy, the 3 candidates her parents would prefer. While I agree with you that the combination of his wand is unusual, we both know that mithril, even more so when it has burned with a phoenix, cannot be touched by a dark wizard, and that the same goes for the first tears of a day light vampire and any form of unicorn horns. You say that his hand was burned in the explosion of his wand and its brother wand. If he survived such an explosion, he is marked for the rest of his life, whatever the core of those wands was. Has either joined his soul or rejected him, and you will do good to leave that part of his past alone, as I am sure that it was not an event he longs to remember. And what does it matter that he knows who is addicted to which sweets? Neither of us have ever tried to hide the fact that we love a certain candy, so what is the trouble in him telling the students what you or I prefer? While I don't understand how he can eat those disgusting blood drops, it does not tell you anything about his character, only of his macabre taste. Be happy that you have found such a competent teacher. Dark days will come in the immediate future, and the children will need a well-founded knowledge of defense against the dark arts. Don't chase him away with your suspicions. If you don't trust me, trust your heart. It will tell you that you have nothing to fear from him for yourself or your school, and that you can trust him with the side of the light itself. Both friends saw tea for a long time in silence after Nicholas had ended. Both were lost in their thoughts and watching absent-mindedly their familiars when Albus remembered something Harry had said to him on the morning he had tried to obliviate him. Unconsciously he spoke the sentence loud. Magic knows no boundaries apart from those we believe in. With a speed that belied his age, Nicholas' head snapped around to his friend. What did you just say? Only now that he heard the panic in his friend's voice did Albus realize what the sentence Harry had used so offhandedly really meant, not only for Harry or Hims, Elf or Nicholas, but for their whole world. Harry said that to me when I asked him about his wand. Magic knows no boundaries apart from those we believe in. Harry always travels from the same point of time to the same point of time, meaning he leaves his own time, summer after he finished Hogwarts, and arrives in the past, summer before his parents start at Hogwarts, each time at exactly the same moment as during his last time travel. Fawkes and Horace are the only ones that know his full mission, b. what he changed each time, and c. how far he is allowed to change. The present. The Origi Null timeline was destroyed the moment Harry appeared the first time in the past, but till that moment it is still the same when he travels for the third time. The second and third timeline, scenario B and C, end as soon as Harry travels back in time for the next time. B ends when he jumps at the end of B, C when he jumps at the end of C. D is the timeline in which the story takes place. Harry is able to do minor changes in the timeline as long as he does not something drastic like killing Voldemort before he comes to his full power, as that would completely destroy the time flow. Harry might not be born and would therefore never travel back in time, which would leave Voldemort alive. He would cause a paradox. Harry's actions in this story will change the timeline he knew. He is, after all, in his own past, and he will be remembered when he comes back to the future. It is no longer his future, as he has just changed the time before he was even born, which means that the past he remembered having might not be what will have happened after his time travel. Okay, for anyone who is still with me at this point, I didn't mean for it to be so confusing, but I will try to make it clearer when the story continues. As to why that theory is so dangerous, it is explained in this chapter. Actually, Harry's power, the power that makes him a Grey Wizard, has nothing to do with his time travel. Okay, that is a lie. It has something to do with it, but not in the way that it gives him the ability to jump freely through the time, but more that it was one of the reasons why he was first sent back. A little hint. It is something Voldemort wants badly, very badly, and it is something mythological. As for the summer holidays, well, actually I don't know what I am going to do with them as of yet. I may have an overall outline for this story, but more like I know what important things will happen, like special lessons, pranks, but nothing detailed like what is he going to do in his first big holidays. But after all, it is not even Christmas, so I still have about 6 months story timeline before I have to worry about the summer holidays. Back to the Future, Part 12. By Merlin. Who is he? Only Merlin believed in this theory. Only Merlin had the power to prove it. Since Merlin's death, no one was able to break those boundaries. No one could break the boundaries of their own imagination and beliefs. No one has dared to speak of this theory in fear that it could destroy our society, our whole world, in the search for such unlimited power. Who taught him this theory, and does he really believe in it? Nicholas trailed off, not even noticing how unusual Fawkes and Horace were behaving, as if they were listening closely to what was said. They didn't even try to ease the agitation the two men felt. Albus, Is the office of the defense professor still where it always was? Receiving a nod from his former apprentice Nicholas Flamel stood up. I will need to have a long talk with your young professor. I am not sure how long I will stay here at Hogwarts, but at least for a few days. Without waiting for an answer, Nicholas left the office of the headmaster, leaving a confused and irritated headmaster behind. Walking through the school, he barely noticed the curious glances of the students or the greetings of those few who recognized him. He hesitated a moment in front of the classroom door before he opened it. While the classroom was the same as it had been when he went to school or later when he had first thought here, the interior had changed drastically. Along the walls hung pictures of the most common dark creatures and lists of the most effective and most common defense spells. The front of the room, between the teacher's desk and the student desks, was left bare. ND had only markings that indicated that it could be, and was most likely, used as a small dueling area. Forcefully stopping his observations, Nicholas walked up to the door that led to the office of the defense professor and knocked. As if he had been expected, the door opened almost immediately. Without a word, Harry stepped aside after he had opened the door and walked to the back of the office, where the door to his quarters stood open. Only when he had reached the door he turned around to his guest. I don't particularly like this office, so if you won't mind, I would prefer if we could talk in my quarters. Looking around the office, Nicholas noticed that it was barely furnished, only a desk, 5 chairs, a bookcase and a chest of drawers. Absolutely nothing personal was visible. As soon as he had entered the personal rooms of the young professor, he was flooded by a myriad of colors and images. Clearly dominating the room were cream-colored walls with green and red ornaments. Slytherin and Gryffindor, Nicholas realized in the back of his head. As he looked closer at the walls, he noticed that the walls were covered with many layers of spells. In the center of the room stood a small couch table around which 2 armchairs and a couch were arranged. On the right wall stood a dining table with 4 chairs. Next to it was a tall fireplace before which a rather small but cozy loveseat was placed. 2 of the other walls were filled with bookcases and each had a hidden door. One was the one through which they had just entered. The third, the left wall, harbored a desk that stood under a wide window. On the desk stood a few picture frames that were also heavily layered with charms and spells. While he had looked around the room, Harry had sat down on one of the armchairs, leaving Nicholas the choice to either face him and sit down on the couch or sit in the other armchair next to Harry. He chose the couch and waited for Harry to open their conversation. Fascinated, he watched as Harry conjured for them each a hot chocolate and next to his guest's cup a bowl filled to the brim with a mixture of red pepper, cinnamon and a little bit of sugar. Seeing this, he could not stop himself to ask the young man how he knew how he preferred his chocolate. You told me, and even though I can't understand how you can mix those 3, I have remembered it. Everything in Harry's posture revealed how agitated and tense he was feeling, yet he made no attempt to ask the other why he had come. I noticed that you have many spells on your walls and also on those pictures on your desk. Nicholas spoke, leaving purposely the choice if that was an offhanded comment or a question to Harry. He was relieved as Harry chose to see it as a question. Those pictures you refer to are private, as are those that hang on the wall. While I have just charmed the ones on the desk to show something different, they on the wall are completely hidden to everyone who does not know what they show, and normally you should not even be able to sense the charms and spells I have put on them, but then you are not what one would call normal, aren't you? Staring for a moment on the wall the pictures were hanging, he turned back to his guest. Why are you really here? Did the headmaster send you here or was it your own wish to visit me? Even if you have the time to sit here for a few hours and wait that I start to get nervous and reveal every secret I have. I don't have the time. I have still the homeworks of 5 classes to correct and next week start the Christmas exams. Wondering how Harry knew so exactly what he was trying to do, Nicholas smiled at the much younger man. Partly I came because Albus sent me and partly because I am curious. First let's start with Someth. Uncomplicated. Why are you really here at Hogwarts? Harry stared disbelieving at his future friend. If he called that question uncomplicated, then what was complicated for him? To teach. Every other reason would be personal. Meaning that I won't tell them to you. Defiantly Harry met the older wizard's gaze. He would not tell the real reason for his presence, not to the headmaster and not to Nicholas Flamel. Hell, he didn't even know the complete reason. All he knew was what first the headmaster from his own time and then that morning Fawkes and Horace had told him. Another easy K. Styron. What do you know about Lord Voldemort? Harry had to grin at Nicola's ability to ask exactly what he was not going to answer, but it was a bitter grin as even now the thought of Voldemort was giving him nightmares. Everything. He is my darkness and I am his light, but that is all I will tell you or anyone else. At this answer Nicholas had to raise an eyebrow. What did Harry mean with that answer? Voldemort was his darkness and he his light. Inwardly shaking his head he asked the next question. Why do you hide your mark? What was it that marked you? I know that it has to have been a light creature. Otherwise no phoenix would behave around you as both Fawkes and Horace do. Silence greeted that question. For endless minutes Harry did not answer and looked intently at the other man. Finally he asked him how he knew that he was marked. Your glove, and Albus told me that you had mentioned that your former wand and its brother had exploded. Only when two brother wands are forked to duel each other and one of the bearers is able to force both of their spells into the other, do wands explode. Most of the time the one who lost that battle dies while the other is judged by the spirit of the creature who gave the core. If he is found worthy he is marked and lives, if he is found unworthy he dies. As you are alive and wearing a glove on your right hand, your wand hand, I know that you are marked. Hesitating for a moment Harry slowly took the glove off and placed it on the desk between them. Only then did he turn his hand so that Nicholas was able to see what form the scar on the back of Harry's hand had. Sharply he drew in his breath as he recognized the form. You were marked by a phoenix. I have known a witch who was marked by a fairy but never have I heard of so. Me one who was deemed worthy by a phoenix. I can now understand why you are wearing a glove, everybody would judge you by that mark. Thank you for honoring me with that knowledge, I will never reveal it to anyone. May I ask who the phoenix was who marked you and when you were marked? The witch I spoke of was marked when she had already passed her 68th birthday and you were still so young. Trailing the shape of the phoenix feather on the back of his hand Harry answered. It was Fawkes, that is also the reason why he always flies over to me when I enter the room. He marked me this June, a month before I turned 18. But even though Fawkes is a fire phoenix I am not, my element never was and never will be fire, I am at home in the air, in the light and the darkness. Can you tell me what all it entails to be marked by a magical creature? I know only a few things about it and neither Fawkes nor Horace are very talkative concerning that matter. It took a moment before Nicholas realized what Harry had just said. You can talk to them and understand them. That must be fascinating how much they must be able to tell you. A real smile, the first real smile Nicholas saw on Harry, spread over Harry's face, revealing his true age to the older man. It would be interesting if they were willing to tell me what they know but most of the time they just say that I have to find it out for myself. Or how many lemon drops the headmaster had that day. And Horace finds that your eucalyptus twirls are too sweet. Nicholas laughed as he heard that his phoenix liked his favorite sweets but found them too sweet. Still smiling he started to answer Harry's question. I don't know much about those who are marked. In my long life I have met only one, my oldest daughter who was marked by a fairy. She told me that you gain all abilities of those who marked you, but as the abilities of a phoenix are mostly unknown I can't tell you what abilities you gained. Also would you be able to change into the creature that marked you? I guess that you are the shadow phoenix that visited Albus, and would be able to live as long as your magical creature, or die as soon as you wish. Since you were marked you are no longer bound to the laws of nature, you can choose the time of your death or can decide to live the rest of your life in the form of the creature you have become. My daughter choose after the death of her husband to live as a fairy till her children and grandchildren had also died and she fated to be once again united with them. His mind was lost in memories of his oldest daughter as he took a sip from his hot chocolate. It had not been soon after she had been marked that her husband had died and she had become a fairy for the rest of her life. The fairy tale of Cinderella had been caused by his daughter who had helped a young Muggle girl against her family to gain the hand of the man she loved. Even though the tale that was now told to the children was far from the truth. So had for example the young man not been a prince but the oldest son of a rich merchant and the stepmother had not used the girl as her personal slave, she had just been again Saint a marriage as the father of the young man had been responsible for the death of her own father, and there had also not been any step-sisters. Yet he still loved to hear and tell the fairy tale as he always remembered his daughter. The reason why he had accepted Albus Dumbledore as his apprentice, the only apprentice he had ever taken, was that Albus was one of his descendants, a descendant of his oldest daughter. The thought of Albus brought him back to the reason why he had sought a conversation with the young man before him. Magic knows no boundaries apart from those we believe in. That is a very dangerous idea you support. Are you aware what disaster that idea could cause, that if the students were thought that way we would have more than one Dark Lord every few years? Har. Y looked at him with his amazingly green eyes before he closed them for a moment. When he opened them again they didn't seem as young and carefree as they had been during their whole conversation but instead old and tired. It is a dangerous theory, I know that more than most, and yet it is more than a mere idea or theory, it is the truth, the only truth. My mentor once told me that the truth is a very dangerous thing and that we have to be very sure if we really want to know it. I grew up being told that magic doesn't exist. There is no such nonsense like magic. Magic was a forbidden word. Yet around me happened things that were clearly magic. When I was 11 I learned that there was such a thing like magic, and that there were certain rules and boundaries that surrounded the use of magic. When I grew older I noticed that certain of these rules didn't seem to apply for me. I believed that it was just luck or something else like that. I was powerful for my age. Then when I was 15 I learned that I was something special and nothing that I could do would ever change that. Slowly I learned to think around those rules and was aided by my mentor who had taught me above everything else to believe in myself. The more I believed in myself the more rules seemed meaningless for me, till I discovered this theory. Only with this theory I could fulfill my fate, and live. The duel in which my wand was destroyed was a duel of life or death, a duel that had started even before my birth. Today there is only one rule, one boundary that I am bound to, the only true boundary of nature. Of life. There is nothing that could make death undone. There are so many dead who I would revive if it were possible and yet I know that I could not do it. Whatever I do, I try not to change the timeline and the fate and destiny of the world itself. Never would I teach this theory, but you have to know that Voldemort is aware of it and trying to breach all boundaries to gain immortality. He has found Slytherin's manuscripts while he was still here at Hogwarts and Slytherin had written that theory down, warning everyone not to misuse it. Yet even though Voldemort is trying to breach all the boundaries he knows he will never reach his goal. If he would break his own greatest boundary he would no longer be Voldemort but just a broken Tom Riddle who has lost everything. While he spoke Harry had stood up and went over to one of the bookcases. Waving his hand before it a small hidden chamber opened and revealed a wooden chest. Taking the chest out of the chamber Harry returned to Nicholas. You seem surprised that I know who Voldemort really is. Didn't I say that he is my darkness? In this chest are Slytherin's manuscripts. You won't be able to read them as they are written in Parseltongue and I doubt that you would want the ability to understand and speak it. It is an ability I gained when I was still a toddler. I was not born with it but it has become a part of me. And even though I could rid myself of it I have decided to keep it. Anyway, if you desire to read this manuscript I will put a personal translation charm for you on them but you have to promise me that you will not give them to anyone or even mention them to anyone till you find another Parasmouth, a Parasmouth who would give his life to defeat Voldemort. Observing Harry, Nicholas raised slowly his hand to accept the chest. In one thing he had to agree with Albus. The longer he knew this young man who called himself Harry Andrews, the more of a mystery he became. I will promise you that. But I ask you to answer me one last question, and I will swear to you with my life and magic that I will tell no one the answer. What is your true name and who are your parents? A pain-filled smile flickered over Harry's face and settled in his eyes. With a wave of his hand the charms and spells on the walls vanished and two large pictures appeared. One showed a young couple, a couple from which the man seemed familiar. The other showed two men, who seemed to look much older than they should have. The couple are my parents. The other picture shows my godfather and my honorary godfather. All of them are dead, killed. Murdered with the help of people they once trusted, called family. This once I will tell you my name but I will never again speak of it to you. My name is Harry James Reginald Potter. My parents are James August Potter and Lily Marie Potter, born Andrews. I am named after my grandfathers and my father. Lokatha, at first I was confused by your review, but then I saw what you meant. None of the Harrys, Harry A, Harry B, Harry C, will be the same as the one before, but none of them will grow up with their parents. You were right, Harry C is a different person than Harry B. The decisions Harry A made lead to the life and personality of Harry B, which of course influence the decisions Harry B makes when he goes back in time. But Harry A or Harry B do not cease to exist the moment the next Harry enters 1971, but with each decision he makes during the past they fade a little bit more. Say Harry B did not wear his robes of declaration in his first week at school, but instead in the first week of year 7, meaning that some of the girls whose declaration he might have received are already married or betrothed. One of these girls could have been the one girl he wanted to marry. Now Harry C has no idea what Harry B did and therefore grabs the robes in the first week of the first year. He gets many offers and accepts one of them, an offer that was not made to Harry B because that girl had already married someone else. In the timeline Harry B creates and Harry C grows up, this girl might have children who are in Harry's year and have an impact on him or might otherwise influence his life, think Rita Skeeter. But as Harry C marries that girl he erases her previous life, the life he remembered her leading. There will be a point in the story where Harry gets to feel the backlash off all the changes he made, when he gets back to the point where he started. Yes, I know that it might seem confusing, but there are fixed dates in my story. 1.1971. Every of my Harrys enters the past at the same date. 2. Halloween 1979. The day every Harry goes back to the future, therefore the name of my story. Because at this day Harry is conceived and there can't be another Harry in the time frame. I will explain this point somewhere in the story as it has something to do with Harry's main power. 3. July 31, 1980, Harry's birth. 4. October 31, 1981, Harry becomes the boy who lived. 5. September 1, Harry begins Hogwarts, and 6. July 1998, Harry goes back in time. I think I should mention something important about Harry's time travel. It is not something he has control over. He is sent back and forth by a higher power, the first time partly as a reward and partly to make it impossible for Voldemort to carry through with one of his plans, more to this point later in the story. The second time because he died while he was there, meaning there was no one left to send back to the future, and the third time because even though he lived the second time he nagged to change one important little fact to the worse and must now set it right. I had no idea that a movie with this title exists. Is it any good? Back to the Future 13. Silently Nicholas watched as the students hurried their breakfast in order to catch the carriages that would bring them to the Hogsmeade station. A week had passed since his first encounter with Harry Potter, or Harry Andrews as the younger man called himself. It had been a great shock to learn who the young man really was, and what his identity implied. Since that night they had spoken only once and Harry had given no indicative on that the older man knew who he really was. Quite the contrary. He acted as if he truly admired the old sorcerer but knew nothing more about him than what could be found in books. He knew that he would grow very fond of the young man if he would allow him to get near enough to him to be able to see past the multiple shields he had raised around himself. While the great alchemist pondered him, RRYS thoughts circled around the impending Christmas holidays, and his subsequent stay with his father and grandparents. A question from Charles where he would spend his holidays drew him away from the images his mind had conjured. A friend of my father, and I hope also myself, invited me over to spend the holidays with him and his family. I will be leaving together with the students and take the train with them. And like a student I will be picked up at King's Cross. A wistful smile flickered over Harry's face as he thought about it. For the first time he would be picked up by his family to spend Christmas together with them. Even though they had no idea that he was family. Does this friend of yours also have a name? Came a teasing voice from his left. During his whole time as a student, as a Gryffindor, would he never have imagined how open and careless his head of house and transfiguration professor could be? MMH, yes, Minerva, I do believe that he goes by the name of Henry Potter. He was shocked to learn that my father is dead and that he lived all this years as a muggle. He really seemed to care for him. Anyway, I can't wait to see James' face when he realizes that he'll be spending his holidays with his Dada professor. The smile on Harry's face had by now transformed into a full-blown grin, a grin that reminded some of his colleagues of the grin that Henry Potter used to wear when he had successfully pulled a prank or talked himself out of a detention. For the first time since Harry had revealed his true identity to Nicholas did he seek the older Mons Isa. For a brief moment he allowed the walls that surrounded his self to fall. The weariness and sadness that he saw in the bright green eyes shocked the old man. He had known since he had first met him that the boy was hurting, but he had not expected to encounter so deep wounds. What would happen in the future that someone so young could become so weary? Albus Dumbledore had carefully watched the interactions between his old friend and mentor and his youngest professor since the Nicholas had come to the school, and he didn't know what he should think of them. He knew that it was not easy to gauge in Nicholas' affection and wondered how Harry Andrews had managed just that within mere hours. He had even gone so far as cast a small curse detection spell on his friend, just to find out that he was in no way being controlled. He frowned as he heard that the professor would spend the holidays with the Potters, but he could think of no way to forbid it as Andrews had asked during the first week of term for permission to spend the holidays away from school. Harry could barely contain his anxiety as he sat down in an empty compartment of the train. He had just apparated down there from his quarters in order to avoid the students. And of course the headmaster, and the Testrals. He had seen the calculating glances the headmaster shifted between Uncle Nicky and himself. Surprisingly he was not hurt by the suspicions of the headmaster towards him. On the contrary, it made it easier for him to separate the headmaster from his Uncle Albus, something he had feared he would not be able to do when he came back. The lurch of the train as it began moving interrupted his toughs, especially as the door opened moments later and a timid student entered and addressed him shyly. "Professor, may I sit here? Everywhere else it is already full." A comforting smile graced Harry's face as he smiled at the timid first year that stood in the door, and he wondered why it was that he felt especially drawn to this student. More than to his own future parents or godfather. "Of course you may sit here, Mr. Snape." And as the small boy sat in the seat farthest away from him he smiled encouragingly at him and continued. "So how do you like Hogwarts so far? I would like to hear the opinion of a fellow first year of the castle, the classes, the students and teachers." For a moment Severus Snape was puzzled at his professor's behavior. Sure, Professor Andrews had always been nice to him and everyone else, but he could not understand his behavior. At home he had always been taught that purebloods were better than everyone else and that only weaklings could think different and act with respect to those inferior to them, and that also included the way teachers should act towards their students if they weren't higher ranking. So why was Professor Andrews so nice? He knew from which family his professor came. He had recognized the crest as he had been forced like every other proud pureblood to learn the crests of the old families by heart before he entered Hogwarts. "I like it, sir, but some of the students are so loud." Severus cringed a little bit at his last words, even though it did describe how he felt about most of his classmates. It was not exactly what he meant and was not exactly polite. The grin on his professor's face only added to his discomfort. "They do tend to be rather loud, don't they? You are an only child, Mr. Snape." Besides the wish to only nod, his upbringing forced Severus to mutter a soft "Yes, sir." He was not seeing how the information could be relevant for his professor, but as he was his professor and his superior in status he had to be at all time respectful. "As am I. It makes it somewhat harder to get comfortable with those your own age." Harry trailed off. Yes, he was an only child, but he hadn't by far been raised alone. There had always been Dudley, but then his family, the Dursleys, hadn't exactly raised him. They had given him a list of chores and told him to stay out of sight. "And how do you like the classes?" "I must confess that I have no idea how I am doing. I had never taught students before, and the defense teachers I had were far from good. Most of them tried to kill or torture me at one point." Several hours later a happy but bewildered first year left the compartment. Never before had an adult talked to him as if he was an equal and worth their attention. Even though he liked and respected his head of house Professor Mortimer, he quickly began to think of Professor Andrews as a confidant. With a sad expression RRY watched as Severus was picked up by a couple that reminded him strongly of the Dursleys, even though both were tall and slim. No, both had an expression that these face lit up as he saw the three Potter waiting near the barrier for him. James' face showed clearly that he had no idea why they were still there and not on their way home. As soon as James saw him, he waved him over and introduced him to his parents. Not knowing that they already knew each other quite well. Only when Harry touched next to him their portkey did he realize that his professor was the holiday guest his parents had mentioned in their last letter. The portkey took them to a long driveway that led up to a large manor. With flourish Henry bowed before Harry and grinned at his younger friend. "Welcome to Godric's castle, home to the most noble line of Gryffindor, I mean Potter." Harry raised an eyebrow at his friend's slip-up but decided not to comment it, at least not yet and not with James around. With wonder Harry turned to face the manor. In his own time he had never had the opportunity to visit Godric's Hollow, much less his ancestral home which he was now looking at. All he knew about his home was that Sirius had fled to James and his family after he had run away with 15. The manor seemed old enough to back up Henry's claim that it was home of the line of Gryffindor, Potter. From the outside it looked like one of those old country castles that could be found all over Britain. An open tower, high windows, vast gardens, but most of all it felt like home, as if he belonged here. Harry was barely able to suppress a snort at that thought. He did belong there. Maybe not in that time frame as he was yet to be born, but he was a Potter, the last of his line. When he had first entered Hogwarts he had felt at home, but now he felt as if a long missing part of himself had returned to him. As they entered the manor Harry felt a shiver run through him. The wards were recognizing his blood, his line, and were welcoming him. Keying him automatically into all defenses and other wards, giving him full access and knowledge of the house and grounds. For moments Harry feared that Henry would feel the shift of the wards, but the other man gave no indication that anything was different. It was James who broke the silence that had settled over their group. "Dad, how come that the professor can enter the house? After all, he isn't a Potter." "The same way I was able to enter before I married your father, and the same way your fiancé will be able to enter. Your father is the head of the family considers him as a member of our family, and as such the wards allow him to pass as long as he is in the company of your father or myself as his spouse." Lucretia answered her son, even though her eyes were trained on Harry, who couldn't help but gasp as he heard her explanation. "Blood and signature wards, so that is why they felt so unusual. I have never before felt them in combination, only separate. Do you know who cast them? I would love to hear how they managed to overcome the problem with the forced blood bonds." Sheepishly Harry stopped his rant as he noticed his three hosts look at him in amusement. With a shrug and an embarrassed smile he apologized. "Sorry, but wards have been kind of a hobby for me since I started to be able to feel them, and this are some of the most interesting wards I have felt. To tell the truth, only Hogwarts wards are more unique and interesting." While the two adults only smiled at his enthusiasm, James openly stared at him. He had known that his Professor W. as unusual even by wizard standards, but to recognize wards by the way they felt. And then there was also the fact that his professor acted like he or one of his friends would have acted when embarrassed. Not like an adult but like a teenager. Without thought he blurted out, "Professor, how old are you?" Immediately James was scolded by his parents, while Harry turned first pale and then an amazing shade of red. Even though Henry and Lucretia were scolding their son, it was clear that they were also interested in his answer, so Harry finally mumbled the number. "You are what? And Albus still hired you, knowing that you were just a few months older than the oldest students. The man is losing it." Both adult Potters were more amazed than shocked or angry at hearing that one of their son's teachers was just 18. Suddenly a grin stole itself on Henry's face as he observed his young guest. "He didn't know, did he? Oh, I wished I had seen his face when he learned your age, outsmarted by a teenager. Bloody hilarious." It was Christmas morning, a morning Harry dreaded as much as he longed for it, the first Christmas with his family, at least the first he would be able to remember. The week he had so far spent with his grandparents and father had been both joy and painful for him, knowing that that may very well be the only Christmas he would ever be able to spend with them. His and parents had both been killed by Voldemort before he had even been born, and he didn't dare to believe that he would be able to spend every Christmas while he was in the past with his family. Already, on the first day of the holidays, he had learned of the many Christmas traditions the Potters, his family, had. The first day back, it was the 20th, was spent making a small personal present for every member of the family and every friend without magic and without spending any money. The only rule was that it had to be personal. On the 23rd the whole family went together to Diagon A. Lee to just enjoy the Christmas cheer before coming back in the early evening to fell a Christmas tree, or rather uproot it so that it could be replanted after the holidays. The tree was placed in He living room left from the fireplace, which was decorated alternating with red and gold socks. All around the room could fairy lights be found, not those used by muggles but real fairy lights, gifted to wizards and witches for their services and honor by a fairy. To possess so many was more than unusual, and Harry knew that he would visit his home, this home, as soon as he was back in his own time. On the 24th the tree was decorated in the morning before the door was closed till the next morning, and the rest of the day was spent making some last-minute backing and playing games, not only magical but also muggle. The Christmas cheer in the house had reminded him so much of the only Christmas he had spent with Sirius that he had had of tend to pause in whatever he had been doing at that moment as to not burst in tears. He knew that the Potters wondered about his behavior, but he was not willing to give them any explanation, and what should he say? That was the first Christmas he ever spent with his father and his grandparents, or that he missed his godfather and his Uncle Mooney. Sighting Harry stood up and went to the bathroom, praying for the day to be over soon. Minutes later he stood in front of his open wardrobe and wondered what he should wear. He had asked his grandmother, no, not grandmother, Lucretia, what he should wear, and she had suggested something comfortable. That there was no need for robes as it was only family. Yes, it was only family. She had no idea how true her statement was, or had she? He had seen the glances she had been shooting him whenever she thought that he was not noticing, but he could not fathom a reason for that. Finally, after almost 5 minutes, he settled on a pair of black slacks Bill had bought for him when he had turned 17. They were low-cut and rather form-fitting but very comfortable, as they were woven of raw silk. The shirt he wore came surprisingly from Professor McGonagall, who had explained that a friend of hers had had such a shirt and that she thought that it would fit him well. He had to remember to wear it when he was back at Hogwarts. The shirt or blouse was of a striking emerald green silk, exactly the color of his eyes, and was laced up with a strip of black silk. Walking over to the mirror, Harry wondered if he should tie his hair back or leave it open. Here in this time was no Lucius Malfoy with long hair. His father was still alive, and therefore it was not proper for the son to grow his hair out. Only a few heads of a family wore their hair short, his grandfather being one of but for his grandfather it had nothing to do with being against the tradition, and more with the fact that the Potter hair was barely manageable. Harry was lucky, as he had also inherited the thick, straight hair from the Andrews side, and his hair was only unmanageable when short. Resolutely he tied his hair after a few moments back with a strip of green silk. After a last glance into the mirror, he decided that he could pose for a poster of the perfect Slytherin if he were to change the color of the band of silk that tied up his shirt into silver. Strapping his wand onto his right forearm, a wand holder Kingsley Shacklebolt and Alistair Moody had gifted him, he left his guest room and walked to the personal dining room where they would have breakfast before opening their presents. As he entered, the Potters were already waiting for him, and James choked on a sip of hot chocolate as he saw his professor. He had always pictured him as the perfect Gryffindor, brave and strong, loving pranks and hating Slytherins. That he was fair to the Slytherins in class was understandable, after all teachers had to be fair, but the young man that walked into the room looked nothing like a Gryffindor, in the contrary. He looked like the perfect Slytherin. Lucretia smiled as she observed her son's reaction to the entrance of his young professor, and wondered if Harry knew how he looked and moved. Looking into his eyes as he sat down next to James opposite from her, she decided that he had no idea that he moved like a predator who had spotted his prey. It was the same way her brothers moved, born from their natural grace and partly from the hard training they had underwent in their youth. Yet, she was a Borgia, her brothers were Borgia, they were trained from birth to rule and to fight. They were one of the last old houses left in the wizarding world, and the Muggle world believed her family to be extinct. This young man couldn't be one of her own family, could he? Wouldn't she have known of him? Yet there was no mistake in the way he moved, the way his presence, his power was felt the moment he entered a room. Borgia had always held positions of great power no matter if in the Muggle or magical world. She could feel his power, the same power that was held in her family, and yet he felt different, as if he held back, something no Borgia did if it wasn't absolutely necessary. His eyes were just like Reginald's, as was his sense of dressing. Always a little bit provoking, not enough to offend anyone but enough to stand out. It was almost as if he had his best friend back, but the next moment Harry would smile and become like one of his own family. He had the same smile Rosalie had had. Shy and at the same time daring. He had always hoped for a daughter Hat he could spoil in memory of his sister. Harry was a mystery to him. He could not deny it, especially after he had felt that the wards had allowed him entrance without him needing to approve. The BREAK fast that morning was unusually quiet for the Potter household, but all present had their thoughts on different matters, not to forget the presents that were waiting for them in the living room. The next Christmas tradition he encountered was one he vowed to keep up when he returned, even if it was just to annoy Ron. The oldest member of the family opened all of their presents first while everyone else waited and watched. Only after the last package of the oldest was opened were the others allowed to touch theirs. It was funny to watch James bouncing in his chair while he waited for his parents and professors to finally finish with their presents. Harry had spent many afternoons thinking of what to get his family that would not reveal too much, and had finally decided on some rather simple things. James had gotten a book on non-magical pranks. Henry, who was interested in medieval weaponry, a beautiful dagger from Merlin's time that Harry had found after an extensive search in the Andrews Armory, and Lucretia a bracelet he had ordered in a jewelry in Diagon Alley. After much thought he had also bought presents for his mother's family, claiming to be a distant relative who had just learned of their existence. For Petunia he had bought a simple charm necklace he remembered her wearing in his own time. It was a silver heart inscribed with the words "Don't fear the darkness, rejoice in the light." His grandmother had received a similar charm necklace as Petunia, only that hers was made out of gold and had instead of an inscription a small picture of her husband as a child inside. Lily he had ordered a bracelet which meaning would reveal itself later to his future mother, a stag that carried a delicate lily in its mouth. For his grandfather finally he had only written a long letter, telling him that the name Andrews would be redeemed in the future for fighting steadfastly on the side of the light. He knew from his grandfather's diaries, which he had found in the Andrews vault, that his grandfather had always blamed himself for what he had done, and that he had regretted nothing deeper than joining Grindelwald. Harry had barely noticed that everyone, especially James, was waiting for him to open his presents, which consisted also of a stack of letters which Harry shoved hastily aside without even opening them. The first package he opened was from Charles. As soon as he saw what it was he turned a deep shade of red before trying to place it out of reach of both Henry and James, but they saw what he was attempting to and managed to snatch it from him to his eternal embarrassment. Even worse, it was James who fished the potion vials out of the package and read the labels to his parents. Let's see. These 6 are hangover potions, 2 labeled mild, 2 medium and 2 strong, and this one is... Oh. Here it was James' turn to be embarrassed as he read the next label, the label of the vial Harry had picked up first. With wide eyes James looked at his professor before turning to his parents and then back to his professor before finally deciding that he had no reason to be embarrassed as it was not his present, and continued reading while Harry had dead that he would be able to live through this moment. Okay, this one is labeled with, "You know that you have the right to test the candidates who are not pure. Use this to ensure no further respawn." Icebilities thought, I have no idea what kind of potion that is. 6 of the others have the same label, but the others seem different. Before James could pick of one of those other vials, Lucretia had snatched the package out of his son's hands and placed it between herself and Harry while throwing scolding glances at her smirking husband and wide-eyed son. Minerva's package was rather harmless calm paired to Charles, as it insisted of a pair of form-fitting slacks and also form-fitting shirt with a note that let Harry once again wonder how the students missed Minerva's devious streak. "Harry, you have half the students drooling over you. Give them a reason to do so." That time none of the Potter males tried to get the note out of his hands. Dumbledore sent him a few bags of blood drops and MINT leaves, as well as an obscure book of forgotten defense tactics, while Nicholas sent him a small stone that was filled with a swirling liquid that took different shapes. Knowing what it was, Harry left it in the box it was sent in and moved on to the next package. He did not need his family to find out just how powerful he was. Andromeda and Ted had sent him a book about the most known wizards and squibs in the Muggle world, while Bellatrix had him a book about the oldest wizard lines and a short letter thanking him for his help. Unsurprisingly, it was the present from his grandparents and father that he cherished most. It was a thick leather-bound photo album filled with photos of a young Reginald Andrews and Henry Potter. The most recent picture was taken at their graduation from Hogwarts. By far the most unusual present came from Hagrid and Phileas, who had gotten him a present together as its making had required the use of magic. A beautiful carved statue of a phoenix, of course it was black, that was able to flap his wings and levitated for short times. After they had watched James open his numerous presents, Harry went up to his guest rooms to read the numerous letters he had received. He mused how spoiled his father really was. Was it normal for a child to count their presents? He knew that Ron did so, as did Dudley, and were it just the mistreated, neglected children who were amazed over every single present, not daring to hope that there were even more for them. He would have to ask Hermione when he got back to his own time what her opinion was on that matter. Absentum. Indolently he read over the different proposals as he did every morning, knowing that none of the offered girls appealed to him. He was interrupted from his tedious task as Lucretia called for him for their annual snowman building. Hesitantly Harry sat down at the breakfast table at Boxing Day. He knew that this day would end horrible, he had no doubt about it. At Christmas dinner the day before he had learned of another Potter family tradition. On Boxing Day the family of Lucretia would visit, her two brothers Marcello and Iulianus, together with their wives and children as well as Lucretia's parents. He had never wondered what had happened to his family besides his parents, believing that he would have been told if any of them had still been alive, and yet he wondered if they were really all dead in his own time. What happened to them? When he had looked into the mirror of Arised in his first year, he had seen his family, his grandparents, his cousins, great-uncles. He had seen them and had assumed that they were all dead, but were they? The arrival of a house elf with the post brought him out of his thoughts, especially as the elf bowed before him after it had delivered a letter to Lucretia and a newspaper to both of the adult Potters as well as a letter to James. Having nothing better to do, Harry paged through the stack of 20 letters he had received. Some were from Hogwarts. Thank yous from his colleagues for their respective gifts, but the rest were as usual proposals. Just as Harry wanted to put the stack aside to read them later in his room did a seal catch his eyes. He had seen that particular crest numerous times in a slight variation, silver instead of blue. Without noticing that he had paled or that his hands were trembling, Harry opened the letter and read it. Halfway through the letter Harry excused himself, gathered his other letters and hurried to his rooms. He had hoped and feared that he would get that particular proposal, hoped that he would get a chance with the girl he was sure he had fallen in love with, and feared because he knew her future, or what had been her future. Pacing in front of the large window of the room, Harry debated himself if he should continue to read the letter or if he should just burn and forget all about it. This one letter could change the future or his past or whatever he should call the next few years. And he was not sure if that would be a good thing, but then maybe it would be a good thing. Maybe that was the reason why he had come to this time. Drawing a deep breath, Harry once again unfolded the letter and continued to read where he had stopped. He had known that the Blacks were a rich family. After all, he had inherited the Black fortune from Sirius, but Bellatrix was Sirius' cousin, the Secon daughter of the younger brother of Sirius' father, and had therefore no access to the main fortune of the Black family. Still, as she was the sole heir, besides Narcissus' dowry, of Lysander Black, and her mother Calpurnia had also brought a large fortune into her marriage, Bellatrix would be quite wealthy. Though all of her fortune would go over to her husband on the moment of the first interview. As that meant after ancient law that she belonged from there on to his family and he could not cast her out, that is as long as she remained faithful. Her magical inheritance was even more impressive than her monetary. Not only had she the potential to become a minor sorceress, but she was, or rather would be as soon as she had completed her magical maturity, an aura seer. Reading this, Harry wondered how her parents had ever been able to subject her to Rudolphus Lestrange, or worse yet Voldemort. The aura of a person reflected their emotions, their intentions and their Raw power. Good intentions and emotions became calming. Soothing colors in the aura, but emotions like hate became violent shades that hurt the unfortunate person who could see the aura. No wonder that the Bellatrix he had known was insane. She had literally been tortured since she had come into her magical inheritance. Sighing, Harry continued to read the proposal and picked up the second parchment that did no longer contain the blunt facts about his student, but rather the terms an engagement would require in the eyes of the blacks. The list of requirements was long and consisted on his part mostly of being a pureblood and being wealthy. But what really surprised him was a sentence near the end of the letter. He was allowed to choose the further schooling and living arrangements for his betrothed as soon as he agreed to the engagement. With a frown, Harry placed the parchment down and picked up the other letters he had received that morning. It would not do to dwell on that particular proposal at that time. He would have to think about it and maybe even talk to Fawkes if he got the chance. Absent-mindedly, Harry read over the other proposals, thinking all the while of the one he longed to accept. He had just finished the letter from Minerva, thanking him for the catnip and cat figurine he had sent her, when Henry knocked on his door. "Can I come in, Harry?" With a nod, Harry allowed the older man entry, his thoughts still on the proposal of Bellatrix's parents. "Is everything okay? You seemed panicked when you recognized the seal on the letter, and when you didn't come to lunch." Henry trailed off, observing the younger man closely as he placed a plate with sandwiches before him. He still looked slightly panicked, but not as pronounced as at breakfast. With a grateful smile, Harry picked up one of the sandwiches, contemplating what he should say to his grandfather, no, his friend. As he had finished the sandwich, he had decided to tell at least part of the truth. "You know, that I accidentally wore my robes of declaration in the first week of classes, right?" Seeing the confirming nod, he continued, his hand playing absent-mindedly with his hair that he had gathered over his right shoulder. "After I wore them, I fell in love, knowing that nothing would ever come out of my infatuation. This morning I received a proposal from her parents." Bewildered, Henry raised an eyebrow. "So do I understand you right? You were worried because you got the chance to pursue a relationship with the girl you were in love with. I would think you would be happy about it." "Yes, Harry, though, if it were Anion else than Bellatrix Black, I would be happy. Okay, maybe not if it were the mother of one of my friends. I would be happy, but she is a student. I can't have a relationship with one of my students. And then there is her family." Henry interrupted his young friend with a shake of his head. "You mean you are so distraught because you fell for one of your students? Do you honestly believe that you are the first to whom that happened?" By now he was outright grinning at Harry. "Let me tell you a little known fact about one of the founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor. In fact, when they built and later opened the school, he was still unmarried and stayed so for the first 10 years of Hogwarts' existence, till his eyes fell on one of the new first years. At first he only thought her talented and beautiful for her age, but later, when she grew older, he fell in love with her. By the time she reached her 7th year, he proposed to her and married her, even though her father was against it, claiming that Gryffindor was too old for his daughter. The name of the girl was Celira, only daughter and eldest child of Salazar Slytherin. It was because of this marriage that Slytherin left Hogwarts, not because he hated all Muggle-born. True, he didn't like them, but he didn't hate them or wanted them dead. Slytherin disowned Celira because she married Godric and vowed to destroy him, yet when they met again, it was Gryffindor who managed to slay Slytherin. You see, you are not the first to fall in love with one of your students." Incredulously, Harry stared at Henry. If the rumors were true, the Potters were the heirs of Gryffindor, didn't that also mean that they were the heirs of Slytherin? "You are the heir of Gryffindor, aren't you? But wouldn't what you just told me make you also the heir of Slytherin?" Henry hesitated before answering. He had hoped that Harry would not come to that conclusion, but now it was too late to back out. "Yes, the Potters are the heirs of Gryffindor. That was the reason why Grindelwald came after us and why James and I are the only ones left. As for Slytherin, we would be Slytherin's heirs if he hadn't disowned Celira. All her magic was blocked when he disowned her, leaving her a squib. Till then the magic my family inherited from Slytherin is dormant and no one knows how to unlock it, and hardly anyone in my family ever tried, but from what I have learned, only the current heir of Slytherin can unlock that power, though how I do not know. I must ask you not to disclose the information I just gave, as it would place my family in even greater danger." Jeer than it already is, since everyone suspects us to be the heirs of Gryffindor, if that rumor were to be confirmed and it go out that we are also the heirs of Slytherin. Without thinking about it, Harry promised Henry not to tell anyone about what he had just been told, but asked why Henry had told him about it. With an uncertain shrug, Henry answered, "I trust you. You were able to enter the wards without needing my consent, and that has never happened before. Also, I have the feeling that it will not be me who will tell James of his ancestry." For a short while they sat in silence, both of them lost in thought. With a start, Harry realized what Henry's revelation meant for him. He had not gained the ability to understand and speak with snakes from Voldemort. No, it was far worse. He was the true heir of Slytherin. He almost laughed at that thought. Harry Potter, the boy who lived and defeated you, know who was the true heir of not only Gryffindor but also Slytherin, though it did explain why he was so powerful and why Voldemort went first after his family instead of Neville's. Of course he would believe the heir of both Gryffindor and Slytherin a greater threat than anyone else, even if he didn't know of him being the heir of Slytherin. "Come, Lucretia's family will arrive shortly and I have yet to change my attire." Henry interrupted the silence and stood up, seeing Harry's puzzled and slightly panicked expression. He chuckled and continued, "Wear something like yesterday and you will fit right in. I am sure they will not be able to tell that you are not one of them after only a few minutes if you are as mischievous and temperamental as James told us." With a wink he left the room, leaving Harry to wonder how he could be related to that family. Frowning, Harry stood up and walked over to his wardrobe. Henry had said that he should wear something similar to what he had worn the day before, so what could he wear? He didn't want to wear once again black and emerald green, but the other shirts he had brought with him were either too tame or very noticeable. Hesitantly he picked up his two favorite shirts, blouses. One was a deep blue with silver threads woven through. It had wide sleeves but was otherwise form-fitting. The second, which he preferred to the blue, was a deep bronze gold, the color of Gryffindor. Once again the shirt was bottomless and was laced up with a crimson gold string of silk. Like the day before, he was wearing the black slacks. As he walked over to the mirror, Harry wondered when he had become so vain. He was nearly as bad as Gilderoy Lockhart. But a small voice in his head scolded him. Lockhart wasn't as good-looking as you are. Yes, he remembered that he had had that particular argument several times with his friends. Every time Ron had seen him near a mirror he had started to make gagging noises, and Ginny and Hermione had come to his defense. Yet privately he had to agree with Ron. He was looking more often into a mirror in their 7th year than he had in the 6 before combined. He would be caught dead before he admitted that to anyone else, but the reason for his new obsession with mirrors were his eyes. Or rather his mother's eyes. Since Hermione had found the spell potion combination to correct his eyes and he was no longer forced to wear glasses, there was nothing that his eyes. From the moment he had re-entered the wizarding world with 11, everyone had remarked that he looked like his father, but had his mother's eyes. The older he grew, the more of his mother's and grandparents' features came through. Especially after he had grown his hair out, but what remained were his mother's eyes. He had his father's cloak, map, and even his skill in flying. He had his knack to get in trouble even if for different reasons, and as a child he had looked exactly like his father, but the only thing he had of his mother's were his eyes. Absent-mindedly Harry was brushing his long hair, deciding to wear it for once open, giving him a medieval look with the loose-fitting shirt and the low slacks. He just needed an earring or something else like that and he would look like a pirate. Oh, not to forget a floret or sword. When Harry entered the living room he was just in time to see the rest of his family arrive through the fireplace. As he had walked through the door, James and one of the newly arrived men had looked over to him. James slightly recoiling at the almost feral grin that spread over his professor's face, while the older wizard seized Harry up and down with his eyes. Only when all new arrivals had FR'd themselves from the soothe did Lucretia introduce them to Harry. Marcello 8 was looking up from James as he felt someone enter the room. His sister had told them that a friend of herself and Henry would be staying with them over the holidays, and that guest was also one of James' teachers at Hogwarts. He was shocked by what he saw. Lucretia had told them that James' Dada professor was young, but the man that had just entered the room was barely an adult, at least from the number of years he had lived. Looking at the young man he understood what his sister had whispered to him when he had stepped out of the flow network. This Harry Andrews had the aura of a Borgia, that aura of silent confidence and barely concealed danger, yet no Borgia ever suppressed their power like this man was doing. Borgias were proud, not like the Malfoys or Blacks. They did not need to point at every occasion at their pureblood status. No, the Borgias were also proud to be known in the Muggle world. In both worlds the name Borgia invoked thoughts of power, of royalty. They were respected where they went, even though they had in recent history, the last centuries, withdrawn from active politics. EY were still drawing the strings in the background. What a Borgia wanted he got no matter what it was. His sister had wanted Harry Potter, and even though he had seemed to be interested in another GI.RL, she had gotten him after only a few weeks of constant wooing. Yet he could sense none of this in the young man who was by now grinning at James. Yes, he was confident, powerful in his mere precinct. He would demand respect from someone else than a Borgia. He even seemed to be determined, but he lacked the ruthlessness that was often associated with their name. As Lucretia introduced them, he had carefully arranged that he was the last to be introduced to the young man. He had to hold back a gasp at what he felt from the other as he grasped his hand. This young man possessed a darkness that was unrivaled, as was the light that resided inside him. But most of all, he was definitely a Borgia, there was no doubt in his mind. With a small discreet motion of his hand, Marcello directed his family to avoid the area around himself and Harry, for while he saw no immediate threat from the younger man, he knew that he was dangerous, very dangerous. As soon as he was sure that their conversation would not be overheard, he spoke to Harry, his voice demanding but not enough to offend the other. "You are a vessel of darkness." Harry had still been smiling when he had been introduced to Marcello. Not the mischievous smile he had earlier directed at James, but a polite smile that did neither offend nor appeared overly friendly. But when Marcello had motioned to his family to avoid them, his smile had for seconds turned icy. When his grandmother's brother finally spoke, his face was lit up by a smile that sent chills down the other man's spine. "Some may call what I am a vessel, but that is not what I am. I am the guardian of the only source in the entire universe that is completely fair, that makes no differences and does not judge. So please do not call me a vessel. If you must, call me guardian, Lord who awakens." With a stiff nod, Marcello accepted the younger man's threat over using the correct title while addressing him. He would have to warn his father, who was still the patriarch of the Borgia, even though Marcello seemed at times as the head of the family because of his special gift. While he could not tell the intentions of others, he could assess their overall power and could tell if they posed a threat to himself and his family, yet never before had he been able to sense so much of another person besides his family than with Harry Andrews. It might have been because of their connection to that common force. He himself was one of the few Lords of Awakening who had survived the hunting of their kind, and if he was right in his guess, then Andrews was the vessel of his master. One of the 4 guardians. No, he mused, not 4 guardians, there is only one at a time, and if he was correct in his fears and Henry Andrews was the last, the most powerful, then the destruction the rising Dark Lord would bring would be terrible, more terrible even than what Grindelwald brought with him. The last time he was sent was during the French Revolution, when more than half of the French wizarding population was slaughtered. Once there had been a time when all 4 had sent their guardians to Earth, but after the destruction they had brought with them, it had been decided that only one guardian would live at a time. True, he would be able to call the other 3, but as only the purest of souls was chosen to become a vessel, he would have to talk to his and sister about it as soon as possible. Harry was stumped when he touched Marcello's hand. His great-uncle was a necromancer. The lessons about necromancers in his 6th year had been the only interesting lessons from Binns he could remember. Many times during wizarding history, necromancers had been hunted. The Dementors had been created in an attempt to completely wipe out those who were able to awaken the dead. For as long as they had their soul, when they were killed they could be reanimated by another necromancer. The killing curse had been invented for the same reason. It ripped the soul of the victim apart, making it impossible for a necromancer to receive a resonance when they called. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the Dementors were not as easily controlled as their creator RS had imagined, and the killing curse was viewed as too dark and dangerous to be legal. The talent for necromancy was inherited at the same way as the ability to control and do magic. You could either Come from a whole line of necromancers or you could be the first. There were also the equivalents to squibs and different strengths for that art. Yet even the most powerful of the necromancers was not able to revive those who had accepted their death while dying. Necromancy was one of the shadow arts. It was only able to be used on those who were neither unwilling to die and became ghosts nor on those who accepted their death while their life and soul fled their body. Only those who did not realize that they died or were just surprised by their death could be revived. Of course they would not be who they were before, and their time would be limited to a few hours up to a few days, just enough to straighten out their affairs and say goodbye. He knew that neither his parents nor Cedric or C. Rius would have been able to be brought back by a necromancer no matter how powerful. They had all accepted their death while dying. Then there was also the wrong belief that necromancers created zombies, corpses whom they revived to do their bidding. The truth was far from it. Zombies were created by a simple animation spell, something every NEWTS student could do. Necromancers, at least most of them. There were always those who had no morals, had too much respect for death and the dead to use them in such ways. His encounter with his great-uncle Marcello had only been able to shortly drive his thoughts away from the letter he had received that morning, the letter he so desperately wanted to answer positively. Yet no matter how much he wished to be able to accept her proposal, he knew that her parents would never accept him once they learned of his incomplete knowledge of his ancestry. He could tell them that his great-grandmother was a Muggle, but even if he had been sure about it, it would do nothing to endear him to them. But as it was, he knew nothing but the name of his maternal great-grandmother, or in this time his grandmother. From everything he had heard about his mother's family from Aunt Petunia, he strongly suspected that they were not as Muggle as they pretended to be. Not only the man that was his grandfather and had changed his name after his master had fallen, but also his grandmother's side. It had been around his 17th birthday that he had learned who his grandfather really was, that his grandfather was as much a murderer as Lucius Malfoy, even when he aimed to still have shreds of a conscience, as his rescue of Harry Potter proved. Still, the thought that he was related to a mass murderer made him nauseous every time he thought of it, and would continue to do so for the rest of his life. Yes, he had killed Voldemort and had wanted to kill several of his Death Eaters, but he had not enjoyed the killing and to some degree still regretted it and hated himself for it, even though he knew that he had been the only one able to kill the monster Tom Riddle had become. Uncle Albus had often told him stories of the time when Grindelwald was the Dark Lord. Not knowing what close connection Harry had to Grindelwald's right hand. In some aspects Grindelwald had been even more insane than Voldemort, in others was he tame compared to the next Dark Lord. While Voldemort was content with just trying to rule Britain and rid it of Muggles and Muggle-born, Grindelwald wanted world domination and was well on his way achieving it by using the Muggles. While the Nazis tried to gain world domination in the Muggle world, Grindelwald managed to set them up many times and hunt also witches and wizards that stood in his way. Therefore it took till 1940 till the Wizarding world realized that the many deaths were not the result of a new era of witch hunting by the Muggles, but a carefully planned ploy by one of their own to eliminate all of his enemies. By the time he announced his rule, he was already in control of most of Wizarding Europe, and most of those who opposed him were dead. One evening during the holidays after Harry's 6th year, Uncle Albus had confided in him about his brother Aberfort, who was thought crazy by most of the Wizarding world. Aberfort had been married with 4 children and 21 grandchildren. It had been the wedding of one of his grandchildren when they had been attacked by a large group of Muggles, led by a young man who called himself Grindelwald. All but Aberfort were killed in the ensuing battle, and Professor Dumbledore's bro Thayer had never recovered from the loss of his extensive family. For years he had tried to find a necromancer who could bring his family back, and as he didn't succeed, he started to enchant everything around him, not caring if living or not. When Voldemort started his campaign against Muggles and Muggle-born, he therefore found many wizards and witches who shared his ideas, fueled by the idea that someone could repeat what Grindelwald had done. It was bittersweet for Harry to watch his family so carefree, just as this whole trip to the past was bittersweet, even more so now that he had received a proposal from Bellatrix's parents. His rational side told him not to get too attached to anyone during this stay, but his emotional side wanted nothing more than spend as much time as possible with his family. A family he had never met before and would most likely never see again after he had traveled back to the future. His great-grandfather was finally the one who registered how quiet the guest of his daughter was. As his oldest son and his daughter, he had also noticed how much like a Borgia Henry Andrews moved and spoke, but he dared not to search for an explanation for it, so instead he inquired what occupied the mind of the younger man, not really expecting his question to be answered. "I'm not sure if your daughter told you, sir, but during the first week of classes I accidentally wore my robes of declaration. This morning I received a proposal I would love to accept, as I have fallen in love with that particular girl, yet I cannot accept the proposal her parents made for her." By now Henry Potter, who sat next to his father-in-law, had noticed their conversation and had heard what Harry had said last. "Still thinking it would be dishonorably to accept the proposal of one of your students?" The frown he wore made clear that Harry better not answer with yes, yet as he heard Harry's answer his frown turned into a full-blown scowl. "No, I have thought about what you told me this morning and have to agree with you. Her parents require that I prove that I am a pureblood, and I am unable to do so." Not waiting to be further prompted by his grandfather and great-grandfather, he continued. "For all I know, my mother was a Muggle, but from all the secrecy that surrounds her mother I highly doubt it. I know nothing of my maternal grandparents except the name of my grandmother. She was not the least astounded when she found out that I was magical, even though she was not aware who my father really was, leading me to the conclusion that she was either a squib or had also bound her magic." Dread filled Marcello's heart as he heard the words of his daughter's guest. Could it really be? After all those years, had he finally found a race of his beloved Imogen? With a faint trembling voice he asked Henry Andrews to tell him the name of his grandmother and to describe her to him. It was almost time to return to Hogwarts, and he had decided to spend the day in Diagon Alley. Allowing Henry and Lucretia to spend the day alone with their son, and to copy the photos he had duplicated a few days ago. When he had come to this time period, or even when he had boarded the Tr. Aim to go home with James for the holidays, could he not have imagined what revelations the holidays would bring for him? When his great-grandfather Marcello had asked him to describe his great-grandmother to him, he had thought nothing of it, but when the older man had grown paler and paler the more he described what little he knew of the woman, he had wondered to what the questions may lead. That night he had made a trip to the home of Reginald and Rosalie's home, copying any photos he had been able to find of Rosalie and her mother Imogen and send them to with one of the Potter's owls to Marcello. Not only he himself had been surprised when Marcello had returned that evening, carrying with him a robe, a set of keys and a signet ring. Harry was so lost in his thoughts that he did not register whom he was greeting as he walked through Diagon Alley, stopping briefly at some shops only to continue as restless as before. Finally he stopped at Diagon Alley branch of Honeydukes to restock his supply of blood drops and mint leaves, as well as chocolate and some other sweets that caught his fancy. Wandering over to the sugar quills, there was nothing better than to use those for correcting all those boring essays. He was stopped by a young girl, a girl he had hoped he would not encounter till classes started again. "Miss Black," he said, turning around to face her, "I trust you have enjoyable holidays. Thank you very much for the book and the letter." For a moment he hesitated before continuing, praying that he was not making the greatest mistake of his life. "Are you with your parents here?" Confused Bellatrix shook her head but answered none the less, as she was raised to respect her elders, at least if they were pureblood and from older or more influential families. "No, Professor, I am alone. I just fled here from my uncle's house." For a moment it seemed as if she wanted to say more, but after mere seconds the impression had passed and Harry found himself asking himself silently if he had lost the little bit of rational though he had had when he came to the past as he invited Bellatrix to Fortesque. They still sat in silence as Mr. Fortesque brought them their ice cream and hot chocolate, and Harry absent-mindedly began to suck on one of his newly bought blood drops, completely forgetting his ice cream that was luckily unmelting. He knew that the next minute's cold very well change his life forever, and for the first time in many years he wondered if the hat shouldn't have placed him in Hufflepuff. Loyalty was after all something he had enough to spare, but at what made the hat chose Gryffindor was what he was at that moment desperately searching for: bravery. Where was it, that foolish bravery that let the typical Gryffindor charge ahead, killing first and asking questions later? Okay, maybe that was a bad example even though it fit many Gryffindors. Acting first and thinking about the consequences later was more fitting for himself at the moment. When had he lost that attribute? He had certainly possessed it at some point. His gaze flickered over to Bellatrix, and with a pang of pain and guilt he remembered, realized when he had shed that particular Gryffindor behavior. At the end of his 5th year, when his foolishness had made it possible for Bellatrix to kill his beloved godfather Sirius. Bellatrix had killed Sirius. Bellatrix had been one of those who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Without a doubt Harry knew that for once he should follow his heart even though his memories tried to tell him not to do it. For a fleeting moment she had seen pain flickering through the impressive eyes of her favorite professor as he looked at her. All the time she had known him, those short 4 months, his eyes had been guarded, never giving any impression of what he was thinking or feeling, except when he had just then looked at her. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't immediately react to the question her professor had asked her, and only when he was about to repeat it she realized that he had indeed asked her what she was thinking of him, both as a professor and a man. She could not believe that he had asked her that, but a look at his face told her that she had indeed heard right, and she blushed deep red. How should she answer that question? The first part was easy enough. She thought that he was one of the best professors she had ever had, including her private tutors. But how could he expect her to tell him what she thought of him as a man? Yes, like most of the girls in Slytherin and undoubtedly the rest of Hogwarts, she had a crush on her professor. Who wouldn't, she thought, still blushing. He had incredible green eyes, long hair that she just wanted to run her fingers through, not as she would ever admit it, a wonderful voice, and his grin. It didn't help that he had helped her to stay in contact with her older sister. Harry could not believe that he had had the courage to ask her what she thought of him, and his wording had made the matters only worse, but he had not been able to think of any other way to force her to answer him exactly what he wanted, needed to hear. He had to strain to hear her answer, and was glad that he had erected a privacy charm as soon as they had sat down. You were a great professor. Professor Darrington was too old and too conservative to be of any use as a defense teacher. Luckily he retired last year. Everyone in Slytherin and some of the other houses are really scandalized by your disregard of dark wizards, but since you are the head of a prominent pureblood family, no one would ever say anything. Bellatrix trailed off, not wanting to answer the second part of his question, and the last words she had spoken only added to her dread. She knew that her parents and her uncle and aunt had talked about his declaration. Narcissa had written home about it, and she knew that she had reached a suitable age to have a proposal written for her. Only when her professor repeated the second part of his question did she finally answer. Mortified, she was not able to look at him, much less meet his searching eyes. I like you. I mean, who doesn't? You are incredible looking. Harry had to suppress a silly grin, as well as a blush on his own, as he heard her. Yes, he was incredible, dumb when it came to girls and their behavior towards him, but he had to be more than blind, deaf and stupid not to notice that Bellatrix Black had a huge crush on him. But would it be enough? Without realizing what he was doing, he asked his next question to the shell-shocked 3rd year. Tell me, Miss Black, whom would you rather marry? Lucius Malfoy, Rudolphus Lestrange, or me? It took all his control not to let an overly pleased grin slip on his face as she immediately blurted out, You. Only after she had spoken did she realize what question she had answered, and that it certainly was not a question a professor should be asking one of his students. One of his underaged students. With a nervous glance she finally asked a question of her own. Professor, why are you asking me all this? She could have slapped herself for not thinking sooner to ask him this. Before answering his first question, at least the second part. All color was draining her face as he answered her, his voice devoid of all emotion. On your 14th birthday I received a proposal from your parents. You know what that means. She wished for nothing more than a hole to swallow her. Could that encounter become any worse? First she had to tell her favorite professor on whom she had a huge crush what she was thinking of him, and now he informed her that her parents had sent a proposal for her to him. She knew what information the formal part of such a proposal required. How was she ever to be able to look at her again when he knew such intimate information about her? How could her parents have done that to her? She should have expected it, she thought bitterly. After all, they have disowned Andromeda just for marrying a muggle. Of course they would jump at the chance to marry me off to a rich young pureblood who was already the head of his family. The quiet voice of her professor brought her out of her thoughts, reminding that she was not alone but in public and that she was sitting on one desk with her professor. Would you want me to accept the proposal? What he said was not what she had been expecting, a sincere apology for thinking her too young, an outright refusal of even considering her or something like that, but not a question if she wanted him to accept. No, certainly not that. He was packing the last of the things he had brought with him to the Potters. He would leave earlier than James, having received an LF. Rom, the good old headmaster, that there was supposed to be a conference 2 days before classes started again, a meeting he had to attend. Of course he would apparate directly into his quarters instead of using the flow network to Hogsmeade and walking up to Hogwarts, or worse yet directly into Dumbledore's office and have the Inquisition meeting him there. So many things had turned out different than he had expected, and it scared him almost as much as Voldemort had scared him. Yet even though so many things had happened during this short holidays, he had enjoyed them, not as much as the one Christmas with Sirius, but it came a close second. The Christmas with Sirius, it had certainly been one of the darkest holidays he had ever had. Even those in his 6th and 7th year did not come close to it. They had been depressing. Especially that in 6th year, but not dark like the one with Sirius. It had been after that Christmas, to be exact Christmas of his 6th year, that he had understood the difference between dark and evil. The Christmas with Sirius had been dark, starting with the attack on Mr. Weasley, the days in the gloomy house that just screamed darkness even though Sirius did everything to liven it up. But then there had been Sirius, who was so happy and cheerful. Looking back, he had to wonder if Sirius had perhaps known that that would be their only Christmas together. That it would be the last Christmas he would ever be able to celebrate. That Christmas had certainly been dark, darker than any Christmas he had ever experienced, even the ones he had lived through. At the Dursleys had been just depressing but not dark, and the 2 after Sirius' death had been sad and depressing no matter how cheerful everyone around him was. He knew what darkness was. He himself would say that he was dark. Not evil but dark, even though Uncle Nicky said that he was gray, or silver. He would say that he was dark, or more precise, light but enveloped by darkness. For crying out loud, he was a shadow phoenix. A creature whose element was, though a creature of the light, the shadows. He felt at home in the darkness but could not even stand the thought of doing something evil. Sirius had been the same. He had grown up in a mostly evil family but had chosen the light. While Sirius always searched for light, for cheerfulness after his stay in Azkaban and even before being raised by such a family, he himself sought the comfort of darkness, of the shadows. When he had been a child, his only safe place had been his cupboard under the stairs. It had been the only place where the Dursleys couldn't reach him. They never stepped inside. It had been his sanctuary, and it had often been clouded in shadows, as it took most of the time many weeks before the Dursleys renewed the light bulb. At Hogwarts, the only time he had been left alone, at least most of the time, had been when he had the curtains of his bed drawn. Then there was also what Voldemort had said to him during his 1st year. There is no light or dark magic, only power, and those too weak to seek it. He could not agree with the second part, but the first. He knew that there was no light and dark magic. There was neutral and evil magic, and the 3 unforgivables were not evil. They were dark, yes, but not evil. Evil were only a selected few curses but not a whole branch of magic. Some said necromancers were inherently evil, but they were only dark. Dark because their art involved the dead, but did that make them evil? Wasn't death something neutral, something completely fair? By no means did he use so-called dark magic, magic on a regular basis. He couldn't even perform some of those curses and charms or rituals for all the power he had. Most of them were based on emotions like hate and the wish. The overpowering urge to hurt, to control, to erase the very being of another person. He knew that he would teach his students the 3 unforgivables, even though he had to find someone else to cast them. Some of his students would use dark and even evil magic in the future on a regular basis, but he had to teach them about it, and how to counter it, especially how to counter it. That was also one reason why he didn't believe in dark magic, but only in neutral and evil magic. that what he called evil had no way to be countered, everything done by evil magic was permanent, EV. Everything done by neutral magic could be countered, even the killing curse, no matter how impossible it seemed. It had not been the prophecy that had saved him that Halloween, it had been to never-ending love of his mother, and the sincerity of Voldemort when he had asked her to step aside. He had not wanted to kill his mother, she would have been able to live if she had given him up, that was WH. Had made them different than the other parents who had offered their life for their children, that would have died nevertheless while his mother could have lived. So to speak, his mother had made a bargain with death, her life for his. Voldemort did not know that when he killed her to get to him. For years afterwards no one had known it, but had he just stunned her, Harry Potter would have died. Halloween, and no prophecy could have saved him. Some might argue that it was because of the prophecy that Voldemort had no intention to kill his mother, but he didn't agree. With regret he looked around the room. He had enjoyed his stay with his grandparents and father, and some part of him wished to stay in that cozy guest room, but a knock from Henry reminded him that he had to leave and return to Hogwarts for the rest of his first year of teaching. Back to the Future. 18. He was late even though he just had to apparate to his quarters and walk to the staff lounge. Charles and Minerva smiled at him as he took his seat between them, while most of the other teachers just nodded in greeting. Dumbledore frowned slightly but said nothing. Most of the meeting was spent going over our important happenings during the last term and what changes had to be made in the next. The older students were discussed, comparing their grades from earlier years to those they had managed that year. All themes to which Harry could contribute only very little. Just as he decided that there was nothing he had to listen to, did the others turn to one of last points of the meeting, the first years. Pomona Sprout, who had started teaching only a few years before Harry, was the first who spoke of her students, which had been homesick, which she believed were mistreated or neglected at home, whom she though could achieve better marks if they applied themselves more. Each of them had to comment, each student, giving their opinion on their class work. By the time they reached Gryffindor, Gryffindor and Slytherin were the last. Harry wondered how the others survived such a meeting twice a year. As he commented Peter Pettigrew's work in his class, Harry wondered how he could be so indifferent to the boy who had betrayed his parents and Sirius. When he had come to the past, he had feared that he would hate the boy, that he would barely be able to stop himself from killing him, and yet he felt nothing when he looked at the boy. No, that was not true. He felt pity. Pity that the boy before him could betray his friend, throw his life away by following a monster. When he had watched how Peter had cut his own hand off to resurrect Voldemort, he had been disgusted, but even at that image he now felt only pity. Pity that someone could sink so low as to kill a defenseless child. It didn't matter that Cedric was already 17, and to follow someone he clearly hated, and feared more than anything else. Minerva's voice brought him back to the meeting. I cannot help but wonder why Mr. Potter is so quiet. When his father was that age he had already pranked most of the school at least once. The boy is too much like his father from what I have seen so far for me to believe that he will not follow in his footsteps. A wide grin spread over Harry's face as he heard this. Minerva would not have to wait much longer, and she would wish that she had never questioned the peace she had had during the last term. Phileas, who sat across from him, saw his maniacal grin and questioned him about it. Oh, I doubt that we will have much longer peace from James. Both Potter men and nearly every Borgia was plotting during the holidays, and James was constantly sending owls to Mr. Black and also Mr. Lupin. No, as soon as they come back we can expect for the peace to end. Hogwarts will not be the same when they will leave in 6 years. By the way, Charles, expect James to question your Christmas present. He loved the notes you wrote. Charles had paled when he had started, as had most of the other teachers who had known Henry Potter at school, that is all but Dumbledore, who was smiling slightly, but when he mentioned that James had read the notes he had written to the pody, his face turned an interesting shade of red. You read them to him? Harry's grin grew wider. Did he just hear Charles' voice tremble? No. He snatched the pouch from me and read them to his parents. Henry liked them, but Lucretia was everything but amused. Though I believe that her brothers would have also loved them. An impish smile on his face, Harry trailed off and turned to Minerva. I didn't dare to read your note after Lucretia had scolded him. And are you one of them? Is that why you send me that? Before she had the chance to answer him, he continued, his voice losing its childlike glee. Minerva, how is Mr. Lupin coping? I know that his condition is still a secret from his dorm mates, but still, how is he coping? Hearing his question, the other teachers turned to Minerva and Portia, Poppy, Pomfrey to hear their answers. It was Poppy who spoke first. His physical condition is as it is to be expected. 2 weeks around the full moon he is easily tired, the days dire. CTLY surrounding it are the hardest for him. He is easily angered but controls himself very well. Of course the transformation's hard and painful, especially for one so young. For a moment she was silent because her voice grew harder, and Harry realized immediately that she thought that one of her patients were mistreated. He had heard that voice used often enough concerning himself. You as an expert in defense should know that he is only dangerous during his transformation as long as his blood or other bodily fluids do not mingle with that of others. Before she could carry on, Harry interrupted her. I know that, and I have no problem with what he is. It is an illness and nothing more. I was merely asking how he was coping. He is still young, and it is the first time he is out of the protection of his parents. That alone is hard enough. Add to that his illness. Well, his grades are good, even though he is missing several classes each month, and he has formed a rather close friendship with his dorm mates. I must say that everything went better than I would have hoped. Minerva's statement was clearly said in the intention to stop a further debate, as not all teachers had agreed with the headmaster when he had invited a werewolf to school, claiming that it was a danger to everyone. Sensing Minerva's need to change the subject, Charles asked her to continue with the rest of her students so that they could finally discuss his Slytherins. As Minerva had started with the boys, the girls were yet to be discussed, and Harry noted with a strong surge of pride that his mother was among the best students, if without any close friends, much like Hermione would have been. Ginevra Pruitt was another first-year Gryffindor. Ron and Ginny's aunt, Ginny's name's Sake, Mrs. Weasley's niece, killed with her parents and younger brother by Voldemort during his first rise. He did not know when exactly they would be killed. He had never dared to ask Mrs. Weasley, only that all 3 Pruitt siblings, Molly and her 2 brothers, had been in the Order of the Phoenix, and that Mrs. Weasley was the last surviving Pruitt when Voldemort had come after himself and his parents. Would Ginevra finish Hogwarts? Would she graduate? Or would she be killed before she had even the chance to be considered of age? A soft cough from the headmaster brought Harry out of his depressing thoughts. In time to hear Charles start with the male first-year Slytherins. None of them interested him more than in passing, except of course Severus Snape. Worried he heard that while Severus, he couldn't call this sweet innocent boy Snape, as he was nothing like his older self, didn't perform to his best abilities in any class besides potions and Dada. Was that the reason why it was always rumored that Snape had wanted the Dada job? Was it because it was one of his 2 only good subjects? That couldn't be the reason, could it? After all, Severus was only 11. When Charles was about to start with the next student, Harry interrupted him, his voice soft but determinate. What do you think of Mr. Snape's parents? Has any of you seen how they look at their son? They looked at him as if he was a piece of filth, as if he was a freak. The last word was whispered, and Harry inwardly cringed. The Snapes had looked at their son the same way the Dursleys had always looked at him, and everything screamed in him to rescue the small boy, but what could he do? He doubted that he would be able to find any evidence for abuse or even neglect, no matter how hard he would try. After all, the Snapes were a prominent pureblood family. Not as prominent as the Potters, Andrews, Malfoys, or even the Weasleys, and certainly not as rich as the first 3, but they had the support of the rich dark families. He would be dead before he could do anything. As expected, none of the other teachers really believed him. Sure, Severus was quiet, but then so were other children. He was shy, but that also didn't speak of neglect. All he had to back of his theory were the looks his parents had given him, and he knew it. For the rest of the discussion of the first years he stayed silent, except giving his observations from his classes. Finally the headmaster brought forth the last point of the meeting: who would stay at Hogwarts during the summer holidays. As Harry had expected and feared, the headmaster turned to him, asking him if he could stay for the first half of the summer. No, headmaster, I have made already arrangements with family to visit, and I have to look over some estates as well, but I could Be back August 1st, that way I could spend my birthday with my family and come here the next day. There was no way he would spend his birthday at Hogwarts. He was under no illusion that the castle had not recognized him as both Gryffindor's and Slytherin's heir. Why else was he able to apparate within the wards when it was impossible? Or change his chambers? His last school year had been interesting. Staircases had changed their path so that he could reach his destination easier. The ghosts had greeted him when no one else was around. Snake carvings had saluted him, not to forget that he didn't seem to require passwords any longer. So what would happen when he spent his birthday at the school, for the first time knowing that he was not only the heir of one but of two of the founders? Owen said that Hogwarts was semi-sentient. He knew better. Hogwarts was completely sentient. The reason why the Marauders were able to create their map was because Hogwarts had sensed the need of its heir to know everything about it. Equally, Voldemort did not refrain from attacking Hogwarts during his first reign because he feared the headmaster, but because Hogwarts would not allow her heir to be harmed. Only if the headmaster had allowed Voldemort to enter the castle could he have overtaken it. That was also the reason why all those teachers had been able to attack Harry. The headmaster had all owed them through the wards and onto the grounds. Of course he had had no idea what they wanted to do or that they were possessed, but only his consent had made it impossible for Hogwarts to guard him. He didn't blame the headmaster. He had had no way of knowing that it was Barty Crouch Jun, and not Mad-Eye Moody. The only one who could have guessed something was he himself. He had seen him on the map but had stayed silent. And as he didn't have any reason to know that there even was a second Barty Crouch, no one was at fault. The same with Quirrell. He had stayed silent about the pains in his scar. No, there really was no way that he would spend his birthday at the castle, especially not when he had the chance to spend it with his grandparents and other family. After a few attempts from He headmaster to get him to stay for the whole holidays, or at least the first part, he had to agree that Harry would not be swayed on his decision to arrive on August 1st and not one day earlier. But Minerva and Charles were a bit disappointed when he retired to his rooms as soon as the meeting had ended, claiming that he was tired. Truth was that he had just no patience to cope with their chaos that would undoubtedly come as soon as they were alone. When Albus Dumbledore entered his office a few minutes after the meeting had ended, he was pleasantly surprised when a shadow materialized next to Fawkes' perch, only to form seconds later the majestic form of Nyx. He rather liked the shadow phoenix of his teacher, even though he didn't trust the young man, at least not completely. Wonder he watched as the two avians started immediately sing, their songs both calming and invigorating. Wizards and witches could count them lucky to hear one phoenix sing, but two was truly extraordinary and beautiful. Often he wished to be able to understand what his familiar was saying, or rather trilling, but alas, it was not to be. As soon as Harry got back to his quarters, he changed. He needed some answers, and Horace and Fawkes were the only ones able to give them to him. While he wouldn't have to deal with the headmaster when he would seek out Horace, Uncle Nicky could be equally nosy, and Fawkes was. He would dare to say that Fawkes was like a father to him, at least to Nyx. He loved to travel through the shadows, especially while he was in the form of Nyx, or rather while he was Nyx. It felt so liberating, so free. Fawkes was not in the least astonished when he materialized next to him, but greeted him warmly. But for once did he not want to beat around the bush but learn exactly why. Fawkes, why am I really here? I mean, all Uncle Albus could tell me was that he remembered me from the past, and neither you nor Horace have been very forthcoming with answers. I have to know why I am here before I change something important. Please tell me why I am here, Fawkes. The moments Fawkes took till he answered seemed endless to Harry, but when he was finally answered, it was certainly not what he had expected. You are here because of Thanatos, child. At least that was the reason why you were sent back the first time. The day you came here, a child was born that would have become Thanatos. A Thanatos that would have followed Voldemort when he sought him out. He would have died the day you were to be conceived, leaving Thanatos free to find a new host, but by then he would have called his brothers forth. Your presence in this time prevented all this. You are Thanatos, and when you leave, Thanatos will become you. That would have been enough, but during your first stay ere you changed the course of time without managing to prevent that Ares was raised from the depths of time. You were able to contain him, but you died. To prevent your death you came back the Seacon. Time yet that time you made another grave mistake resulting in many deaths and tortures, and a broken heart for yourself. Neither Horace nor myself are able to help you other than give you advice fr. Own time to time and bring you home to your own time before you are conceived, everything else is up to you. I cannot tell you what to do, it is for you to decide and live with the consequences. Remember, child, Thanatos is not evil, at least not more evil than you are. As long as you stay true to the light, Thanatos will be neutral. Thanatos is just as Hypnos and Nyx a part of you, a part you have to accept. You are his guardian, you are him. All three have chosen you because of the purity of your soul, a purity not even Voldemort was able to taint. Accept who you are and live. It seemed as if hours had passed since Nyx had materialized in his office and had started singing to Fawkes. Never before, not even when Fawkes and Horace were together in a room, had he seen something like what he had just witnessed. He would give nearly everything to know what Fawkes had told the other Phoenix, for that was what it looked like. He was accustomed enough with the stance of those magnificent ds to know or at least guess what it meant, and at the moment it looked as if Nyx had just heard something that needed a time to come to terms with. For the first time since he had met Fawkes, he felt like an intruder in his familiar's world. What was it that he had just witnessed? He did not know, but he felt that something of great importance had just transpired between the Fire and the Shadow Phoenix. Knight and his sons. Back to the Future. 19. A tall figure stood at the gates of Hogwarts, a silver cloak draped over its shoulders. Long black hair was billowing around him, for the figure was indeed male. Controlled by the wind that lifted the snow from the ground, everyone who looked at that time out of one of the many windows of the castle would have been awed by the presence the man executed by just calmly standing there. Among those who were indeed positioned in the warmth of the castle, watching this solitary man from high up, was the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not even half a year had passed since he had first met the charismatic young man that was standing far below him at the gates of the castle. When he had first laid his eyes on the young man, he had believed to see just another young, curious though powerful wizard, but now he wondered who or what Henry Andrews really was. Most of the other professors and most of the students save a selected few adored the young man. Nothing about the young man seemed certain, nothing seemed to follow preset paths. It was as if this young man stood above all rules, above all laws, may they be made by men or higher beings. Even his dear friend and mentor Nicholas Flamel had taken immediately to the young man and had told him ever since that he was trustworthy, but did he dare to trust him? He knew that Phoenixie bonded only with light wizards, only with those of pure hearts, and only with those who had faced battles which outcomes dictated the course of the world. What battle had Henry Andrews fought? What evil had he defeated that had threatened the whole world? As much as he wished to be able to, he could not deny that he was drawn to the young man, that he found in him so many qualities he wished for in a child, in a grandchild. He had never been married, always had there been an evil that had prevailed his search for a wife. Ever since his first love had died in an accident had he given up the hope to found a family of his own, looking only half-heartedly for someone he could spend the rest of his life with. Once, when he himself had been young, he had wished for children, at least 2 sons and 2 daughters, and grandchildren he could spoil when he grew old. When it became apparent to him with 60 that he would have never a family on his own, he applied for the job as a Transfiguration professor here at Hogwarts and was accepted. Over the years he had learned to see the students as substitute children, yet none of the students he had taught had tugged in such a way on his heart as Henry Andrews did. Again he asked himself what it was that entranced him about the young man. He certainly didn't trust the young professor. A smile flickered over his face as the thought of the indignation he had felt as the young man told him that he was not 25 as he had claimed in his application, but merely 18. He could not say that he was truly angered by the fact that the young man had lied about his age. It was more the fact that he had been bested by a mere child that irked him. There were other facts that didn't raise his anger, even though he certainly disapproved of them highly, like trying to use a memory charm on him. He could not understand why he did not punish the man for it like he would have done with everyone else. Was it the true regret he had seen in his eyes? The tears that had leaked out of his eyes, or the heart-wrenching pain he had felt from the young man when he had left his office that morning? Whatever it was, he could not help himself but view the young professor as a grandchild even though he didn't trust him yet. Tomorrow the students would return. Tomorrow his search fate would be decided if all went as planned. After he had returned from his chat with Fox he had called Gawain, hoping for the guidance Fox had denied him. Yet Gawain had also been unable to help him. All the old wand maker could do was assure him that he would make the right choice if he would be able to stand behind it. With all his being, most of the night he had spent pondering the words of his friend, asking himself time over time if he was about to make the right choice, if he dared to follow the urge to take the next step. Finally in the morning he had called Lucretia and asked her for the flow address of her OL. Dest search brother whom he called as soon as he had closed the connection to Lucretia. He knew that it would take at least another half an hour before Marcello would apparate to Hogsmeade and walk up to the castle. Another half an hour he would be spending standing in the snow, wind blowing around him not caring about the coldness. Once again his thoughts returned to Fox's words, or rather Trill's. He had to accept Thanatos just as he had accepted Hypnos and later Nyx. It had been easy for him to accept Hypnos, his first animagus form. How could it not have been when it was something that connected him more to his father and Sirius? They had also been 16 when they had first managed to transform. They had learned it to be able to help a friend, and he to be able to concentrate on nothing other than the death of someone who was as close as a father to him and as he thought at that time his own impending death. It had been Remus' idea to name him Hypnos after the Greek god of sleep based on one of his abilities he had in that form. The silver, winged jaguars. A smile flickered over his face as he realized that he hadn't even bothered to find out the name of his species, were hunters. Hunters that put their prey to sleep before they killed it. But contrary to the belief that they did it because it was easier to kill something that was not struggling, had he learned that they did it not to die themselves. This special breed of jaguars were highly sensitive empaths who were able to feel the pain of everything living around them, at least animals and other beings. And too much pain could quite easily kill them. Of course Remus, Uncle Albus and Uncle Nicky were the only ones he had told this, the three he trusted most in the world. Even though he had changed into Hypnos only 2 months ago, he felt that the animal wanted to come forth, that he was waiting just beneath the surface to be released. When Uncle Albus had taught him to become an animagus, he had told him that while the animal was dictated by their personality, it would pronounce certain aspects and even change the personality to match it. He himself as an owl loved freedom, as did most anima. Ls, but those airborne even more so, and wisdom, and was loyal to his friends and those he considered his hatchlings. At first Harry had been embarrassed when he had noticed that the headmaster had GLA/NCED at him while saying the last one, but with time he had come to depend on it. As all large cats, especially all panthers, Harry was a hunter who didn't stop once he had set his eyes on a prey, but he didn't kill needlessly. He was playful and secretive, hiding as much as possible about himself, and he would kill as well as die for those selected few who had his complete trust and loyalty. Even magical abilities of Hypnos matched his personality, or at least his 3 mentors had assured him of that. He didn't have it in him to cause pain to anyone, and he saw when others needed comfort. Of course that didn't mean that he was always able to give that comfort, but Uncle Albus had assured him that that would change over time. Nyx was a miracle. One didn't just have more than one animagus forms, even though he had to concede that Nyx was not a second animagus form but something much more complicated. He was Nyx not in the way he was Hypnos or even Thanatos, but more like having all of his emotions, his magical powers wrapped up in the form of a shadow phoenix. While Nyx was him, he was at the same time a completely different being, a being whose father was Fox. The day he had become Nyx, the day of the final battle, he had died as Harry Potter, had been judged, found worthy, and had been reborn as both Harry Potter and Nyx. Nyx, because he was the god of the night, and the night separated 2 days from each other. One day when he had been Harry Potter, the boy who lived, hunted by Lord Voldemort and destined to either kill him or die at his hands, and the next day Harry Potter, conqueror of darkness, Shadow Phoenix. Of course he hadn't really died in the final battle, but he had come close to it. His magical reserves nearly depleted, his right hand completely burned, leaving hardly more than bones. Hadn't Fox fire traveled with him and cried on his burned hand, he would at the very least have lost his hat. He did not know how he knew, but he was sure that Fox had ever allowed someone to fire travel with him. That was something no Phoenix allowed lightly. Furthermore, when Fox had cried on his hand, he had not only given him his tears, and more than was Como, and as Madame Pomfrey had later told him, but also part of his magic creating Nyx. The thoughts of Fox brought him back to Thanatos, the one form he was not comfortable with, could not accept. And Thanatos was the only form that was truly him, more so than Hypnos and Nyx. He had been born as Thanatos, but when Voldemort had tried to kill him as a toddler, his mother's sacrifice had buried his awareness of himself. Of the second part of himself. It had been in the Department of Mysteries, in the death chamber, that Thanatos had awakened. He had never talked with Uncle Albus about it, but he was sure that not love was the power he had that the prophecy spoke of, but death. Death was something Voldemort didn't have and could have never understood. He feared death above everything else while he dealt it constantly. He himself, on the other hand, saw those he cared for die, and pleaded for death to take him. He had the power to unleash death on humanity, but other than Voldemort he would never do it. Thanatos was like a second face, or a face he preferred not to show it. He was his darkness but also his light. He was neutral, he did not cause pain, he just brought an end to one form of existence. Many people over the time had tried to study death. Luna's mother had been one of them. The reason why Luna was like she was because she had been present when her mother had tried a spell that would have breached the boundaries of death. The spell did actually work, taking the soul of Luna's mother to the realm of the dead and leaving Luna with the ability to sense the dead. The veil through which Sirius had fallen was another attempt to bereft death of its secret. Whoever had created that veil had been a genius and unbelievable stupid. Remus had been right, and he had held him back and prevented him to go after Sirius, at least partly. The veil was a direct pathway to the realm of the dead. Harry was not sure what would happen if he would step through that veil. He was a guardian. The guardian of death. Would that allow him to enter the realm of death and come back unscathed, or would only Thanatos return and Harry Potter die? But wasn't he Thanatos at least till he died? For a little over 2 years now had he been aware of Thanatos, of being Thanatos, and yet he was still not able to fully understand this power he was. He had, as far as he knew the other 3 guardians would be able to truly help him with this questions, but then the other 3 were dormant till he awakened them, and as soon as he did that he would bring destruction to the whole world. The sight of a tall form walking briskly towards him brought Harry out of his thoughts. When he had last, and for the first time, seen Marcello 8 a few days ago, he had known that they were related through his father's side, but now he knew that they were also connected through his mother's side. His own great-grandmother was the aunt of Marcello 8 and the younger sister of Marcello 7. It had been a shock for him, though not as great as expected, when he had learned that his great-grandmother Imogene Miller was in reality Imogene Borgia, who had left her family after an argument with her parents and had, like Reginald Andrews, bound her power. But she had been much more radical than Reginald, like any true Borgia would have been, and had also bound the power of her unborn child, his grandmother Rosalie. During the few days he had spent with his father and his paternal grandparents, he had learned more of his parents than in the 18 years before. He was descendant of 3 of the greatest and oldest pureblood families, and if he were to went even further back, he could even claim to be the heir of 2 of the most powerful wizards to have ever lived, heir to a Kong Dark Wizard and member of one of the most influential families in both the wizarding and the Muggle world. Faintly he wondered what Ron would say if he knew all that, or for that matter Malfoy, that is Draco Malfoy. Like Harry, Marcello wore a silver cloak, fastened at the neck with the family insignia. His still black hair was short, as he was not the head of his family, and even though his mostly Italian ancestry, he was taller than Harry, towering above him with a good 2 inches. Both men greeted each other formally, nothing indicating that they were there to meet each other. Without RTHER words, Harry turned and led Marcello the way up to Hogwarts, both knowing that the only safe place for them to speak would be Harry's chambers. None of the 2 were aware of the eyes watching them from high above. A calculating gaze directed at them, questioning, guessing and fearing for what 2 so tangible powerful men were meeting at a school in times when a Dark Lord was rising. This chair is dark enough to deserve a foreword. First of all, thank you as always for the many reviews. You will find that this chapter creates a rather dark image of one of the characters, but before you sco. LD me for it, let me please assure you that I rather like that character. It is one of my favorites, in the books as well as my stories, but I find the past of this character lacking. There has to be a reason why he acts the ways he does, so I tried to find a way to let him earn his calm, serene attitude. So no, I don't hate him. I don't find that he is a monster, but I also don't think that he is a saint. So how about agreeing that he is also just human? Back to the Future. 20. The two silver-cloaked men walked in silence through the castle, predator-like, both of them following their own strands of thought and taking seemingly no heed of the one walking beside them. Only when they had reached the private chambers of the young defense professor did they speak to each other, following the ritual of inquiries about the family, or friends, the health of the other, the invitation to a cup of tea, as it was still too early for something stronger, till the older of the two finally brought the reason for the meeting forth. Your request intrigued me, though I can't seem to find the reason why you approached me instead of my father, the head of our family. Harry grimaced inwardly at the stiff formality of their conversation, frowning at the thought that he was related to this man on both his mother's and his father's side. Yet as uncomfortable as this stiffness made he could not complain, as he had chosen this form. When he had called Marcello hours earlier that day, he had decided that it would be easier to ask for assistance as the head of the House of Andrews and a member of the House of Borgia rather than just Harry Andrews. He knew that Marcello had immediately seen the two signet rings he wore when they had met at the gates, and from the way the older man acted he knew that the terms of the meeting had been accepted. You know what I am, who I am, or at least suspect it, while I have no doubt that you have informed your father and mother as well as your brother and sister. Only you can advise me on how to act. I asked for your aid concerning the acceptance of a proposal, which I can't do as long as she is not aware of what I am. Marcello looked the younger man before him carefully over. Was he sincere in his request? Was all he needed really guidance on how to tell his future wife what he was? Get to know her first, be absolutely sure that she loves you before you tell her what you are. Only then can you be sure that she won't betray your secret. If she isn't able to accept it, despise her love, then you will have to obliviate her. His voice sounded cold and detached as he spoke, not indicating that they were speaking about something so dangerous and emotion-filled. A rueful smile settled on Harry's face as he listened to Marcello. How could he be sure that she loved him? I have less than 2 months before the contract has to be sealed. On the 17th of February it will be too late for me. You know the Lestrange family, don't you? His question was only rhetorical. Of course Marcello knew the Lestranges, if not personally then at least by name, but Marcello nodded nonetheless. Rudolphus' 16th birthday is on that day, and both the Blacks and the Lestranges have long sought a union between their families. If the contract between the Blacks and me isn't sealed by the beginning of February, she will become Mia Lestrange and lose her sanity as soon as she comes into her magical inheritance. Calculating eyes regarded him, softening only when they seemed to have found what they had been searching for. You care for her deeply. Marcello murmured more to himself as to his host. When are the students returning? He continued, once again speaking to Harry. Tomorrow. Call her to your office as soon as possible and tell her. If she should panic, obliviate her and tell her only that you will accept her parents' proposal. Seeing Harry's shock at his advice, he explained it to his young relative. Why? Oh, you seem to know what her future would be should she marry the Lestrange heir, and that the only way to prevent such a marriage is a bond with yourself. Therefore it doesn't matter if she knows who or at you are, as long as you care for her enough to save her from such a fate as she would meet if she were to marry someone else because she could not accept you as you are. Her parents, I am sure, will refer the head of the House of Andrews and a member of the House of Borgia to the heir of the House of Lestrange. You are a Borgia, act like it. Any further discussion was prevented as Harry noticed that they were already late for lunch, and the headmaster would surely send someone after him if he would not make an appearance in the Great Hall. Concern and shock were the most prominent feelings in the pureblood members of the staff of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as they saw the two men enter the Great Hall to participate in the meal. Or rather, those feeling cursed through them, as they recognized the man that accompanied their young colleague. Every single one of them recognized the tall black-haired man with the piercing brown eyes as a Borgia. Yes, the Borgias were known to be respected and brilliant, but even more so to be evil, to be ruthless and treacherous. Even those who did not particularly like their youngest colleague could not fathom why such a soft-spoken man as he was in the company of a Borgia. Of course all of them knew that Henry Potter had married a Borgia. She had to be the sister of the man that had just entered the hall, and it had been quite a scandal when the head of the rumored heir of Gryffindor had married the only daughter of the head of the House of Borgia, whose namesake was the infamous and feared Lucrezia Borgia. Not few of them wondered if his stay with the Potters, namely with Lucretia Potter, had corrupted him. Only Charles seemed unaffected by the suspicion that seemed to have taken over his colleagues. "Ah, Harry, I thought you had forgotten us as well as this wonderful meal. Come sit down, my boy, and tell me who your guest is." Grateful for his friend's welcome, Harry sat down beside the aged potions master as Marcello took the chair next to Harry's. Though Harry saw or rather felt the unease of his friends as he introduced Marcello, he had no idea what caused it, as he had only learned about traditions and rules of the wizarding world when he was approaching 17, and he knew the name Borgia more out of Dudley's Muggle history schoolbooks than as a wizarding name. Of course he had heard, or rather read, that the Borgias were one of the first crime families, but he had believed that that was only true for the non-magical part of the family, but apparently that was not the case. He would have to ask Marcello about it when they were back in his rooms. Wearily Albus Dumbledore watched as the two young men, at least compared to him young men, sat down at the table. Like the other professors, he had immediately recognized the guest as the oldest son of the head of the House of Borgia, Marcello VIII, if he remembered correctly. Yet it was not Marcello Borgia that worried him. No, it was the slender silver ring that Harry wore on his left hand. It was by no means unusual to wear a signet ring, or toe or more. What worried him was that he recognized that particular seal as the seal of the House of Borgia. Harry Andrews was therefore not only the head of the House of Andrews, as the large golden signet ring on his right hand signified, but also a member of the House of Borgia, the silver of the ring showing that he was the heir of the oldest sibling of the head of the family. Never before had he seen the young man wearing his signet rings, but now that he saw them there was no longer any doubt that he was truly a descendant. The heir of Reginald Andrews, as he claimed to be. Only the heir, the head of the family, could wear the signet ring. He had to confess that he had hoped that he could prove the claims of the child to be false, that he could prove that he had no relation to Reginald Andrews, but now there was no longer a chance for that to happen, and it frightened him. There were only a few principles he thought irrevocable, and two of them were that people did not suddenly change, and second, that children followed always in their parents' footsteps. Now though both of this principles were not only shaken, though the first much less than the second, but that all the more, but clearly proven false. Could it be that his young professor really was the son or a very close relative of Reginald Andrews, right-hand man of Grindelwald, and still firmly on the side of light? Could he really be that different from his father? Could maybe Reginald himself have changed after Grindelwald had been defeated by him and he left the wizarding world? Was it possible for someone to change sides, to turn from evil, from dark to the light? Had he been wrong his whole life when he had thought that there was no way of redemption for those who had once sided with the dark? Could there have been a chance of redemption for Grindelwald? No, he inwardly shook his head. Grindelwald had murdered too many people, Aberforth's whole family among them, to be ever forgiven. At least he himself would never be able to find it in himself to forgive that man, that monster. No, he still could not regret that he had hunted down the man that had destroyed his brother's life. Many thought that he had just sought justice when he had killed Grindelwald, but it had not been justice that was on his mind when he had killed the other, far from it. He had only wanted revenge. He wanted for the other to feel the pain he had brought his brother. No one besides himself had been there when he had killed Grindelwald. No one had seen how the monster had died. When he had come back from the battle, he had went immediately to his brother and had given him the one thing that, even though his heart could never be repaired, could soothe his mind at least a little bit, Grindelwald's still bloodied wand. He knew that Aberforth still kept the wand as a reminder that at least his family was avenged. If not by himself, then at least by his older brother. But had he the right to judge others? Had he the right to judge Harry Andrews and even Marcello for being Borgias? Did being a member of that family, or being the son of Reginald Andrews or any dark wizard, really mean that they had committed something unforgivable? Something like he himself had done. Wasn't he as bad as Grindelwald himself after the way he had killed him? Shouldn't he condemn himself for the way he had killed the man who had been responsible for the death of his brother's family? What gave him the right to judge others? After he had tortured and killed a defenseless man, did it really matter how much evil the other man had done? Shouldn't it have been enough that he was a human, no a sentient being, to give him the right of a quick painless death? Was it really enough that he hadn't granted such a right to his victims that he himself no longer deserved that right? Since the day more than 20 years ago he had avoided to ask himself those questions. Questions whose answers he knew could, and would, condemn him. He had murdered Grindelwald in cold blood just like Grindelwald had done with his own victims. He had tracked him down, hunted him down, cornered him like an animal, and had then mercilessly killed him when he had no longer a chance or even the strength to defend himself. Oh, he hadn't used the unforgivables to torture and kill the other wizard. No, there were enough curses and charms, both light and dark, which could be just as painful as the cruciatus if used correctly. Not to mention say transfiguration spells. He knew as a master of transfiguration. After all, he had learned alchemy under no one else than Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist in the last millennium. Would the Wizarding world still hail him a hero when they knew how he had disposed of Grindelwald? That the other wizard had been nearly unconscious when he had killed him in a way that he had been forced to stay conscious till the last seconds of his life. Wouldn't he be seen as a wizard who was just as dark as Grindelwald himself when they learned that he had within moments of facing the other man disarmed his opponent? That he had had the chance to bring him back to England for a trial before the Wizengamot to be tried for Azkaban, but instead chose to exact his revenge on the man. For more than 25 years had he buried all those doubts, all those feelings of self-hatred deep within himself, hoping, praying to forget what he had done, how he had committed the murder. Yes, he was not trying to deny that it had been murder. For some time he had even been proud about the fact, but only for a short time, only till he had fully understood that nothing could restore his brother's happiness. A soft hand covered his own, forcing him away from his dark thoughts. Looking up, he saw that besides himself only Minerva was left in the great hall. "Albus, are you all right?" Minerva's voice was tinged with worry, something he seldom heard directed at himself. "I am quite fine, my dear." As he was attempting to stand up, her hand held his own on the table. "No, Albus, you are clearly not fine. You are pale and your hands are trembling." Shocked, he raised his left hand, seeing that it was indeed trembling, only slightly but enough for Minerva and everyone else who was observing to notice. With a sigh he answered her, choosing to unburden himself at least a little bit. "You were as always correct, my dear. My thoughts were with my brother, and with Grindelwald's fall." He trailed off, not able to tell her what was really bothering him and not being able to voice openly what his mind had long realized, that he was a murderer. Even though someone had had to stop Grindelwald, even though his reign of terror had had to be brought to an end, had he finally realized that he had chosen the wrong way to do so. Yet he knew that if he were in the same situation again he would do the same, and that knowledge scared him more than anything else. For the second time in 3 days a black phoenix materialized inside the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, though is time the old wizard was not present to witness it, as it was hours before dawn. The red and gold fire phoenix that resided in the office greeted the newcomer with a trill. "So you have decided." It was not a question, merely an observation, and the black phoenix would have scowled if it had been possible, with a beak instead of a mouth. "You know that I have decided. You have known all along how I would decide. But that is not what I am here for. Please tell me how I can find Uncle Nicky. I have never before been to his home." The trills that escaped Fawkes were, even for human ears, identifiable as laughter. "You just have to concentrate on him, child, and you will always be able to find him. As old as he is, he has yet to learn to shield from our magic. Go visit him. I am sure that he will gladly help you." Even though Harry knew that Fawkes was very perceptive, it still annoyed him slightly that the Phoenix could so easily predict his actions and interpret his thoughts and emotions. "We A trill of thanks he concentrated on Uncle Nicky willing to be with the other man, and in a cloud of shadows he shifted his position, finding himself face to face with a wide-awake Nicholas Flamel. "Harry, child, what a wonderful surprise to see you on this fine morning. Have you eaten yet?" He had sent the owl as soon as he was certain that the train had left King's Cross, and the look she was sending him as she entered the great hall confirmed that she had received his message and would be meeting him after the feast. Had he done the right thing? Was he doing the right thing? When he had entered with Uncle Nicky, he had drawn strange looks from most of the teachers, especially the headmaster, who was most likely wondering what his friend was doing in the castle without coming to visit him. For Harry the meal was tense. Both the headmaster and Bellatrix sent curious glances in his direction whenever they though he would not notice, and he began questioning himself again if he was doing the right thing. Too soon for his liking, the meal ended and Uncle Nicky was following him to his rooms. Bellatrix would follow later. As soon as they had entered his quarters, Harry walked over to a small cabinet and picked up a full bottle of fire whiskey, and turning around to the older man he offered him a glass. "No, it is better that I don't drink anything alcoholic at the moment in case her memory needs to be modified. Otherwise it would be too dangerous for her. Her memory could be permanently damaged, but I won't decline a hot chocolate, and do you have some eucalyptus twirls to spare?" Nicholas Flamel was not in the least offended that his young host was barely reacting to his words, but only absent-mindedly called for a house elf for the hot chocolate while he brought forth the requested candy. "Am I doing the right thing?" It was not the first time that Harry asked him that question since he had come to him that morning. What could he answer to such a question? It was dangerous, exceedingly so, to meddle with time, and only the future could tell if Harry Andrews was doing the right thing. Yet the future, Harry knew, would change with every decision he made, but it was equally possible that the decisions he was making at that very moment were the ones that had created the future. Harry knew. No one could tell what happened if you made decisions in the past. Harry, you have to ask yourself why you are doing this, why you are willing to marry her. Is it because you love her, or because you think that she is the most profitable, or is it because you want to change her future? The future she had before you came here. Think about it. What is your motivation? There was no answer he could give Harry, nothing definite that he could say to ease the younger man's mind and conscience, but he could try to assure him that he was doing it for the right reasons, even though the outcome may be fatal. "I don't know. I honestly don't know. I told you that her future would be horrible, or was horrible. What I didn't tell you was that she was one of the most devoted followers of the next Dark Lord. She killed and tortured without mercy, and I hated her nearly as much as her master. Yet when I came here I met this sweet 13-year-old girl who was kind and witty and intelligent and beautiful, and the only thing that she had in common with the woman I knew were her name and her beauty. In these short months I have fallen in love with her, even though I know what she is capable of becoming. Then, at Boxing Day, when I received the proposal, everything made suddenly sense. She is an Oraseer. Her parents married her to a dark, no evil wizard who was a devoted follower of the next Dark Lord. Can you imagine what a torture that must have been for her? When I first met her I thought she was insane, and after reading the proposal I know that she was insane. How can I allow that the girl I love is tortured in that way when I could prevent it?" A knock on the door that led directly to the corridor prevented Nicholas from finding an answer. For a moment a look that bordered on sheer panic flickered over Harry's face before it was replaced by his normal emotionless mask. After a swift look around the room, Harry walked towards the door and beckoned the waiting third year inside. "Thank you for coming on such a short notice, Ms. Black. I hope you mentioned the nature of this visit to no one." "No, Professor, no one saw the owl or the letter." Harry was too nervous to note the apprehension and even a bit of fear in his student's voice, but Nicholas picked it up immediately. "There is no need for fear, child. Sit down and have a hot chocolate, or would you prefer eucalyptus twirls, or maybe we could convince your professor to part with some of his blood drops or mint leaves." Seeing that Bellatrix had calmed slightly, he turned to Harry. "Sit down, my boy. You are wearing a hole into your lovely carpet." At being directly addressed by his mentor, Harry started abruptly but walked over to the table and poured himself a second shot of fire whiskey before he sat down in one of the armchairs as Bellatrix had chosen to sit on the couch. With a sigh he looked at his student and began. "You already know that your parents send a proposal for you. I bid you here to ask you if you want me to accept, and to tell you some things about me you will have to know if I were to accept, so do you want me to accept the proposal?" His heart was racing. Even with 2 glasses of fire whiskey he had not calmed him down. He had always wondered how he would propose to his future wife. He had thought of proposing in a beautiful restaurant or on the shore of a quiet lake. He never, really never had imagined that he would propose to a 14-year-old girl. Worse yet, his own student, and if that wasn't enough, a student whose parents had written him an official proposal. There was nothing romantic about it, no sunset, no stars, and no candles. Okay, his room was lit by candles, the fire from the fireplace and some torches, but still. He knew that it must be equally disappointing for Bellatrix, if not more so, but if she accepted he would propose properly to her. With a ring and everything. Yes. Her answer was clear and without a single doubt notable in her voice, something which let him relax at least a little bit. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard to tell her. "Before I can tell you anything, I must warn you that if you can't handle what I have to tell you, your memory will have to be modified. I am fully aware that this is barely legal, but I have no choice. What I have to tell you is too dangerous for anyone to know. Can you agree with this?" It was clear that she was everything but happy with the prospect of having her memory altered, but she was too much of a Slytherin to let that stop her from learning the secrets of her professor, maybe soon to be fiancé, to let that stop her. After all, memory charms could be broken. Seeing her nod, Harry took a deep breath and began. "What you must know about me is that first of all, my name is not Henry Andrews. I am not the son of Reginald Andrews as I pretend to be. I am his grandson. My mother was the younger daughter of Reginald. Her older sister is a squib, as both her father and her mother's mother bound their powers, while my great-grandmother bound her powers. She was already pregnant with my grandmother, therefore rendering her effectively a squib. Both my maternal grandparents are died before I reached my 2nd year of life. My parents both went to Hogwarts, where they met and started dating in their 7th year as far as I know. They were killed when I was 15 months old, and as my godfather was indisposed and the other best friend could also not take care of me, I was sent to live with my mother's sister, her husband, and her son, who was a month older than me when my parents were murdered. I hated them just as much as they hated me until my 11th birthday. I had no idea that magic even existed. Till I met the teachers of my parents, I had no idea what kind of people my parents were. I didn't even know what they looked like, as I had never seen pictures of them. Yet, even then, I hardly learned more than their names. In my 3rd year I learned that my father loved pranks and that my mother hated him till the end of their 6th year. I was compared to them by different persons, but it still took till I was 15 to learn that my father was a bully in his youth and got only better when he got older. When I was 17 I learned who my maternal grandfather was, and a week ago who my grandmother was, and that my parents were actually related to each other, and that my mother was, contrary to what I had heard up to then, a pureblood. I see that you are wondering why I tell you all this, but allow me to introduce myself to you. I am Henry James Reginald Potter, son of James Potter and Lily Evans, correctly Lily Andrews. I am aged 18 years old and will be born in 8 years. Both men watched Bellatrix expectantly as she listened to the tale of her professor, but while Harry knew of what he was speaking, Nicholas was attentively listening, as he so far only knew his name and that he came from the future. To be fair, it has to be said that it took a lot to shock Bellatrix Black, and both men knew it. What she had just learned would have made a lesser person faint, yet there she sat, eyes wide and unable to do more than stare. After a while Harry stood up and walked over to a cabinet filled with glasses and goblets of all kind. When he came back to them he held a second shot glass in his hand and filled it, before handing it to the still silent Bellatrix. Without hesitation the young girl drank the offered alcohol and began to cough violently after the first sip. As expected, that broke her shock, and she opened her mouth only to close it again moments later. It took her 3 attempts before she found her voice again. "Let me get that straight. Professor, your name is actually Henry Potter, and you are the son of 2 Gryffindor first years and will be born in 8 years. Your parents are dead and you grew up as a muggle. Oh, not to forget, you are only 18 and want to marry me even though I am 22 years older than you." Harry nodded. "Yes, that is exactly what I am saying. If I were to accept your proposal, you would have to come back with me to the future. Everyone you know would have aged or even died in the meantime, so you must think carefully if you really want me to accept. I would not be offended if you would chose rather not to. Even though I know that it is a hard decision to make, I must ask you to make it now." Incredulously Bellatrix stared at her professor. She could not make a decision like that in a few moments. Her entire life would be affected by that decision. How could he be so inconsiderate? Suddenly a thought came to her. If he was from the future, he must know what she would be like in the future. Whom she would marry if not him. What am I like in the future? How was I when you came back? Whom was I married to if not you? What did I do? Did I have children? Abruptly she stopped as she saw the pained look in his eyes. She had seen that look once before, when they had met in Diagon Alley, but that time it had vanished almost immediately. This time it stayed. It seemed that he didn't want to answer her, but finally he did, and she wished she had never asked. "You were married to Rudolphus Lestrange, and famous or rather infamous through the whole British wizarding world and beyond. When I was 16 months old you were imprisoned as a follower of a dark lord for killing and torturing. Your favorite curse was the Cruciatus. You tortured several families to insanity before killing them. One couple were the parents of one of my friends. It was this friend who killed you a few months before I came here. You were the only person I ever attempted to torture right after you had killed your cousin, my godfather. When I first saw you I knew immediately that you were insane. Your only thought was the Dark Lord and to please him in any way possible. That was when I was 15. You had spent the whole time in between in Azkaban together with your husband, your brother-in-law and many others. To your defense I can say that you were already insane before you went to Azkaban. Your mind having been broken around the time you left Hogwarts. I do not know if what I know of you from my past will really become your future, but I pray that it will not. You do not deserve such a life. No one deserves such a life. Yet that is not the reason why I want to accept your proposal. I do not pity you or what you can become, rather I fell in love with the girl that clapped when her cousin was sorted into the rivaling house. It is your choice and yours alone. Nothing I have told you should influence your decision, as the future is not certain. What I told you does not have to come to pass. You might live a happy life with Rudolphus or anyone else if you chose to. Do not base your decision on vague ghosts. How could her decision not be influenced by what she had just heard? How could she not try everything to change such a dark future? Was there really a choice that she could make? Wasn't the only way open to her to marry her professor and had? She made that decision even before she had heard what her future, or at least a possible future, would look like. As she concentrated her eyes once more on the man she might be marrying, she saw that he was no longer looking at her but at something on the wall behind her. While his face looked as pensive and emotionless as most of the time, his eyes were different. They were open, and so much older than anyone's eyes she had ever seen. Professor Mortimer was nearly a century old, and yet his eyes did not seem so old, so weary as the eyes as Professor Andrews, no Professor Potter. What had happened to him to have such old, such defeated eyes? He had said that his parents were killed when he was an infant and that his family, the family he had to live with, hated him. Worse yet, he had seen herself kill her own cousin. His godfather, who could only be serious as he was already a friend of James Potter, his father. Was she the reason his eyes looked that way, or at least one of the reasons? Was it her fault that he seemed weary far beyond his age? Maybe it was not her fault, at least not fully, but she had finally reached her decision, and she knew in her heart and mind that she would never regret that choice, no matter what the future would have in store for her. Many thanks to Galandro for being my new beta. Nicholas watched silently as young Miss Black left the room. A slip of paper with a notice from Harry to any of his colleagues firmly clasped in her hand. She looked so frail, yet the proud glint in her eyes was unmistakable. And why shouldn't she be proud? Out of Merlin knows how many proposals he had picked her, and not for her money or name. No, he had picked her because he had a crush on her. Wasn't that enough to make any girl ecstatic to know that their crush was not one-sided? A smile flickered over his face as he saw the large grin on his young friend's face, a grin he had seen on so many faces during the years. When will you write to her parents? His question brought Harry out of his stupor, but did nothing to erase that stupid grin. Nearly floating, Harry walked over to one of the cabinets and opened it, holding a scroll up for him to see. I already did. I just have to set the date and seal it. Without a word, Nicholas held his hand out for the parchment and read it silently after he received it. Over the years he had read so many of those acceptance letters. Many young men had come to him for help just like Harry had when they had no one else to go to. "Bring me some new parchment and your Andrew's ring, child. I believe that it is time for you to use blood parchment." Even though he trusted Nicholas Flamel with his life, Harry hesitated at his request. What was blood parchment? "Come, child, give me those items, I am sure that you'll accept. Ants will inspire greater respect when it is written on your own blood." Parchment. As Harry still didn't comply, he looked up to see the questioning gaze of his young friend. "You do know what blood parchment is, don't you?" At Harry's negative answer he started to explain. "I am certain that you have heard of blood potions and that they are more potent than those potions without blood." "What is say?" LDOM told us that blood potions are a mere byproduct of true blood magic or blood alchemy. As you undoubtedly know, alchemy is a combination of transfiguration and potions, to put it simple. When Albus was working with me, he discovered the 10 uses of dragon blood in potions, at least that is what is generally known. What he really did discover was 16 uses of dragon blood. 10 can be used in normal potions, but the other 6 can only be used in alchemy. Human blood can be used just as nearly every other type of blood. One of the uses is to create certain items that can only be touched and used within a certain bloodline, such as signet rings or blood parchment. When the time is right, we will create for you a new signet ring, but for now we will just create the parchment. These items are very rare and hard to create, as you have to be an alchemist to create them, and there are only 7 of my profession alive at the moment, Albus and myself included. Only the oldest and richest families have their own blood parchment, while most pureblood families invest in a signet ring if they haven't inherited one. Each of the rings is infused with the magic of the bearer and the creator. That is the first bearer whose blood was used. If you combine 2 or more rings to one, the magic will flow into the new ring, making it stronger than the originals. But I will tell you more about these things when we have more time. For now, let's create your own blood parchment. Harry remembered that Hermione had once spoken of such a parchment, but she had used a different name for it, and that Ron had said that even the Malfoys did not possess such parchment. No wonder, when an alchemist was needed to create it. In his own time only 4 were left, and none of them was evil and would associate with the Malfoys. "What do I have to do?" he asked Nicholas as he brought him a stack of fresh parchment and his Andrew's signet ring. "Follow me and bring a knife or sword, or anything with a blade with you that has a sentimental meaning to you." Bewildered Harry called a small dagger with an ornate and enchanted steel blade to him that had been a gift from the older Weasley boys to his graduatee. On and followed Nicholas as he walked to the dungeons, where they entered one of the unused potions labs. Fascinated, he watched as Uncle Nicky filled one of the larger cauldrons that lined the wall with water before calling different potion ingredients to himself and preparing them. Only after an hour of constant stirring, measuring and boiling did he turn to Harry. "Now you have to cut your right hand with the knife you brought. It should be a clean cut across your palm. Then place with your cut hand your ring and then the parchment into the potion. You will start when I begin chanting and end when I stop by dipping your hand for moments into the potion to complete it. Don't worry, the potion won't burn your hand and the cut will be healed when you take your hand out of the potion." Dubio. Sly Harry slipped his glove off and raised the dagger to cut his right palm, which immediately begun to bleed heavily. When he picked up his ring, he noticed that each word that Uncle Nicky spoke seemed to send a pulse through his hand, increasing the blood flow. As soon as the bloodied ring touched the surface of the dark blue potion, it flashed bright yellow, only to return to his blue color. The sack of parchment he picked up afterwards was drenched with his blood by the time he dropped it in the potion, and he was beginning to feel light-headed. Never would he have thought that one could lose so much blood through a simple cut. Almost hesitantly he raised his hand once again to place it in the boiling potion, yet when his fingers touched it he was surprised to find it quite cool. "A Moshio." And from Uncle Nicky let him sink his hand completely into the potion as the old alchemist finished the chant. For a moment Harry thought it was over and wanted to raise his arm when a head shake of Uncle Nicky stopped him. Just as he wanted to ask what the matter was, did he start to feel a rush of power that originated from the potion and was traveling through the cut in his hand through his whole body. His whole world seemed to explode around him as he saw the potion turn clear before seeping into the parchment. Before his eyes he saw the cut on his hand heal, leaving not even the faintest hint of a scar. Only when the cut was completely healed did a seal start to form on the parchment. He had seen the crest before on the ring and even on his robe, but on a parchment it looked completely different, more sinister. Faintly glowing black lines formed in the middle, a wand and a floret which were crossing each other. In an arch above the two weapons was written justice and, also in an arch, beneath them time. In the room between the two crossed weapons above the word time was a small hourglass visible, the sand suspended in the upper half of the glass. The background of the whole seal was formed of flames. He had no idea what any of it meant, and Uncle Nicky had told him when he had asked during their first meeting that he would have to ask Reginald Andrews about it. After a while, Uncle Nicky's voice brought him back from his thoughts. Now you can write your acceptance again and they will know that they can be happy that you even glanced a second time at their proposal, much less accepted it. He was not nervous. On the contrary, he was completely calm and collected as he stood in front of his large mirror in the bedroom of his quarters at Hogwarts. No, he was definitely not nervous about meeting his future parents-in-law for the first time and working out the marriage contract. In the glass of the mirror he could see the slightly smiling face of his great-grandfat her who would accompany him, and scowled at him. Why was it that Marcello looked perfect in his Borgia robes, just like the dignified respected head of a family he was, and he himself looked like a Tle boy who had dressed up in his father's robes. Finally Marcello had enough of his young relative and stood up from the armchair he had been sitting in. Walking over to the younger man he placed his hand on his shoulder. You look just fine, Harry. Have you yet decided how to wear your hair? You have it at the right length for the head of a family and you have many possibilities to wear it. What message do you want to give them? Do you want to wear it tied back like you wore it at Christmas and show them that the meeting is a rather unimportant business meeting for you? Or would you prefer the, look at me, I'm important but too lazy to do something with my hair, look as little Marcello likes to call it? Or would you rather prefer the dueling or teacher's braid? With a sigh Marcello looked at Harry as he got no reaction. Just relax, child, I will braid you your hair the way I wore it when I took over as the head of our house. Nimble fingers set to work and soon Harry wore the 2p layer of his hair in a dueling braid and the rest open, a hairstyle that kept his hair effectively out of his face, emphasizing his startling eyes. Now, with his hair done, Harry had to agree that he did look like the head of one of the important pureblood families. Not like Malfoy Sr. had, or rather would, look, but more like Marcello. It had been Lucretia who had taken him shopping the weekend before, ensuring that he had the right clothes for the discussion. He was clad in silvery dragon hide boots. He would like to someday see one of those Siberian jewels from which the hide came. These were partially covered by shimmering black trousers woven of the hair of mermen, leaving Harry to wonder who came up with the ideas for the material to be used, even when he had to agree that it felt very good and looked as if it were made out of liquid, shimmering and glittering even when he was not moving, and it was comfortable. Like his trousers were, his shirt and vest woven from the hair of merpeople. But this time the mermaids. The shirt he wore was of softer silver that wasn't as reflective as that of his boots but seemed instead to have a hint of blue in it. Like the trousers, the vest was black. Over this attire Harry wore his robes of declaration as was required by tradition. All in all, he had to confess, at least to himself, that he looked once again like the Slytherin poster boy, but then black and silver were the Andrews colors and his green eyes were also inherited from that line, though he would change them for nothing in the world. Let's go, child, the sooner we get there the sooner you are engaged and we can leave. In silence both of them walked to the apparition point just outside the wards of Hogwarts and apparated to the coordinates that had been delivered to Harry. They were greeted by a house elf as they reappeared at the door of a large townhouse and were led into a sitting room where both Lysander and Calpurnia were waiting for them. At least, they were waiting for Harry, as he had failed to inform them that he would be accompanied. Of course that was not polite, but he was not making a social call. He was forming a political alliance. I hope that it presents no problem that I brought Marcello with me, Harry asked after they had greeted each other, and the flicker of annoyance in both Lysander's and Calpurnia's eyes told him that it was not all right. Of course it is no problem, Calpurnia told them sweetly, but may I ask for the reason that led you to bring Lord Borgia to the finalization of your engagement?" Before Harry could answer, Marcello spoke, his voice taking a dangerous and warning tone. "As neither his father nor his grandfather, on either side, is still alive, I choose to accompany my nephew to such an important meeting, and help him decide if the girl is raised to the standards of an Andrews and a Borgia." Only the fact that nearly every wizarding child was raised to respect and fear the Borgia allowed the two blacks to hold their composure. It was after all common knowledge that the Borgias held true to their traits and despised fear and weakness. As Marcello had told him when they had first discovered his heritage, fear in the face of an enemy equals death, something he could only agree with when he thought of his many encounters with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Not soon after they sat down, and they heard the telltale crack of an apparition, and Orion and his wife Cassandra walked in. Of course neither they nor Marcello should be there, but Bellatrix's parents as well as he himself had led for others to join them to help strengthen their positions. Only he knew who would be there waiting for him. They had no inclination that he was a Borgia. This was definitely become a very interesting meeting. After all, it was not often that you saw the eyes of the heads of the Black family widen in shock and no small amount of fear. Pureblood politics too. Back to the Future. 23. They had already spent more than an hour at the house of the younger Black and had still not even started on the contract. Of course Marcello had warned him that it would happen. Such meetings always included a few glasses of expensive wine and small talk. Not because it was polite to do so, but because it was easier to take advantage of, or dispose of, someone who was intoxicated. From time to time Harry had been able to catch the fearful glances serious mother directed at him and Marcello, and it amused him to no end to see the woman, whose portrait had screamed at them so many times, so fearful. To him it was quite obvious that they had hoped to take advantage of him, a young inexperienced man who had more money than was proper. Marcello's presence had destroyed all those, no doubt carefully laid, plans. No one would dare to harm a Borgia. "What terms do you have regarding the engagement and marriage?" Harry asked finally, and was rewarded with slightly startled glances from all four Blacks. "As soon as the engagement contract is signed, you will be faithful to your betrothed and uphold her honor. You will not be able to cancel the contract unless Bellatrix is either unfaithful to you or the contract is broken from our side. Further, you will pay for all expenses of the wedding. Till that day we will provide for her as we have till this day." It was Orion who answered Harry, and while he as technically allowed to do so as the head of the House of Black, did it show both Harry and Marcello how little respect he had for both his brother and his niece. "I will be faithful as soon as the bond is completed. Not sooner, but I expect that Bellatrix is still a virgin in her wedding night. She will not be touched by me, and certainly not by another man before that time," Harry answered with a steely voice. They could certainly not expect him to stay clear of women till he married Bellatrix. After all, he was only 18. With pride Marcello watched as his sister's grandson negotiated with the head of the House of Black. If he had had any doubt that Harry really was a member of his family, these doubts were destroyed as he watched him now. The silent confidence, the predatory smile that danced around his lips while he listened to their hosts, his graceful calculated movements and words, all that screamed Borgia. That were all traits that could not be learned or imitated. They could not even be inherited if the Borgia blood was not dominant enough. Imogen had been everything the Borgias stood for, everything they were proud of, till the day she fell in love. It had never mattered to the Borgia if their spouses were magical or muggle. True, most of the time they preferred to marry someone with a large fortune, but if one of them lost their heart to someone without a fortune, they did nothing against it. It didn't even matter to them if the intended was dark or light, or if they were so-called half-breeds or of another race. Therefore it shouldn't have mattered when his sister fell in love with a non-human. But it did. Of all the millions of humans and creatures on the planet that would have created no problem, she fell in love with the one that did. Not his race or his wealth or even his family created a problem with their parents. No, what created the problem was that it was this person that had killed one of their ancestors in a duel. What no one except the head of the family knew was that the Borgias were not as human as they pretended to be. Like most pureblood families, they had over the time procreated with one or the other magical race. While in the veins of the Black flowed the blood of banshees and Goblins, and in the veins of the Malfoy the blood of Velas, in the veins of the Borgias flowed the most magical blood to be found in the world, the blood of the Eldar. During the centuries there had been quite a few marriages between the Eldar and the Borgias. It was this blood that was responsible for their grace and their fair faces. It was this blood that allowed them to live longer than others and age slower. Without their connection to the Eldar they would not have been as confident and accurate with their weapons and so sure in their use of magic. Over the years the Borgia had been known to be cruel and unforgiving, and while that was true few knew that a Borgia would never hurt an innocent. Their hearts and souls were too pure for that. Their human side was as easily corrupted as any others, but their Eldar side always stayed pure. Yet even the Eldar had a point where they snapped, and the Eldar that had captured Imogene's Art had reached that point centuries ago when one of their ancestors had killed his brother in a terrible misunderstanding. The duel had been fair and had followed every guideline, and yet their ancestor had lost. Not only the duel but also his life. Imogen had been the child in the family, adored and spoiled. Maybe it was for that reason that his father had acted so overly cruel when he found out who his daughter loved. The day she had presented Narwa to their parents her father had forbidden her to ever see him again. 3 weeks later she had run away and he had only seen her twice after that. The first time when he had stood next to her at her wedding, and the second and last time when she had called him more than 2 months later. Their father had found her and her husband only hours before they were to leave Italy forever. He had never been able to forgive his father for what he had done to his beloved sister. When he had arrived at their hideout he had found Imogen in tears, Narwa dying in her arms. He had watched as Narwa intoned a ritual to ensure that only a child that resembled him would inherit his powers and his blessing, and that this child would be able, if ever he need arose, to pass this blessing on to his or her own children. It had torn his heart to see his sister breaking down as her husband of 2 months died in her arms. The last he ever did to her as helping her bind her powers and the powers of her unborn child. When Harry had given him the photos of his grandmother and his mother he had immediately recognized his sister, the sister he hadn't seen for so many years. Carefully he watched Harry and all 4 blacks as his thoughts drifted to his sister. The first time he had seen Harry he had been reminded of Henry Potter, but as soon as he looked closer he found that Harry would look almost exactly like Narwa if he had the fiery red hair of the Eldar. But more pronounced than the outer resemblance was that he acted just like Narwa had. He moved and talked the same way, and even his smile was that of his brother-in-law. He hadn't been the least shocked when Marcello had told him that Harry was a guardian. After all, who was more likely to stay pure than someone with so much blood of an Eldar? Only one of the Eldar would have been a better option. Someday he would have to tell Harry what being a Borgia really meant, especially being a descendant of Imogen Borgia and Narwa. He missed his sister. Had missed her since the night all those years ago when he had finished the incantation to bind her powers. All that had been left for was to drink a potion that activated the spells. He had promised her then that he would not search for her and that he would make sure that her inheritance would find its way to one of her descendants when they ever were to contact him. Harry had received what had become of Imogen's heritage, and he would make sure that nothing happened to the child. You are pure-blooded. Marcello's eyes fixed immediately on Cassandra Black as she voiced her question, and even her husband seemed disturbed that his wife dared to ask such a question in the presence of a Borgia. You are asking this for what reason? As soon as he had heard the question Harry's clear green eyes had darkened and had taken on an unearthly glow. No black will marry a mudblood. Cassandra all but screeched at him, and a dark smile settled on Harry's face. No, I won't suppose any black would do that, wouldn't they? How is Andromeda nowadays? Silence met his question, a glare from Orion having silenced his wife. To answer your question, Mrs. Black, yes, I am a pureblood. Changing the subject he continued, you will continue to pay for your daughter's needs till the day of the wedding. Every summer she will spend he last month at a place of my choosing and the first month with you. You may send Narcissa along with her if both girls were to wish for it. If that should be the case you are to inform me at least a week in advance. Bellatrix may choose where she wishes to spend Christmas, but again I wish to be informed more than a week before their start. The wedding will take place 2 years after she has finished school. either in the second half of the summer or during the Christmas holidays. As soon as he had said this, Calpurnia interrupted him, her voice nearly as screeching as that of her sister-in-law. You want to wait for 2 years after she left Hogwarts. You want to wait for more than 6 years. She would have undoubtedly continued if not for the angry glare of her husband's brother. Before Harry had a chance to answer, Marcello spoke in his place. You are not able to raise her in a way that is required for a Borgia. She will spend the 2 years after she has finished Hogwarts under my and my wife's tutelage to learn all she needs to know. Everyone who marries into my family is required to do so, and I will certainly make no exception for your daughter. His voice broke no argument. And none of their hosts dared to speak against him. He was not sure why Harry wanted to have his wedding take place only 2 years after his fiancée had left school, but he would make sure that her family complied with his wishes. When he had for the first time witnessed the power the mere mentioning of his name had over other people, muggles and wizards alike, he had been shocked. Of course he had learned as a child that many had committed murder or suicide at a word, not even a command, from a Borgia, but still it was rather fearsome to witness it. Even after all these years he found it discerning how readily others complied at a mere word or gesture from him or any member of his family. He knew that it was partly due to their blood, as only few creatures could resist the pull he Eldar had over others, but mostly it was through the long and well-known history of their family. Yes, he would have to talk to Harry soon to help him to fully utilize the power he had over others, even more so than he himself. He may be a Borgia, the head of the House of Borgia, but Harry was a Borgia and a guardian and something else. Simmering under the surface he felt something powerful that came not from being a guardian or a Borgia, something that not even an Eldar possessed, but it was close. It was as pure as a true Eldar and equally powerful. He had talked many times with both his son and his daughter as well as his wife over what each of them felt, sensed about Harry Andrews, and while Marcello was able to tell that he was the most powerful guardian, none of them could say more than that they felt pure magic from him. Part of this magic, this pure magic, came from Narwa's blessing. That part even felt like the magic he had felt from Narwa, but that part was small compared to the rest they felt. If he didn't know better he would say that Harry was one of the first Eldar. He had only had the honor to meet one of them when he had still been a child, and the mere presence of the ancient Eldar had left his senses reeling, much like Harry did, but still very different. He would not even attempt to ask Harry who or what he really was, besides seeking for clarification which guardian he was. If the young man should ever choose to tell him, he would be honored, but he would not ask. It was humorous and at the same time disturbing to watch how both Harry and himself played the blacks. He was sure that, had they been anyone else, the blacks would have stopped the negotiations by then. They were not able to refuse a single of Harry's demands, where Harry on the other hand had refused all but 2 of theirs. If they weren't Borgia, he was sure that they would have created themselves new enemies during the few hours they had so far spent at the house of the younger black. But as it was, they were feared to be threatened. He did not smile as Harry and both male blacks sealed the contract. He said nothing as he himself added his seal as a witness. Now he knew would see that part of the meeting where other political connections would be discussed, and he hoped that Harry was versed enough in this games to not fall into one of the numerous traps they could present. Did he know that he was a member of the ancient council if it ever were to be called again? Was he even aware that such a council existed? Someday soon he would have to talk with the young man about every important fact of the wizarding world. Till then he could only hope that Harry knew enough to survive the pureblood world. Yes, I know that there is barely any mentioning of Tom till now, but my reasoning for that is easily explained. At the moment we are in 1972, and as Rowling gave no indication how long Tom wreaked havoc before he offed himself accidentally, I plan to slowly build his character. At the moment he has just resurfaced and is slowly gathering followers. Yes, he will also try to recruit Harry at some point, maybe even more than once. As I see it, the real terror lasted only for about 5 years. Before that there were only smaller attacks on muggles, but nothing major and nothing against purebloods. So have patience, I have not forgotten, dear Tom. As you said, my story is still in the infant stadium. Luculus. Don't fear, Harry's family is now complete. From the Eldar he didn't get any new powers, it has more to do with the protection his mother gave him, his grace and A few advantages and disadvantages, so no god-like powers for Harry. Skulled Centaur 04. Well, the goblin blood is not something the blacks advertise, more like something they have buried deep down under their deepest dungeon. But then the Borgia are the type of people who dig up the corpses others hide in their closets to have something for future blackmail. Forgive me, I mean persuasion. No, nay, of the purebloods talk openly about their non-human bloodlines, but some, like the Malfoy, are just not able to hide it. The beauty and temperament of their Vela side gives them, the Malfoy, away. Or if Harry should have a child with a full-blooded Eldar, the possibility that that child would have pointy ears is very, very high. As for the reason I choose goblins for the black line, goblins aren't exactly light creatures, but they are also not dark. Goblins care mostly for money and will do everything for it. Likewise, blacks are neither light nor completely dark, as you can see best on Canon Regulus. He joins Voldemort because he shares some of his beliefs, but after only a short time he tries to leave, and is killed. He cared for power and the purity of blood, but he was not willing to kill for it. So yes, the blacks have goblin blood somewhere many generations before Sirius, and I mean many generations. Also, for those reviewers I haven't answered above, thank you very much for your review. Back to the Future 24. Silently Harry played with the glass of wine he held in his right hand, knowing that every single of the present blacks stole curious glances at his gloved hands. Till he had come to the past, he had found nearly everyone staring at his hand, yet only a few had dared to ask, and only Uncle Nicky had so far received an answer to his question. He knew that he was provoking his hosts to ask about the reason for wearing a glove, and he reveled in the knowledge that they would be forced to ask, and therefore admit their curiosity if they wanted to learn what he was hiding beneath it. The wine was good, as Marcello had remarked, one from one of his own vineyards, something that none of the blacks had liked to hear. Had he not been able to learn from the experience of being the boy who lived, he would have been stunned by the reaction he received at being a member of the House of Borgia. The proud blacks didn't even dare to look the wrong way at Marcello or himself, in fear that they would scorn the two powerful men. For moments he had seen Marcello falter after they had sealed the agreement, but he doubted that the others had seen it. Still he wondered what the cause for this could have possibly been. Did Marcello fear that he would not be able to navigate safely through all the traps the coming political placement would bring? Or had it been because of something he had already done? "You were home-schooled, Mr. Andrews?" Calpurnia asked him, her voice once again sweet, reminding him eerily of his beloved Dolores Umbridge. As he granted her only a polite nod as an answer, she continued, "What house do you believe you would have been best suited? Your father was, as I recall, a Hufflepuff." The distaste at saying Hufflepuff, even more in association with the father of her future son-in-law, was clearly audible in her voice as she spoke. When Harry smiled, even Marcello was disturbed at the clearly feral nature of the smile. "Oh, I have from a reliable source that I would have done great in Slytherin, that they would have helped me on my way to greatness." Someday he would have to thank the Sorting Hat for telling him these facts. Now of course he knew why he would have been great in Slytherin, and why Gryffindor had been the alternative. Who would have thought that it was not Voldemort, or at least not in the way they thought? That accounted for the Slytherin side of the innocent boy who lived. Who would have thought that he was indeed the heir of both Slytherin and Gryffindor? Slytherin, yes, the most noble of the houses, as was his founder. Cassandra backed the second Mrs. Black up, trying fearfully to conceal her unease at Harry's smile. Indeed, Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. And a megalomania Harry continued for himself. None of the blacks had to know that were not his thoughts, but merely one of the passwords dear Slytherin had set. Slowly the blacks regained an ease they had not had since Harry and Marcello had entered. Believing to have found someone who shared their ideals, Marcello though was starting to wonder on which side his sister's grandson was. Did he share the beliefs of those pureblood fanatics like the blacks and Malfoys, or was he free of all those blood prejudices as he had believed and hoped? It is a pity that Slytherin's heir has yet to reclaim his seat in He counsel for it to be once again able to rule. Here it comes, was the thought that flickered through both Harry's and Marcello's mind, though while Marcello feared that Harry might know enough, Harry thanked Hermione in his heart for drilling all these, in his opinion silly, pureblood rights and laws into his head when they had discovered that he was indeed a pureblood. It is, isn't it? But then he isn't the only one. None of the other heirs of the four has claimed their seat. The lines of the four founders have become reclusive over the years, though I don't doubt that when they rise he will send a shock wave through the wizarding world that has never been preceded in its magnitude. For what greater shock could come to the wizarding world to learn that the boy who lived, the defeater of evil, was the heir of Gryffindor and Slytherin? He knew that he was the last founder heir. Both other heirs, the heir of Ravenclaw and the heir of Hufflepuff, had been killed by Voldemort during his first reign. Both Caradoc Dearborn, the heir of Helga Hufflepuff, who was in his own time missing, presumed death, and Dorcas Meadows, the heiress of Ravenclaw, who had been killed before his birth, had been members of the Order of the Phoenix during Voldemort's first rise. He was the last. Within him flowed the blood of two founders. When he died, only Neville would be left, as he was also a descendant of Salira Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. As neither Caradoc nor Dorcas had had children, Hogwarts was technically his, even though the founders had agreed that Hogwarts would belong to no one as long as it was used as a school. Only when it was no longer used to house and teach students would it fall back to the heirs. Neither Harry nor Marcello missed the pleased expressions on their host's faces as they heard with what respect Harry spoke of the four founders, especially Slytherin. When they were leaving the Blacks at nearly midnight, they had spent most of the evening discussing topics around Slytherin and his heirs. Of course they had also spoken of other themes, but had always returned to Slytherin, and much to Marcello's shock had Harry joined in the glorification of the heir of Slytherin. Both were completely silent as they walked up to the castle and into Harry's rooms, but as soon as they had entered his warded quarters did Marcello question him. "I wasn't aware that you were in league with the new self-proclaimed Dark Lord." His tone indicated clearly that Harry's answer was better known, as Marcello was one of the few heads of the Borgia who was openly neutral, if not light. "Nor am I. I wasn't praising the so-called Lord Voldemort, but the heir of Slytherin. For as much as Voldemort claims to be the heir, he isn't. He is only a descendant, and before him come several others should the heir die before he can claim that title." A soft smile was playing around his lips while he spoke, marveling at the justice that Voldemort would not be able to claim the title. "You are playing with fire, Harry. One wrong word, one wrong step, and even I will be hard-pressed to protect you. He will try to recruit you when he learns of the declarations you made this evening, and have no doubt he will learn of them. The Blacks are among his followers." Harry looked at his great-grandfather completely unfazed, though the smile had vanished from his face, making place for a solemn, determined expression. "I am waiting for him to recruit me." Whatever Marcello had expected, this announcement had not been among his ideas, and for once he was completely shocked. When he was once again able to speak, he was only able to utter a faint "What?" to which Harry smiled faintly. "He will try to recruit me at some point. I am too powerful for him to just ignore. At the latest, when one of my 7th years joins him, or the parents of one of my students, would he have noticed me. This way at least I have drawn his attention to me at my terms. Do not fear, I will never join him. And therefore I have to make it clear to him that even though I will remain neutral, I am not on the side of the light. I have to remain neutral at all costs. The moment I enter the battle, it will be lost to all, not only the side that was against me. Your son has told you what I am. He will agree with me that I cannot join this war. I am not sure how many battles I could fight, how many friends I could see fall before I would lose control over myself. If I, Thanatos, would lose control, nothing Voldemort could do would be worse than what I would do should I lose my control over myself. Both sides have to know that I will not fight their war for them." Marcello had paled as he heard that Harry, calm collected Harry, was the feared Thanatos. Yes, his son had told him that he suspected that Harry was Thanatos, but he had not been able to imagine that his sister's grandson was that most feared, most vicious guardian. All he was therefore able to say was a repeat of his earlier words. "You are playing with fire, child. But then you contain within yourself the fires of hell." At that image Harry had to laugh out loud. Never had anyone dared to say something like that to him. But he could not deny the truth of that statement. He did contain the fires of hell, and should he lose control, the earth would burn beneath him. That thought immediately sobered him. Yes, the world would burn when he failed and allowed himself to be drawn into a battle that was not yet his. Slowly Harry walked over to the cabinet in which he stored his alcoholics, several bottles of fire whiskey. The twins had given him for his 18th birthday, much to the anger of their mother, as well as some bottles of wine and other liqueurs he had bought when he had started his teaching position. Questioning, he held up a bottle of old Muggle whiskey, asking Marcello if he also wanted some or would prefer something else. In the short time he had spent in the past, Harry had found that he often turned to alcohol for comfort, missing the opportunity to be comforted by his friends. True, he could talk to both Gawain and Uncle Nicky freely, but they were neither Hermione, nor Ron or the twins. He knew that he should not drink. He knew that it had been wrong to get drunk when he had finally acknowledged his feelings for Bellatrix, and he knew that it was wrong to try to drink away the depressio. And that was alarmingly fast building up inside of him, but he had yet to find another way and tried to tell himself that it was not wrong when he drank now or then 1 or 2 glasses. Marcello was worried as he saw his young relative walk over to his liqueur cabinet. He knew what Harry was doing. He himself had done the very same thing when his father had killed Narwa. He tried to drink just enough to appear unbothered by the events. Yet he also knew that it was not working. How hard must it be to allow others to fight, knowing that oneself would be able to make a difference, but also knowing that could possibly destroy mankind. It is not helping, isn't it? He asked, not really expecting an answer. Therefore he was quite astounded when Harry spoke. No, it isn't, and I am not even sure if I want it to help. I have seen too many drunks and I hated every single one of them, yet here I am, standing before a cabinet full with all different kinds of alcoholics. I don't even drink oft. And I have only been drunk 2 times in my life, and that were 2 times too many. Still I find in moments like these that they are the safest comfort. Cynically he continued that line of thought, inking that it was at least safer than leaving Hogwarts to hunt down Voldemort before he could come to his full power. It hurt to see his parents, Remus, Sirius, and even Peter alive, healthy and happy. It hurt to know that when he returned he would have nothing but memories, knowing that he could have prevented all their pain by acting. Each day he asked himself if it had been the right choice to go back to the past. Each night he had nightmares of what would happen in the future, of what he could prevent from happening. He sometimes saw Neville standing on the beds of his insane parents and he felt a terrible ache in his heart at the knowledge that he may be able to prevent that from happening, all the while knowing that he would do nothing to prevent it. Would his friends hate him when he returned and they learned that he could have created a brighter future? Or would they understand that he could have done nothing without destroying what he knew should happen? He hated not being able to act, to have to sit back and allow events to unfold themselves without his intervention. Yes, he had already changed something by accepting Bellatrix's proposal, but then neither Fawkes nor Horace had stopped him, and both knew what was to happen in the future. Without taking a glass himself he walked back to Marcello and placed the glass of whiskey before him, conjuring himself a hot chocolate with cinnamon and whipped cream. Marcello greeted Harry's change in evening drink with a praising nod but didn't acknowledge it otherwise. As there were no classes the next day for which Harry had to be attentive, he decided that it would be best to start Harry's education the same evening, or rather night. Soon you will start your own family, and as your elder it is therefore my duty to pass all the knowledge I have about your bloodlines on to you. Your father's line, the House of Andrews, while old and quite wealthy and at times even quite powerful, has no hidden secrets, no non-human blood, and also no non-magical blood. It is about your mother's bloodlines I have to talk to you. Marcello gave absolutely no indication that he had seen Harry's questioning frown as he sipped on his whiskey before continuing. We Borgia are proud and noble, sly and cunning, we thirst for knowledge, we crave it, and we are loyal to a fault. If we ever went to Hogwarts the Sorting Hat would be hard rest to come to a decision on where to place us. Our family is old, one of the oldest in the magical world as well as the non-magical. We have been there when both worlds were built, and we will be there when they end. The name Borgia stands for money, for influence, for murder, betrayal and deceit. In our history brothers have killed their sisters and sisters their brothers. Parents have murdered their children and children their parents. The name Borgia is feared by all those who do not understand. In the non-magical world our family has been called the first crime family ever recorded at ND. They right, but they are also completely wrong. A Borgia does not hesitate to spill blood, that of family or of strangers. But only twice in the history of our family has a Borgia spilled the blood of an innocent. The blood of the Borgia is the purest blood found among humans. Not in the sense the Malfoy or Black take the word, but in the sense of magic. Even in the non-magical line of our family, flows magic that is purer than that in those lines that call themselves pure-blooded. We are not fully human. Every other generation a Borgia finds himself unable to withstand the pull that lays in our blood and has been passed down from the beginning of our line. Not humans founded our house but one of the Eldar. It is their blood that gives us our strength, our purity, but also our weakness. Hearing this, Harry was no longer able to hold on to himself and blurted out. You mean like the elves in Tolkien's books? Immortal and with pointed ears. A low chuckle escaped Marcello at the incredulous voice of the young man. Still smiling, he answered Harry's question. Yes, like those elves, though they prefer to be called Eldar as they call themselves. Tolkien was a historian who discovered some of the old texts. Yet when he published them, none in the non-magical world took them for something else than fiction. Of course hardly anyone magical read them. As I was saying before you interrupted me, our family has been tied to the Eldar since its very beginning, and while it was not founded by one of the ancients, it is still quite old. Our house survived empires and wars, every imaginable gift has been found in our house, as you can see it yourself and my oldest son. In you the blood flows stronger than in most of our house, as you have inherited through both my sister and her husband. My mother was one of the Eldar and very young for her race, younger in fact than the husband of my sister, your grandmother. Many generations before, one of our ancestors killed an Eldar, leaving him responsible for the death of his youngest child, a death that had been, as was later found out, an accident in which the Eldar had tried to help and save the life of the child. Yet that was discovered only after the Eldar had been killed. His brother came to revenge his death, challenging our ancestor to a duel which was lost to our house, as was our ancestor. As a warning, this tragedy was passed on through history, as was the name of the surviving brother. When Imogen was 18, she fell in love with the very same Eldar who had killed our ancestor. Our father forbid her a marriage with Narwa, even going so far as to ordering her to never see him again. Not long after that Imogen ran away. Only twice after she left our home have I seen her, once at her wedding and once when he called me that our father had found them and mortally wounded Narwa. It was on that occasion that she bound her powers and the powers of her unborn child. In fact, I helped her bind them. Dying Narwa spoke an ancient blessing of his people, securing his powers in his blood till the day a child would be born to his family that resembled him, either in appearance or in mannerism, but always in the purity of their soul. While you do not have the fiery red hair of Narwa, you have his mannerism and you have his pure soul. This blessing can be passed on to your children when you die, protecting them. It will not redirect curses, but everyone who intends harm will be unable to touch your child on the penalty of their own death. Many a powerful wizard and witch has tried themselves on so-called blood wards and blood protection, but nothing a human wizard or witch can cast comes even close to the power of blessing of the Eldar such as Narwa's invokes. At its weakest, no one who wants harm to the focus of such a blessing can enter a warded area. At its strongest, even the thought of doing harm to the focus will cause the attacker great pain. The blessing grows stronger with every positive fey, healing someone who is related by blood to the person who gave the blessing, directs at the focus. If the focus is loved by those who share the blood of the giver, every positive feeling directed towards him or her will fuel the blessing. The only way for the blessing to lose its effect would be if the focus was harmed by his or her blood in such a severe way that he or she would be no longer able to bear the thought of being related to them by blood. Were that ever to be the case, then the blessing would turn into a curse to those who should have provided the love and protection, killing them slowly with every harmful thought or action they direct at the focus. The blessing Narwa bestowed on his children is the greatest gift one of his race could possibly give. If he hadn't already been dying, this blessing would have taken his life. No matter how healthy he would have been, his immortality as well as his life would have been spent. He gave his life, his soul, his very essence in this blessing that will be carried on as long as his bloodline exists and the criteria of the blessing are met. Shocked, Harry stared at Marcello. If what his great-grandfather had just told him was true, And he had no doubt that it was. He wouldn't have had any problems with Voldemort or the Ministry, or Malfoy and Snape for that matter, if his aunt had loved him. His mind told him that it shouldn't. It surprised him that his aunt had felt absolutely no love for him, that it shouldn't hurt as much as it did, but the pain he was feeling at that thought was almost physical. Was the only reason his aunt, uncle and cousin hadn't gone any further in their abuse because they knew what repercussions it would have for them when he was no longer able to call them their family. Did they really hate him so much that it didn't matter to them if he lived or died? Was the only reason why they had not found a way to dispose of him because they feared for their own lives? He was not sure if he even wanted to know the answer to that question. If he wanted the proof to what he already knew. Yet he knew that someday he would ask his aunt why she had such a hatred towards him and his mother. With worry Marcello observed as Harry grew continuously paler, the more he spoke of the blessing of the Eldar. He was able to see the exact moment when Harry started to feel physical pain and started immediately to call him by his name. Only after a few minutes did Harry react, his eyes darkened with pain and confusion. Take deep breaths, Harry. Let go of all of your emotions, may they be positive or negative. Clear your mind of all thoughts and just concentrate on my voice. Let everything go and just listen to me. I don't know what caused this reaction in you, but I know what kind of reaction it is. No matter what you are thinking about, I am certain that it is not worth the pain you feel. You experience one of the curses, of the weaknesses that come with our blood. When you look at our family history, you will find that every single Borgia followed his or her spouse only days later to their death. It is not a conscious decision we make, it is in our blood. When our other half dies, we are no longer able to live, or if we do, we will have lost half of ourselves. We fade from grief, your life force will simply flee our body. Strong emotional pain has the same effect on us as you seem to find out at this moment. Yet what you are now experiencing is just a fraction of the pain you will feel in the first moments of your spouse's death. When my mother found out what my father had done to Imogen, which pain he had caused her, she started to fade and nothing could stop her death. She knew what pain my sister was feeling at the death of her beloved Narwa and that she was unable to fade because she was with child. It was this knowledge and the knowledge that it was her own husband, my father, that had caused his daughter that pain that took her life. Only a month later my father had followed her to death. I can see that the pain is leaving you. Allow yourself to feel again, to think again, but keep in mind that whatever caused you the pain is not worth dying for. Only your children or your spouse might be worth your life. Never allow guilt to consume you, it could and most likely will kill you. Another weakness that flows in our veins is the anger. It takes much to anger an Eldar, but their anger is awakened. Nothing can stop the boiling hatred, the thirst for revenge, even the blood of the one who caused the anger. It was our family that caused the term, seeing red. If we allow our anger to rule ourselves, blood will flow. On a lighter note, our curiosity is also a family trait, as is our nearly unending ability to love. For those we love we will do everything, if it is dying or killing. The chime of a clock interrupted Marcello, and after a quick glance at his own pocket watch he declared that it was too late to speak of anything else and that Harry might want to go to bed, as he had to be present for breakfast even though it was weekend. As it was already so late, Harry invited him to spend the night and the next day at the castle, knowing quite well that that would not be well received by the headmaster, but he did not have the strength to care. Laying in his bed, Harry realized for the first time what had happened to him after Sirius had died. Till the headmaster had visited him, he had continuously felt weaker with each passing day. Every breath he had taken had hurt, every heartbeat had been agony. Uncle Albus had told him later that he had feared to be too late, that Harry was dying. That he was simply giving up. Was that what fading was like? Would he have really died from the grief and guilt about Sirius' death? Albus Dumbledore was not amused, far from it, when two elegant men entered the great hall before breakfast even started. Had he thought that the visit of Marcello was bad, he had not counted on Harry bringing the Patriarch of the Borgia to Hogwarts. Even worse, at a time the school was in session and all students were able to see him. Marcello 7 looked much like his son, only his hair had a few gray streaks in it. Both of the men, Ari as well as Marcello, were clad in identical dark gray robes that left no doubt about their wealth. Yet while Marcello wore his hair open, Harry was for once sporting a teacher's braid, something he was in no way able to conceal his true status in the wizarding world. Most students noticed the stranger immediately as they entered, some paling briefly as they recognized just who the guest was. At was talking quietly with their defense professor. It were 4 young Gryffindor students, first years, who broke the stifling silence that hung over the hall when they hurried into the hall, as usually as one of the last. At first they did not seem to notice that a guest was present till young Peter Pettigrew glanced up at the head table and saw a foreign face among his professors. With a few words and nudges he altered his 3 dorm mates and friends to the stranger. A single word, spoken by a boy with unruly black hair, shattered the silence and invoked a whisper that would carry for weeks to come through the school. "Grandpapa." Harry had to suppress a smile at James' outburst that was so seldom seen in a Borgia, but then he was also a Potter. Marcello only gave a nod and smile to Hi's daughter's son and continued eating as if nothing unusual had happened. He ignored all the odd, fearful, scorning and even jealous whispers of the students, knowing that that was something James had to handle for himself, as he was the one who had invoked that feelings with his outburst. There was no doubt within him that by the evening everyone within the school and most of Wizarding Britain would remember that his daughter had married the head of the House of Potter, and in a few more days they would also learn that Harry Andrews was his great-nephew. Once again the name Borgia would be talked about in the wizarding world. Their history would be remembered and the fear of them renewed. Yet there would be no useless gossip. No one would dare to talk that way about them. No, the fear would hinder them. In a few weeks, months at the most, the wizarding world would move on to new topics, even if it was only out of the fear of drawing the attention of the Borgia to them. With amusement, professors and some of the older students watched as James was barely able to keep seated after he had seen that his grandfather was at the school. Many of them stayed even after they had eaten to see what would happen. How their guest would act around the young Gryffindor. As if sensing their curiosity, the head of the House of Borgia remained in his seat long after he had finished his meal, slowly drinking a cup of coffee. Finally it was their youngest professor who made an end to the waiting as he stood up and waited for his guest to follow his lead. Together they walked over to the Gryffindor table where James was waiting for them. While Marcello remained at the Gryffindor table, Harry walked over to the Slytherins seeking his young fiancée out. "Miss Black, would you be so kind to come to my office today at 5:30? Only when Bellatrix had accepted his invitation did Harry walk over to his 2 relatives and walked together with them and James' 3 dorm mates out of the great hall. The whispering flaring up as soon as they had passed the doors. Lost in thought, Harry walked through his room. All his doubts were back, but he knew that he had long passed the point where he could turn away. Was he really in love with Bellatrix, or did he just fancy her innocent beauty? Or worse yet, did he just pity her for the future he knew she would have? Marcello had told Hyone that it would be enough to save her from the future he knew she would have, but would it really be enough? He was not sure what it was that he felt for her, but he was now sure that it was not love, at least not yet. And how could it be love? He barely knew her, had only known her as an insane murderer, a person he hated. Then he had met her as a young beautiful girl, innocent and still sane, and had started to develop some feelings for her. The smile on her face and the glittering in her eyes when he had given her a promise ring had worked for him just like a cold shower would have. She was still a child. A school girl, and he was her teacher. He liked her, that he knew for sure, but would that be enough? Would it be enough to lead a happy marriage, to prevent her from turning to Voldemort? Fawkes had told him that he knew that he would accept her parents' proposal. Didn't that mean that he had also accepted it the last time he had traveled back in time? Was he the reason why Bellatrix Black had turned to Rudolphus Lestrange and Voldemort? Had he not been able to love her enough and she had turned to someone else for love? Would it be his fault that Neville's parents? A burst of flames interrupted his thoughts as Fawkes materialized before him. The Phoenix didn't speak to him but just stared for long endless moments into his eyes before he held out his right claw, presenting him with a scroll of parchment. With a weary sight did Harry take the scroll, knowing very well what the headmaster would want from him. Laying the scroll down, Harry turned to Fawkes while he walked over to his door. "I will walk there." Why? Why had he never thought of the possibility that he might be the reason that Bellatrix turned dark? Could he really be so much like Voldemort to think to be able to change the timeline? The headmaster had told him before he went to the past that he had already been there, that he remembered him from the past, so how could he have been so naive to believe that he could save her? Yet there was nothing he could now do. He had signed the contract that bound him to Bellatrix Black and had even given her a promise ring. If he would now break that contract, she would turn to her parents, the Malfoys and the Lestranges, for comfort and would hate him and everything he cared for. Yet even if he would continue to woe her, he could fail. Without noticing it, he had arrived at the gargoyle that allowed him his usual entrance without a password. He didn't even knock or wait to be asked in, but opened the door as soon as he had arrived. "You wanted to speak me, Headmaster." Albus Dumbledore had looked up from the book he had been reading as soon as he had felt that someone had passed the gargoyle that was guarding his office. He had had no doubt that it would be Harry, and ruse as he was the only one who could pass without a password, something that alarmed him to no small part. Only an hour had passed since a painting of a dancing pair had informed him that a student had left the quarters of the new defense professor, a promise ring on her hand. In a single day Harry Andrews had achieved what others tried for their whole time at Hogwarts, to be the sole thing at Hogwarts that was talked about, and it was not even the first time that he had achieved it. Every single student and teacher, and even most of the ghosts, would talk for weeks about nothing else than the two Borgias at school and the fact that Harry Andrews, one of the two Borgias, had given a promise ring to one of his students. When he had sent Fawkes to the young professor, he had planned to SCLOD him for his behavior, but as he looked at the man that had just entered his office, he changed his mind. Harry Andrews looked far from happy, not at all like a man who had just promised the girl he loved that he would marry her in a few years. Observing him, he decided that Harry looked defeated and tired. Looking at him, he recognized for the first time of whom Harry reminded him amongst others, besides the eyes of Reginald Andrews, his supposed father, and the face structure of Marcello Borgia. Did Harry have the mouth of Henry Potter? He had the same smile, the same mischievous grin, and the same lines of defeat Henry had had after the murder of his parents and sister. Yet that was impossible. Besides, Henry James was the last-born Potter, and Henry had no other relatives that were close enough to bear any resemblance to him. But looking at Harry, he was absolutely certain that he was a Potter and not only an Andrews and Borgia as he had said. "I have no doubt," interrupted Harry his musings, "that you called me here because someone or something told you of the promise I made towards one of my students. While I can understand if you don't like the circumstance that I have such interests in one of my students, I can assure you that I will not favor her in any way. Besides that, do I know that I am not the first professor at Hogwarts who had a relationship with one of his students, so absolutely nothing speaks against it, which is all you need to know about it, Headmaster." Fascinated, Albus Dumbledore watched Harry as he defended his actions and told him in no uncertain words to mind his own business. Though he had to const that the young man in front of him was absolutely right. As long as Harry didn't favor Miss Black, he as the headmaster couldn't do anything against them. "When will the engagement take place?" he asked instead, hoping that it would not be too soon. "As soon as Miss Black has finished Hogwarts, and the wedding will take place 2 years later. If either she or I are unable to remain professional within the classroom, she will transfer to Beauxbaxton or any other school besides Durmstrang." Seeing the headmaster's inquiring gaze, Harry explained his last words. "Bellatrix will not learn any more of the dark arts if I can prevent it. She already knows far too much. Never, never will she learn the unforgivables or truly evil magic." A doubting smile flickered over Albus Dumbledore's face as he heard Harry's words. "You want to forbid her to learn what you know? Don't you trust her? Or do you only want to have that kind of power over her?" Pain that flickered for moments through Harry's eyes let the headmaster almost regret his words, but he would not stop his wish to provoke the younger man into revealing at least one of his many secrets. "As long as her parents have the chance to tell her that that kind of magic is more worth than light magic, will I try everything from preventing her from learning it." Was that all, Headmaster? "I am rather tired and would like to go to bed." Harry was not sure why he was so snappish towards the headmaster, but he felt that he had to leave, that he needed rest. That feeling had started even before Bellatrix had come to his office. Something told him that he should know what was happening with him, but as much as he tried he could not explain what he was feeling. A sudden sharp pain in his forehead let his hand fly to the place where his scar should be. He did not notice that he doubled over in pain as panic filled him, panic that Voldemort would know that he had a connection to him. In his mind he called out to Fawkes, who was watching him carefully. "No, young one, he has no connection to you. His side of the connection has not yet formed. You will be able to see through his eyes and into his mind, but the pain you will feel will be greater than what you were used to, as he is still gaining power in this time. I am sorry, but there is no way to stop these attacks. You will have them till you return to your own time." Cool, dry fingers that touched his forehead brought Harry finally out of his pain-induced stupor, and he looked up questioningly into the concerned blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. For seconds a new wave of panic rushed through him as he searched for a way to explain his unusual behavior to the headmaster. In no way could he tell him the truth, but what lie would be believable enough for the headmaster to leave him alone. "Child, are you able to sit up so that I can call Poppy?" Dimly Harry registered the words of the headmaster as a new wave of pain let his head explode. "Why are you telling me only now of the contract? Could have taken him already." Pictures of pale, almost shaking Blacks and an angry Voldemort filled Harry's vision as he tried to concentrate on the headmaster and Fawkes. The pain he felt was more intense than the visions he was used to from his own time, and he almost wished to leave this place, this time where the murderer of his pair NTS was still gaining control, and he could do nothing against him. He felt as the headmaster leaned him against his chair and saw as he called Poppy. He didn't want to see her, but he could do nothing against it. After a few attacks of that intensity he would be used to them, just as his body had grown used to the attacks he had had in his own time, but till then he would be once again at the mercy of all those concerned and pitying looks, words and actions. Short of killing Voldemort or sending him back to his own time, there was nothing that could be done for him, yet both could not be done, even when someone would be aware of those possibilities. On days like that he hated his life. When he had killed Voldemort he had believed that he would be forever free of such attacks and could finally live a normal life, only to find it a good idea to trave back in time, right back to a world where Voldemort was gaining power. Sometimes he felt just like an idiot. As Madame Pomfrey came a few minutes later, Harry was already sitting in his chair, and though his head was still pounding, the pain had lessened to a strength he was used to. While the headmaster and the nurse were alarmed about High's attack, he tried his best to play it down as nothing unusual. "I told you that it was nothing to be worried about. I have had that problem since I was a few months old. There is absolutely nothing you can do about it, Poppy. I have already tried everything and I doubt that it will kill me." Alarmed, Harry stopped as he had said that. Could he really be sure that Voldemort would not be able to kill him that way? Even if not directly, then as a freak accident, like making him lose control of a broom or something like that. "Anyway, I'm tired and I would like to go to bed, my bed, not in the hospital wing." Before either the headmaster or Poppy could answer something, Harry left hurriedly the room, hearing only faintly in his head an advice from Fawkes. "He can't reach Nyx." The next day Harry couldn't even remember how he reached his room or his bed. All he remembered was cursing himself for traveling through time. Without much success he tried to evade the concerned glances of Poppy and the headmaster. The only distraction came as the owls arrived with the post. A black regal-looking owl swept down to him, filling him with an unnamable dread. "Don't ask them to fight for you. Back to the Future 27. He knew what that letter would contain. How could he not know after the vision he had had the day before? When his great-grandfather had asked him why he had spoken so positively about the heir of Slytherin, and if he tried to attract Voldemort's attention, he had told him that that was exactly what he tried to do, now though he was no longer so sure about it. Not after he had felt what Voldemort could do to him. Not after he knew that Voldemort could destroy his mind or even his life without even doing something against him. He was afraid that he had made a terrible mistake in provoking such a reaction from Voldemort, yet at the same time he needed him to know that he would not become one of his Death Eaters. Both sides had to understand that he would not, at least not openly, fight for them. There was no way for him to join the Order of the Phoenix, but he would also not stand by and watch them being slaughtered for their foolishness. Seemingly calm, Harry finally opened the letter. Finding the contents to be nearly exactly as he had expected it, only that he was invited to bring Marcelo Borgia 7 along with him. Around him the students and teachers were standing up, and the only consolation for his problem was just looking at him with his baby blue eyes. Those not watching missed the minute nod Harry gave the headmaster as he stood up to follow him up to his office. "What can I do for you, child? I trust you feel well." The second part of the question was laced with honest concern and made Harry remember why the other man would in his own time take the place of a grandfather for him. With a nod and a smile Harry gave him his answer while he accepted both a cup of tea and a lemon drop. "Yes, no pain has remained, as usually, and I'm only a little bit more tired than usual as I have barely been able to sleep, but that is not the reason why I asked to see you. As I am sure you have noticed, did I receive a letter this morning? My future parents-in-law, as well as Mr. Black's older brother and wife, have invited me to a dinner party in honor of Lord Slytherin. They also mentioned that a special guest would be present. Avenue absolutely no doubt that this guest will be Voldemort." For a long time Albus Dumbledore watched his youngest professor pensively. Since the day the young man had so foolishly worn his robes of declaration had he feared the moment in which the child would come into contact with Voldemort. He had tried to tell himself that nothing important would happen at such a meeting, that he was only afraid of the consequences the meeting would have for Hogwarts, and that he was not terrified to lose the young man he had started to care about. "And what do you plan to do about this invitation?" He would not voice his fears, none of them. How could Harry Andrews be so calm? How could such a young man be so in control of his emotions? At some times he was hard-pressed not to feel uneasy in the calm pain of the young man, as was the case then. "I will of course follow the invitation and spend a nice evening praising Lord Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, and of course his heirs. No, can't forget about his heir. Hopefully I will make an outstanding impression on Voldemort so that he will invite me to become one of those who kiss the hem of his robes. Wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity for all the gold in Gringotts." Quote, for the first time since he had met Harry Andrews was Albus Dumbledore able to see clearly the Borgia in the otherwise so peaceful young man. Already had he decided for himself to forget that the child was a Borgia and also related in some way to Reginald Andrews, when he just had to be reminded of those unsavory relations. It would be so much easier to like the man as just Harry. Not Harry Andrews or even Harry, member of the House of Borgia. Harry he could see as a grandson, but this calculating ensnaring predator. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, had been able and was able to ensnare people with his charm, but it had been an overly sweet, sticky charm that reeked of deceit and evil. Not like the Borgias, like Harry's charm. When Harry allowed his charm to play, even when he acted like he was then doing, like a deadly predator, nothing, not even the knowledge that it would bring forth your destruction, could stop you from following him. The lure that he created in such moments was at the same time dark and light, terrifying and reassuring, but never evil. As all wizarding children, Albus Dumbledore had been raised with tales of the Borgia. He had been taught to respect and fear them. Of course, when he had grown older he had lost most of those fears, but as he sat then in front of Harry he understood what his parents had tried to warn him of. He was so lost in his thoughts that he almost missed Harry's next words. "I almost can't wait to see his face when he learns that while honored, I couldn't possibly accept his invitation." The glee in Harry's voice was almost childlike and presented one of the rare occasions where his true age became apparent. But only seconds later the playfulness vanished out of his voice as he continued. "You expected me to be afraid, or to take the chance and join him, didn't you, headmaster? After all, I am engaged to a black member of the Borgia and heir to Reginald Andrews, not to forget that I know a great deal of the dark arts. Tell me, headmaster." Harry's voice grew lower and slower as he continued, as if he was trying to savor every word he was about to speak. "Tell me, what would you do if I were to accept an eventual offer, and join Lord Voldemort?" Silence reigned in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts as soon as those words had been spoken. With a blank expression on, Albus Dumbledore stared at the young man whom he held in such high regards. How could he ask such a question? How could he even dare to think of something like that? Of course he had often proclaimed that he would never join a Dark Lord, but then why would he ask such a question? I would ban you from Hogwarts, and if I ever were to find you performing one of the unforgivables I would see to it that you are stopped. I have fought against one Dark Lord and I will fight against those who will follow the same path. Disappointment filled Albus Dumbledore's voice as he answered Harry's question. It pained but also reassured Harry to hear those words out of the mouth of his mentor. If he ever should lose control over himself, if he ever lost himself to hate and revenge, he knew that he would be stopped. With a soft smile he took a second lemon drop and allowed himself to watch Fox preening himself. Thank you, he nearly whispered as he allowed himself to relax into the chair. I'd hoped that you would say something along those lines, Headmaster. My greatest fear is that I could become dark, evil, like Voldemort. I would never follow him, but become like him, yet as long as I know that you would stand against me and would not tolerate any wrong behavior, I can be assured that at least I would not be able to cause much damage before you stopped me. Pausing for a moment, Ari continued hesitantly. I may never be able to become evil in the way that Voldemort or any other Dark Lord is evil, but as the saying goes, the way to hell is paved with good intentions. IWOU. LD be able to do terrible things while trying to right a wrong, or while seeking revenge. On the other hand, I will not be able to openly fight against Voldemort, no matter how much I would wish to. NY intervention from me could cause far greater damage than good. Changing the subject, he continued. Did you know that almost all of my defense teachers tried to kill me at one point or the other? I mentioned it to Charles when we first met. Maybe that was the reason why it became my favorite subject, because I had to teach it myself and I had to learn it to be able to survive. My name provokes many reactions: fear, awe, hate, respect, but also disgust, and almost everyone only sees the name, not the person behind it. It has gotten worse now that my relation to the Borgia is known, and I fear that someday even that will pale when my other ancestors are known. You know, not all Borgia are as bad as our reputation indicates. Of course, from time to time there have been some more violent members of the family, but that have happened in every old family. What most forget over these tales of horror is that the Borgia are one of the most tolerant houses in both the Muggle and Wizarding world. When my relation to them was discovered, they accepted me without any questions or doubts. I was one of their own, and therefore I was treated just like the rest of them. They don't care about blood or money, dark or light, as long as you stand by the family. When we came back from the Blacks, my uncle scolded me for speaking so positively about the heir of Slytherin. No matter what you might hear about the Borgia in this coming years, remember that all of them support the light side. My uncle was invited to join me at the dinner party, and while I don't doubt that he would accompany me, I do not want him to do it. I may stay on Voldemort's good side while still declining an eventual offer, but I am not sure how he would react if the House of Borgia would stand openly against him. Therefore I ask you not to approach him or any other Borgia to join in a coming conflict with Voldemort. Even though I have no doubt that every single Borgia is a formidable foe, I have no wish to find out just how many Death Eaters it will take to destroy them. An almost calculating light flickered through Albus Dumbledore's eyes as he contemplated the request of his young professor. It was reassuring to know that one of the most powerful and influential, if not the most influential, house in Wizarding Europe was firmly set against the dark, though the request to leave them out of an eventual coming fight with the dark was slightly dampening the good fortune. If Voldemort would ever rise to power, I would not ask your family to fight, that I can promise you, though I will not refuse their help if they should offer it. At that moment Harry knew that, no matter what he did, he could not change the course of the future. With a frown Harry stood before his wardrobe and mused how easy Fay had been while living with the Dursleys. There he had not had the problem of choosing the right thing to wear, simply because he only had owned few pieces of clothing. Now though he had to worry about choosing just the right robes to wear. He could wear nothing in the colors of the Potters or Borgias, and he did not want to wear once again Andrew's colored robes. Yet the colors of Narwa, High's only remaining ancestor, besides Slytherin and Gryffindor, contained the colors of almost all houses of Hogwarts. Sighing, he ran his hand over his robes, not certain if he should choose a black, a silver or a colored robe. Most of his robes he discarded without a second thought as unfitting for the situation, but 5 he picked out and lay out on his bed. Each of them had been chosen for him by his grandmother. Each of them woven out of the hair of mermen, and all but one were so dark that they appeared at first glance to be black, which one indeed was. The other 4 though were dark blue, dark green, dark red, and the last one of a light silver, the same silver his glove was. Turning back to his wardrobe, he picked out vests and shirts in the same colors. His trousers would be black. At least with them he knew the color and had only to decide on the cut. Nearly an hour later Harry was still frowning at his outfit when he decided that he was completely helpless when it came to fashion. Scowling, he went to the fireplace in his living room and called his great-grandfather. Why hadn't he been raised like Draco Malfoy, who had from childhood on been taught what to wear? With a grin, Marcello 8 stepped minutes later out of the fireplace. He had heard from his sister and father how much the younger man feared formal robes, but he had not believed them till he took the fire call for his father, who was in a meeting. His grin widened at the half-scowling, half-pleading face of Harry, who was only dressed in a dressing gown. After only 10 minutes Marcello presented the younger man with a complete outfit and a few additions. Picking up one of the daggers that he had placed on the bed, Harry turned to his cousin, who spoke even before the other had the chance to ask. Borgia daggers. Every one of us has a set of them. Yours are currently made, so I brought you 2 of mine. They respond only to someone with the blood of a Borgia. Everyone else will receive a nasty surprise when touching them. Anyone, besides a Borgia, will die from the smallest cut made by the blade. It is both cursed and poisoned. Wear them till you have your own. Only those who have seen them and know that you are wearing them will be able to see or detect them with a spell. The mischievous glint in Marcello's eyes was the only warning Harry got before the other snapped at him to get dressed. While Harry dressed in the robes he had chosen for him, Marcello took his time observing the young man who was young enough to be his own son. He knew so little about his cousin's son, and what he knew had the ability, if not to frighten him, so at least to earn his respect and advise him to be cautious. Every time he looked into those green eyes he saw death, not Thanatos but death Harry had witnessed. What had this young man, this boy, seen that even he, who worked with the dead, shuddered at the mere thought? Of course only those strong enough, either in mind, will, feelings or body, survive in Thanatos' presence, but normally only those sought out the Guardian, and Harry managed most of the time to completely suppress his other self. No one who was weak could stand the presence of the Guardian, no matter which of the 4 it was. But apparently children had no such problems, otherwise Harry would have been within a day the most feared professor. What should I do with my hair? Marcello's first impulse was to tell him to cut it, till he remembered that Harry was indeed already the head of a family, even though he was still so young. Wear it open, he answered finally. Be careful to have it always fall down your back, even if you should lean forward. Should it fall over your shoulder, never use your hands to push it back, but move your head slightly so that it falls back on its own, but try to avoid it as much as possible. It looks rather ridiculous. Don't drink more than 2 glasses of wine and only 1 glass of anything else alcoholic, and drink the potion I placed on the table. It prevents almost all poisons from working, as well as all known mind-controlling or weakening potions. The potion will last for 10 hours and through a tingling in your stomach. You will know when you have been given a potion or poison. Do not react if that should be the case. Let them believe what they want. The potion is a family secret and only useful as long as no one outside the family knows of its existence. Let them continue in their belief that we have grown immune to poisons. Let the others do the talking. Listen and watch. Don't try to be funny or nice. Show them with as few words as possible that you are powerful and not to be played. Do under no circumstances allow yourself to be drawn into any alliances or political scheming. You are a Borgia and stand above such things, and you don't want to join a group of blood purists. And be back by midnight. Gaping, Harry stared at his great-uncle cousin. Be back at midnight. Are you sure you are talking to me? For a fleeting moment Harry believed to see a red tinge on the other's cheeks before it vanished. That is what I tell my sons. You are young enough to be one of them, so I will treat you that way. At least as long as you need help choosing your cloths. Schooling his face into a blank mask, Harry apparated to Grimmauld Place. He would have to be careful not to show that he knew the house at least he knew that creature hadn't recognized him in the future. In a few moments he would meet Voldemort, talk with him, eat with him. Two future enemies united for the first, and hopefully, last time under one roof, at one table. For one evening he was forced to swallow his hate and pretend to be fascinated by the older wizard. How did Voldemort look? Did he still look as handsome as he had with 16, or had the evil magic already corrupted his body? During his vision he had been in too much pain to do more than recognize Voldemort. His face he could not remember. Even though he clearly felt someone following him, did he not turn around but strode confidently up to the house, his open black cloak billowing like a cape behind him. With his elegant cane in his hand he would have looked as if he were on his way to a masked ball, or simply in the wrong century, if he had also worn a cylinder. With the silver, green-eyed phoenix head that posed as the head of his cane, Harry rapped 3 times on the door. Foregoing the bell completely, the younger Mrs. Black, his future mother-in-law, answered the door, welcoming him sweetly before ordering creature to take his cloak. His cane he was allowed to keep, as some wizards, like Lucius Malfoy in the future, kept their wands stored in a cane. Almost no wizard used any other weapon than a wand, at least not anymore, so no one would guess that his wand did indeed contain an epee, a poisoned epee. He had heard much about the young Andrews that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But when the young man entered the room at the side of Calpurnia Black he was shocked. If not for his young face he would have believed him to be several years older, years that his eyes seemed to have already seen. When he had learned that the Head of the Borgia had declined the invitation he had been displeased, but even he did not yet dare to oppose the Borgia. After all, they reached far more back than even the line of Slytherin. With his almost red eyes he assessed the man that was completely dressed in silver, not gray but clear, shimmering silver. His eyes glid over the silver-gloved hand, to the shimmering dark silver trousers, the glittering silver robe and vest, to the blue-tinted shirt, till they finally landed on the face of the Hogwarts professor. With a start he realized that he would look almost like the portrait of the young Salazar Slytherin if his eyes were less cat and more snake-like. Even he himself didn't resemble his ancestor that much, and he was the only remaining heir. When their eyes met, the old Slytherin regretted for the first time that his eyes had turned red through his use of dark magic. Once, years ago, his eyes had also been Slytherin green. Though even then they had not been as Avada Kedavra green as Harry Andrews' eyes were. The moment he had entered the room he had felt his presence, the dull ache in his scar. Was his mother's sacrifice active? Harry asked himself with a start. Would it react when he came too near to Voldemort or even touched him? He knew that it was love that protected him, love from someone of his mother's blood, but was there someone in this timeline that loved him like that? He knew that his mother, that little Lily Evans, cared for him, that he was one of her favorite teachers, but would that be enough? Would be the affection the Borgias felt for him be enough? Did he even want for the protection to work during this time? Of course it would be rather easy to find out if the protection was working. He just had to touch the bastard, but what should he do if it indeed worked? Not for the first time Harry cursed his luck, and his thoughtlessness, as his eyes connected with those of his mortal enemy. Almost nothing was left of the handsome 16-year-old he had seen in the Chamber of Secrets. The face looked gaunt, almost starved, and the once green eyes were tinted scarlet, to a degree that only those who knew what color they had once been were able to still see it. The only thing that had not changed was the hair. It still fell thick and black around his face. Harry was sitting across the table from Voldemort and once again felt a tingling in his stomach as he drank from his wine. Without the potion Marcello had given him he would by now either be dead or completely helpless, completely at the mercy of his hosts, and Voldemort. Till now, the conversations had been light and, if you overlooked the occasional retelling of Muggle baiting, torturing and even killing, rather pleasant. Now and then he felt the glances of his hosts that growing wearier every time he took a sip from his wine. He was also aware of the glances the Blacks exchanged and the faint scowl that had settled on Voldemort's face when he realized that whatever potion they were giving him did not work. There was no doubt that he was a stranger in this group of Voldemort's most loyal servants. All of them were assembled, the parents of all those who had in his time been Death Eaters. The Lestranges, The parents of Rudolphus and Rabaston, Mrs. Mulciber, her husband had died in an potions experiment, the Malfoys, though as he had only recently learned not Lucius' parents but his grandparents. What had happened to his parents he did not know, Rockwood, the one who was still a Death Eater in his time as well as others. Then there were the Blacks, all 4 of them. Harry did not even try to hide that he was watching his future parents-in-law and Bellatrix aunt and uncle. What kind of people were they? What kind of parents could disown one of their GHTERS for marrying someone they did not approve of, or marry another daughter to someone who made her lose her mind, or in this timeline to her teacher, a man they did not even know? And Narcissa. Harry did not know what he should think of the youngest Black daughter. In his own time he had only met her thrice, and each of the times he had only seen but never talked to her. To him she had appeared to be an arrogant, sook-up woman. Was she happy? Did she love Lucius Malfoy? He knew that she had loved her son Draco, but that was almost all he knew about her. His opinion of the older Blacks was even worse than that of the younger. He disliked Sirius' parents with a passion he had formerly reserved only for Snape and Draco Malfoy. Not only had he been forced on several occasions to list an end to the screams of Mrs. Black's portrait, but he had heard also the few tales Sirius told about his parents. For Merlin's sake he had run away from home after his 5th year because he could no longer stand his parents' blood-purist behavior. For the first time Harry realized that he knew almost nothing about Regulus. Yes, he knew that Regulus was younger than Sirius and that he had become a Death Eater, only to be killed while trying to leave Voldemort's ranks. Regulus was Sirius' brother. He had died even before he himself was born, but still, shouldn't he know more about him? He had never asked Sirius or even Remus if Sirius had liked Regulus, if even before their time at Hogwarts, but then he hadn't even known much about his own family. Next year Regulus would come to Hogwarts, maybe then he could learn more about the youngest Black. Mr. Andrews, what is your opinion of the House of Slytherin? As soon as Voldemort had asked him the question, all other conversations at the table dimmed, all eager to hear what he would answer. Opting for a safe answer, Harry frowned slightly. I am still getting used to the house system at Hogwarts. There are so many students who would get along very well if not for the fact that they are in different houses, especially Gryffindor and Slytherin. Of course I might be, and most likely am, the only one who finds the house rivalry at times ridiculous. But then I am also the only one who did not grow up with it. It is also rather entertaining to watch how much the students try to identify themselves with their particular founder and justify their animosity towards the other houses with that of the founders, while forgetting completely that the 4 were best friends. Now the heirs of Slytherin, I dare to believe that they are all Salazar Slytherin prided himself to be proud, powerful, cunning, ambitious, knowledgeable, tolerant, and able to see who could be of use to them or whom to leave in peace, as well as so much other things. Waiting for a reaction from Voldemort to his words, Harry remembered what Matarcello had said to him before he had left. You are playing with fire, child. Voldemort draws people to him like a flame ensnares moths. When they fly around the flame they might enjoy the light and warmth, but if they get too near they will be burned alive. Voldemort will not give you warmth or even light, Harry, he will give you death and darkness. Others might die when they get too close to him. No matter if he calls them followers or enemies, you on the other hand would not die. No, Harry, you would be the last to die. If you get too close to this dark fire you would become death. Harry Andrews would die, burned like a moth, and Thanatos would rise, uncontrolled, powerful and all-consuming. Heed my words, Harry. Do not allow Voldemort too close to you. Neither as an enemy nor as an ally. I was against your going to this dinner. I had hoped that you would never meet Voldemort. Our whole family had hoped it, but I know that you must go. That you have to face this challenge, not against Voldemort but against Thanatos, against yourself. There is no doubt for me that you, Harry, will win. Be careful, child. Avenue, the blessing of the Borgia and our thoughts will be with you. He knew that Marcello was right. More than once since he had entered the house had he felt the wish, the desire to allow himself to lose control over his other self. He wanted to kill Voldemort now that he had the chance. He wanted to end the 2 wars before they had even started, wanted to save all those who had died at Voldemort's hand or his order. and yet he knew that if he did what he wanted to do he would plunk the world into a greater darkness than Voldemort would ever create. You speak as if you have met the heir of Slytherin. Voldemort's voice held a clear warning, a warning that Harry nonetheless chose to ignore. With a slight smile playing around his lips he answered his future enemy. I believe I have. For the first time Harry allowed one of his many wards to slip, for the first time since Uncle Albus and Uncle Nicky had taught him to access his full potential he allowed himself to let some of him power show. Ever since that day in his 6th year when his two mentors had told him that he was most likely a mage had he suppressed most of his power. Not even when he had killed Voldemort had he allowed himself to use it, but now, he only allowed the outermost of his walls to fall, the one that shielded only the last bit of Harry's power, Thanatos' power he would never allow anyone who had not his full trust to see. While he spoke Harry met for the first time since they had sat down to eat Voldemort's eyes, trapping the scarlet-tinted orbs in his own pulsating green ones. The others who were assembled, Ed at the table only saw that the smile had slipped nearly as soon as it had appeared from his face. For them it looked as if Voldemort was controlling this magicless jewel, not knowing that their master was unable to do anything. Not even to avert his eyes. As Harry finally allowed Voldemort to avert his eyes he smiled at the other man and inclined his head as if they had come to a silent understanding, and indeed they had. He knew not if he should be furious or deadly afraid. Never before had someone been able to control him, to trap him like this Harry Andrews had been able to do just moments ago. There had been no threat in the other's gaze, no anger, no fear, only a warning not to try to control him. He loathed the very thought to let go of such a powerful man, but then he also didn't want one with so much power in his ranks where he could possibly overthrow him. And he also didn't need another powerful enemy, Dumbledore was enough. Oh yes, he knew that the old fool was still one of the most powerful wizards in the world, and it was true that he still held fear for him, fear because he was the only one who truly knew him. The gaze of Harry Andrews had also told him something else. The young man would not stand against him as long as he was left in peace. He had hoped to gain a new follower when he had forced the Blacks to hold this gathering. He had hoped that Thrug the young man he would slowly gain control over Hogwarts, yet all he had gained was a silent supporter, someone with power and influence who would not stand behind Dumbledore. It was not what he had wanted, what he had hoped for, but it was better than having the young man turn Hogwarts students against him. Acknowledging the others' request, Voldemort also inclined his head and realizing the significance of the color of the other's clothing his lips curled into a sneer that could also be seen as a smile. Silver indeed, neither light nor dark, not twisted by darkness, by dark magic but enchanted by it. Following an impulse Voldemort asked a question, wanting the answer purely to still his curiosity. What house do you believe you would have been placed in? I do not have a guess on this matter. However, I do know the answer the Sorting Hat had to this question. It would have been my choice. Whichever house I would have chosen I would have been placed in. However, it told me that Slytherin would have helped me on my way to greatness. Satisfied and also faintly unsettled, Voldemort allowed himself to lean back in his chair. When he had placed the Sorting Hat on his head all those years ago, there had been no doubt that he belonged in Slytherin, and he knew that even if he had not been Slytherin's heir he would have been placed into that house. He also knew that it was not unusual for the Hat to propose more than one house to the student. Often he mentioned also a second house, but never to his knowledge had the Hat given the choice between Slytherin and Gryffindor. The two who's were the complete opposites of each other. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are those two in Gryffindor, even Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The more he learned of Harry Andrews, the more he was puzzled by the young man. How could anyone fit all of the 4 houses of Hogwarts? How could one person meet 2 completely opposite requirements? Andrews looked no older than 20, and still, his eyes had looked as old as Dumbledore's when he had entered the room. Someday, Voldemort promised himself, someday he would unravel the mystery that was Harry Andrews. He was still tired and even slightly afraid when he walked under his invisibility cloak to the headmaster's office. Following Marcello's request, he had been back at midnight, but the gathering had left him unable to sleep for many hours. Good morning, headmaster. What had happened the day before had not been what he had expected, and that scared him. Voldemort now knew who he was and had even an idea, no matter that it was wrong, about how powerful he was. Ever since he had returned, he knew that it had been a terrible mistake to accept the invitation. Oh, he had been able to convince Voldemort that it was better to leave him alone, but, as Marcello had warned him, Voldemort was not the problem, at least not directly. No, the problem was he himself. No longer was it a fight against Voldemort, he was fighting but against himself, against Thanatos. And he was not sure how often he had to meet Voldemort to lose control. I came to tell you that Voldemort made no direct attempt to get me to join him and that he will most likely ignore my existence as long as I ignore his. It was not the false impression that Thanatos was evil that made him so afraid of his other self. No, Thanatos was not evil, far from it. He was but it was not that he took pleasure in dealing death, at least he thought that he would not. No, what he feared was Thanatos' lack of regret when he took a life. He did it just as others would shoelace. It was completely normal for him. Death was not only what he brought others, he was death, therefore it was not something that overly concerned him. Once, when he was a toddler, before Voldemort had tried to kill him, he had been one with Thanatos. During those short months he had seen no difference between the Guardian and himself, not because of his age, but because there had been no difference. If Voldemort had not been, he would have grown up with Thanatos' knowledge, his power and his view of death. But he had not. For almost 13 years he had been just Harry and the world had been without an aware guardian. For as long as he was alive no one else could take his place. He had not awoken in the night he had stood before the veil, or rather he did not realize it in that night. Serious death had been more important than the odd feeling he got from within himself. Only when he had been back at the Dursleys had he known that something about him was different, and he had believed that it was the prophecy. Every day he had known a little bit more about himself, had feared himself a little bit more. In the end it had been Remus whom he had told how he felt, and the wee Rewolf had told him what he knew about the Guardians. "Will you allow me to see your memories about the meeting?" He had almost forgotten where he was, when he was. "I do not know if you would be able to see what you want to see. But if you have a pensive." He would not think about Sirius and Remus, it was too painful to know that he could not change anything about their fate. What use was his travel if he could not even save those he loved? Yes, he got to know them, but he could not even tell them what they meant to him. Lost in thought, Harry did not notice when the headmaster returned out of his pensive, giving Albus Dumbledore the chance to observe him. What he had just seen had shocked him. He was one of the few, maybe even the only one who knew Tom Riddle, or as he called himself, Voldemort. During all the years he had known the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, he had seen him curious only once, and never had he seen the heir of Slytherin care about anyone else but himself. Of course, to say that Tom Riddle cared for young Andrews was a bit of a stretch, but it had been all too clear for him that the older man liked Harry Andrews just as much as he himself did, and that worried him greatly. Well, maybe Tom didn't like Harry in the same way, not as a son or grandson, but definitely more than anyone else that had been present at the meeting, more than he liked anyone else. And he had not even tried to conceal that fact. He wanted to tell himself that he had misread Voldemort's actions, or lack of them, wanted to tell himself that he was just imagining the impressions he had meant to read in the other's eyes, but he could not. Ever since Tom Riddle had reappeared as Lord Voldemort, he had told himself that the other man had turned into a soulless monster, that there was no chance of redeeming him. Better yet, that he had always been a soulless monster, even when he had first met him, when he had told the, at that time, 11-year-old wizard of magic in Hogwarts. He had seen curiosity in the eyes of the child, joy and even hope. After that day, all he had ever seen in the other's eyes was distrust and anger, if anything at all. Now though, he had once seen the curiosity of a child in the eyes of a man whose darkness would soon rival that of the last Dark Lord. There was no doubt in his mind that soon he would stand against Voldemort, no longer GHTING only against darkness or for the freedom of the wizarding Woolard, but also about Harry Andrews. Still observing the young man that sat opposite from him, he decided that he would not disclose his observations to him, at least not yet. Not when the young man seemed to be still so innocent. Almost a week had passed since he had met Voldemort, a week in which he had tried his best to forget the murderer of his parents. Needless to say that it had not worked. Not even the fact that the 4 first-year Gryffindor males had started pranking every other first year had been enough to distract him. When he had met Voldemort the first, or rather second time in his second year at Hogwarts, the Spectre had told him that they were alike. At that time he had not been able to accept it, and, even though Uncle Albus had pointed out the obvious similarities between the two, he had not believed him. Now though he could no longer see Voldemort as just an enemy, someone he had to kill and would kill. No, now, after he had met him, he was for the first time able to see how similar the two of them really were. Both of them had power, both of them craved power, and, even though he told himself that he had no wish to dominate others, he knew that, at some level, he felt the need to be the one in control. What scared him was that it was not Thanatos who had this desire, but Harry. He, the human, wanted to be in control, not only of his own life, his own destiny, but also, to some extent, that of those around him. He wanted to know everything that was happening around him. He wanted to be able to make sure that no one he loved was getting hurt, wanted to be able to stop them from getting into any dangerous situations. Of course he knew that those desires were not necessarily wrong, but still. The fact remained that they would undermine the free will of his friends if he were to carry them through. He could also no longer see himself as a purely light wizard, far from it. He now knew that he had a dark side, a side he knew to hide from almost everyone. Oh, he was not and never would be able to cast the unforgivables or any evil magic, but everything else, he was a shadow phoenix. That alone was proof enough that he did not entirely belong to the light side. While a fire phoenix like Fox could only heal with his tears, he could also kill, and his song could animate even the most peaceful creature to march into battle and fight till they lost conscience through exhaustion or were killed. No, for the dark side he was light, but, for the light side, the one that saw only his back while he stood before it, he was dark, or at least gray. The only thing that really set him apart from Voldemort was his intentions. He would never be the first to draw a weapon, he would raise it only in defense. The one time he had raised his wand in hate, with the thirst for revenge, he had failed, had been unable to perform the curse. It didn't matter that he had tried to use an unforgivable. Any other curse would have also failed. He knew that now, years later, but then he had not known it, had not known that he would never be able to kill for revenge. Sometimes he wondered what he would have been like if his life had been different, if his parents had lived, or even if he had been raised by Sirius. He would have been raised to mistrust the Slytherins, to hate the dark side, but he would also have been loved. How much would that have changed him? Would he have grown up to be just like his father, taunting and bullying all Slytherins, ready to prank whoever made a good target? Or would he have tried to rebel against his family and allowed the hat to place him into Slytherin as it had first wanted? Of one thing he was painfully certain, one thing that would have undoubtedly changed. He would have never been friends with Hermione. Neither a Slytherin nor a prankster would have formed a friendship with her. An eagle owl on his window drew him out of his dark thoughts. Observing the avian for a moment before opening the window, he decided that it belonged to his great-grandfather, though why the older man sent him a parcel was a mystery to him. Carefully relieving the owl of its burden, he opened first the letter and then, more hurriedly, the parcel. The chest was beautiful, there was no other word for it, dark cherry wood, polished to a degree that he could almost use it as a mirror. Even the Borgia crest was as smooth and shining as the rest as the chest. Following the instructions his great-grandfather had given him in the accompanying letter, he placed his left hand onto the family crest. I, Harold, child of Imogen, child of the Borgia, demand access. With an audible click the chest opened, revealing 12 gleaming knives and a short note. Unstrap my son's knives and he will be able to call them to himself, Marcello. Smiling, Harry unfastened the knives Marcello had lent him before picking up one of his own knives. Engraved into the handle was his family symbol, the same symbol that also adorned the borrowed knives, a single blood-red bull. The knife he had picked up was the smallest of the set, barely longer than his hand but oh so beautiful. Not one of the knives looked like the other and, while all seemed to be made out of the same metal, each of them glittered in a different color. The one he held was of a deep red, almost the same red his wand was, leaving him to wonder if they were also made out of mithril. Picking up one of the other knives, he noticed a small slip of parchment where the knife had lain, describing in short, clear words what poison adorned the blade and how it could be countered, or rather not countered by anyone of a different bloodline. Carefully weighting each of the knives in his hands, he decided that the red knife, the one he had picked up first and the only one that was, not yet, poisoned, was his favorite. It was small enough to be concealed anywhere, even if it did not have numerous concealment charms already in place. As soon as he was a little bit calmer, he would coat the dagger with his own tears, ensuring that no one else, not even Fox, would be able to heal wounds caused by it. Hopefully, he would never need to use any of these knives, but, if it came to it, he wanted to be sure that the smallest cut would be more than enough to kill, at least that way the death would be mostly painless. No longer did he hear his conscience when he thought about taking a life. He did not relish the thought, far from it, but he knew that it would not be his first time. And he could also not deny that death was his nature, however much he wanted to deny it. With a sigh, Harry placed the knives back in the case, keeping only the smallest out. No, he would do his best to ensure Voldemort would be the only one he actively killed. Ancient words floated through his mind, words he feared without knowing their meaning. Deep within his soul he felt something stir, waiting to be fully awakened. Yet as Thanatos he was aware of the meaning of those words, of the importance of those fleeting commands. For him, the immortal spectre, they meant suffering and the end of all freedom. Most thought of him as the darkness, the evil in its purest form. Only a few saw him for who he really was, a guardian, a gateway to a different life. There was nothing evil about him. At least not when he was free and not under the control of some mad being. Soon that which he feared most would again happen. He would be called, bound to someone who wanted to us. Himself and through him his brother and sisters to cover the world in a darkness that hadn't been seen since the last time they had been called. There was nothing he would be able to do to prevent his enslavement once he was called. The human he had become would be lost in his own body, his soul shattered beyond recognition or repair. With an uneasy feeling Harry awoke after a restless night. He could not remember what his dreams had been about, only that they had shown him something that could mean his death. He knew that he had sometimes dreams that showed him the future, yet as much as he tried he could never remember more of the dreams than the uneasy feeling they left behind. Resisting to growl about anything that was in his line of view, Harry got ready for the day. His first class would be Gryffindor, Slytherin first years, a class he had come to loathe. Not that there weren't students in the class he liked, but there were others whom he could live without ever seeing again. Narcissa Black was one of them. Oh, the girl was intelligent, she was also rather pretty, but nothing could outweigh her nasty personality. She was everything he had come to hate about her future son and husband. And no matter how often Charles tried to tell him that she could be quite charming, was he not able to believe it. It didn't even matter to him that she was a Slytherin or a Black Eye. It would have been rather hypocritical of him to have a problem with those aspects when his intended was the hated girl's older sister and in the same house. No, there was just something about her that prevented him from liking her. Maybe when she got older her personality would change to something resembling her older sister's, but till then he just couldn't like her. The other first year he hated with a passion was none other than Peter Pettigrew. At first he had thought that he could be indifferent towards the boy, that he could even grow to like him given enough time, but Peter was just so. In a way Peter reminded him of the Dursleys and Umbridge, afraid of, and hostile towards everything that didn't fit in their view of normal. He had found out by accident just how Peter thought. It had been on a Saturday afternoon when he had overheard Peter mumbling to himself on his way back from detention with Hagrid. Mumbling how Hagrid was clearly not human and that every non-human belonged to Azkaban or better yet to be killed. Peter would never learn who was responsible for the full week of detention he received from Filch a few minutes later. Still, even though he knew what Peter would in later years due to his family and others, he was not able, or even willing, to stop the other first-year Gryffindor boys from befriending the rat. He was barely able to concentrate during the day, as he knew that the dream had been a warning, as were all his not-remembered dreams. Something bad was approaching and he had the ability, and therefore duty, to stop whatever it was. It would not be tomorrow or even next week or month, but maybe next year or the year after that, and as always he would be right in the center of it. No, that was not right. The dream had not left him with an uneasy feeling about himself. Rather had he felt Thanatos' fear. But then, wasn't he Thanatos? What could be so terrible that even death feared it? His first impulse had been to go to Uncle Albus for advice, but then he remembered just in time that this Albus Dumbledore was not his mentor but a man who barely trusted him. If he were to learn now about his second identity, he would never gain the older mon's trust. Yet who else could help him? Who had enough knowledge about this subject to be of any help to him? Uncle Nicky, while wise, had told him in the future that he knew next to nothing about the four guardians. The one who had helped him most in his own time was in this time a small 12-year-old boy. A first year who was just starting to discover what he could learn. No, Remus Lupin was no possibility. Why had he come to the past? No one was here who knew enough about him to be of any help. None of the Borgia could help him, even though they knew that he was Thanatos, but then they didn't know who else he was. Uncle Nicky, while knowing his true name, knew nothing about Thanatos, and Albus Dumbledore knew nothing at all. No one knew enough to help him. Cursing his misfortune, Harry walked over to the wall that separated his office from his quarters, his hand trailing unconsciously over his wand as it often did when he was thinking. Maybe he should visit Gawain. He knew that he was Harry Potter, and he most likely also knew that he was Thanatos. Yes, Gawain would be able to help him. For the first time that day he was able to let his thoughts leave his not-remembered dreams and settle on something else. A prank the Gryffindor first-year boys had played at him. He knew that he should be angry with them, and a part of him was angry, but mostly he was amused. Old have realized that he would soon become one of their victims. If he was truthful with himself, he was astounded that they had waited so long to prank him. Yet with everything else that had happened during the last few weeks, months really, he had simply forgotten that he was teaching the future marauders. Now, though he had to think of a way to get his revenge, a day of detention was simply not enough. Damn it, he liked his hair. He liked its black color, the way it made his eyes stand out. He didn't care if that made him sound vain, but he would not tolerate that the four little brats had dared to curse his hair pink. Almost every other color would have been tolerable. Well, not tolerable, but at least it would not have been a shocking pink. Why hadn't they cursed it red at least? That would have been the hair color of his mother, or gray or silver or even white. Why pink? Oh, he had not shown them how much their prank irked him. Instead he had just given them a detention and had acted as if nothing was the matter. Now though that he was alone in his room, he could start plotting. They would pay. And while he was at it, his dear colleagues who had dared to laugh at him would also pay. Slowly a smile spread over Harry's face as he thought of the perfect way to get his revenge. The four boys wanted to be known as the greatest pranksters Hogwarts had ever seen. Well, he would make sure that their wish came true, all the while being able to play as many pranks on his fellow professors and his students as he wanted. Oh yes, the brats would be hardly out of detention when he was through with them. He just had to think what kind of pranks he wanted to play. Minerva would have to be one of his first victims, and then the Slytherins. Harry didn't even try to conceal his mirth. Minerva suddenly sprouted a tail and whiskers, both striped green and silver, during the next breakfast. When she stormed over to the Gryffindor table and deduced house points as well as gave long detentions to her male first years, he outright laughed with the students. After all, it was quite funny how her whiskers quivered in anger and her tail swished behind her. Yes, the Marauders would be a legend when he was through with them. That day Minerva refused to attend any of the other meals, opting to eat in her quarters instead. When she didn't appear to lunch, Harry had felt guilty, at least till he remembered her laughing face at his pink hair, which was by now only a pale pink but still pink. He had already planned what to do to Phileas, and, even though he had to limit his work to something an advanced first year could pull off, was his idea rather amusing. After all, little golden wings that could carry the weight of the short professor as well as a tiny golden bow and golden arrows were quite funny. Though maybe he should wait for a week or at least a few days, before he pulled that prank of. It wouldn't do for someone to find something amiss when so many pranks were pulled while the obvious culprits had hardly enough time to do their homework besides all their detentions. Funny, he thought as he made his way back to his rooms after dinner, during his own SC. Whole time he had never been much of a prankster. Of course he had liked the pranks the Weasley twins had played, but they had otherwise not interested him. Yet now he was plotting one prank after the other, and why? Just because his father, godfather, honorary godfather and the traitor had pulled a prank on him. Was he really so much like his father? He knew by now that many of the unsavory things Snape had said about his father were true, but was he the same? Would he humiliate others just because he or one of his friends was bored? He of course hoped that he would never do such a thing, but could he really be sure? Could he be sure not to do something like his father had done to Snape for an equally trivial reason? Settling down on the loveseat in front of his fire and calling a house E.L.F. for a hot chocolate, Harry vowed to himself to never allow his own need for amusement to overrule his common sense. Sitting comfortable in an old armchair, a cup of tea before him, Harry wondered what he should tell Gawain. As if sensing his confusion, which he most likely did, Gawain surveyed him from his seat on the opposite side of the small table. Have you ever wondered how I am able to choose just the right wand for every of my customers, and how I am able to remember every single wand I once made? Seeing Harry nod, he continued with a slight smile. What I will tell you now cannot be repeated to anyone, as it has remained a secret of my family for many generations, in fact since the beginning of our line. Each generation bears only one child in my family, and once every few generations. This child is different than every other child. This child will be the successor of the current wand maker, and its birth will mark the coming death of its ancestor. My own successor and heir has been born a year ago. In 16 years I will star his apprentice, and 20 to 30 years from now I will die, and my great-grandson will take my place. Pausing for a moment, Gawain allowed Harry to overcome the initial shock at his announcement before continuing. I will be well prepared when my time comes, as I have grown up with the knowledge that one day one of my children would take my place. But enough about that. As I have already said, one child every few generations is special, not in looks, at least not primary, but in abilities and disabilities. My eyes are, as you might have guessed, not normal. They are what make me different from my father, grandfather, great-grandfather, my child and my grandchild. My great-grandson, however, and my great-great-grandfather had the same eyes. We are partly blind. I cannot tell you if you have ornaments stitched into your robes or if they are plain. I would not even be able to tell if they were directly in front of my eyes. However, I could tell you exactly what kind of wand was used to make those robes. I see the traces wand magic leaves, even years after it was used. I cannot tell you what spells were used, but what the wand that cast the spells is made of. Where the tree stood that provided the wood or the metal was mined. I can tell you which animal provided the core, how old it was, and sometimes even if the animal had died willingly just to enable a wand to be made for a special wizard or witch. The tears in your wand were brought to me by an old vampire who told me that her master would need them when he came for a new wand. That was more than a century ago, and I knew better that to use them in one of my normal wands. Every Ollivander creates one wand during his or her time that will surpass all his other wands, a wand that will be more powerful and more beautiful than everything else he or she has ever created. For me, this wand was the one you carry. Some people are destined to stand out, Harry. You may not like it. You may even hate it, but nothing you can do can change this fact. You are one of magic's true toys, favored above almost everyone else, but also burdened above everyone else. Things that are impossible, unthinkable even, for others are barely worth the notice for you. You will be envied, hated even for this abilities, but you will be also rewarded. When I look at you, I do not only see your wand, I see yourself. Your magic, and it is beautiful to look at. One of my ancestors made the wand the 4 founders used, and her description of their magic was passed down in the family. What she described is similar to what I see when I look at you, and yet so different. I know that you are no longer only human. The scar on your hand proves it. I also know that you have Eldar blood, as your magic sings with their power. And then, then there is also a shadow of something else in your magic. No, maybe shadow is a wrong way to describe it, it is above and beneath the rest of your magic, it is sepa. Right, and at the same time the same as the rest of your magic. This part of your magic, of you, is deadly. No, not deadly, it is death. Shocked, Gawain halted as the realization of what he had seen so often in the past months and what he had just described to his friend set it. Bowing his head he murmured an apology to the man before him. For a moment Harry was unsure about what he should do. It was clear that Gawain had only then realized who he also was, something he had thought the older man had already known. I'm unsure about what you are apologizing for, but if it is for not recognizing I am immediately what I am, then you are forgiven. However, I do have something with which you could help me, or tell me who might be able to help me. A few days ago I had a dream that I can't remember, but that I know was very important to me, or rather Thanatos. I need a way to remember what the dream was about, and as soon as possible. The eyes that searched his face were calculating, and it took a while before Gawain replied. Who of you has clairvoyant dreams, you or the guardian? From what I have learned you are one person, Harry, so whatever you saw in your dream that was important to Thanatos was also important to you. Maybe even more so. To answer your question, there is a spell, even older than my shop, that allows to visit dreams that lie no further back than 72 hours. If more me has passed, I know of no way to recall your dream. Let me show you this spell and then you can back to Hogwarts and work out new way to prank you colleagues. Smiling brightly at Harry's amazed look, he commented only that he doubted that Harry had just anted a change of hair color. Only then did Harry realize that he had not changed his hair back to black as he had intended in the morning, and that it still was faintly pink. Even though Gawain had spoken as if it was only a matter of minutes to teach the spell, it proved to be a matter of hours, at least more than one, before Harry was able to cast the spell to the satisfaction of his older friend. As Gawain had instructed, Harry lay down before casting the spell and immediately fell into a trance-like state. Someone, Voldemort, Harry realized with a start, was chanting a spell. No, an invocation. He was reading from an ancient-looking scroll. Even while he was chanting, the figure started to change, and where moments ago Voldemort had stood now Albus Dumbledore. Like Voldemort before him, he was chanting an invocation, the same as his enemy. Even as Harry was thinking, realizing that both spoke the same chant, their voices merged to one, sounding at the same time. Beautiful and horrible. Suddenly he himself appeared in his dream, writhing the longer the chant continued. He did not seem to be in any physical pain, it felt more as if something inside him was trying, and succeeding, in breaking free, and another part was trying desperately to prevent it. It was only then that Harry realized what he was seeing, what his dream meant. Someone, no, not someone, either Voldemort or Dumbledore would call Thanatos forth. The chant he was hearing was the invocation that had to be used to awaken the Guardian, and bind him to the invoker's orders. Sometime in the near future one or both of the men would try to call him, and his dream was a warning, and a chance for him to find a way to stop it from happening. He had told his great-grandfather, his great-uncle and Uncle Albus that he could not join the war. As Harry, he could not join because his mind knew that he could not change too much about the past he knew. And as Thanatos, he could not join because he would bring more destruction in one day than Voldemort could in a lifetime. Falling into an exhausted sleep, Harry vowed to himself that he would find a way to stop his dream from becoming reality. The First Crime Family. Back to the Future 32. Once again Harry cursed the wizarding methods of communication as he adjusted, once again, his position on the floor. Yes, he was sitting on a pillow instead of a chair, and yes, he had used numerous cushioning charms on the pillow and the surrounding floor, but he was still uncomfortable. Are you sure that neither of them already have the scroll? Quote, Marcello 8 had just asked him, his head floating in the fire. Even though the older man was frowning slightly at their topic, Harry could see the barely disguised amusement at his discomfort. I know that Voldemort doesn't have it. As for Dumbledore, well, I guess that he at least knows of the existence of one or more of the scrolls, but I doubt that he would use them if he didn't feel that it was absolutely necessary. So even if he has managed to get his hands on one of the scrolls, one am safe from him, at least I like to think so. That is worrisome, Harry, very worrisome. Hesitating for a moment he continued, a dangerous light having entered his eyes. One of the scrolls, the most protected of them I believe, is kept in the archives of the Vatican. It may take some time. A few weeks perhaps, for us to acquire it and take of any curses that have been placed on it, but after that we can figure out how to best use it. The Vatican. How? Was all Harry managed to stutter. Surely Marcello was not talking about robbing the Pope. A feral smile flickered over Marcello's face as he saw the shock of his young cousin's face. You do know that 2 of our ancestors were popes. Do you really believe that they spend their time just as the head of the church? No, they made sure that their descendants had ways to reach every place in the Vatican, no matter how hidden or warded. There are hallways through the whole place that are keyed solely on our blood, wards that kill anyone not of our family. If we really wanted to, we could take over in a matter of hours. You look shocked. Child, surely you have heard that we are called the first crime family. Did you really believe that that claim was unfounded? We may have stepped into the background, so far even as to become a myth in the Muggle world, but only because we choose to do so. There simply wasn't any longer the need to stay in the limelight. No, Harry, we did earn that dubious TLE, and while we choose nowadays to mostly abide the laws, we will act outside of them if it is needed for our security. Which means at the moment to do everything in our power to prevent you from being summoned and controlled. No matter what it takes. Do you understand why we act that way? Numbly Harry nodded. Did he understand? Yes, he did understand too well what Marcello was meaning. He acted he same way, at least when he was in his own time. Here he could not act as impulsively as he was used to, fearing that he would change the time too much. I will tell Iulianus that we need that particular scroll and if possible everything else about you and the other guardians. Most likely we will only borrow the scrolls and copy their contents, but if it proves to be too dangerous we will forge something with the information that our family may have further informations on the subject. It has been done in the past and has worked well for everyone. Not wanting to think any more about his family's views on laws, and his own if he wanted to be truthful with himself, Harry asked a question that had bothered him for some time now. Is it safe to talk about such things on the flow? I know it can be intercepted, and I doubt that my fireplace is warded more than I tried to do. At that question Marcello laughed outright. Who did you think invented flow powder? It was a lovely witch a few centuries back who just happened to marry into our extended family. The only 8 companies worldwide who produce the powder belong to our family. A part of the money that is monthly deposited in your vaults comes from them. I will have to remember to send you a batch of our family recipe that opens automatically a secure line. We can't ward your fireplace like the others of our family, as it would raise too many questions we don't want to be asked. Before Harry had the chance to answer they heard a persisting knocking on his office door, which was amplified to reach his rooms. Hastily and regretful Harry closed the connection, promising the older wizard to call again the next weekend. Cursing softly under his breath Harry made his way through his office to the door. Except for the faint scar-related headache, it had been an altogether nice evening. He had only a few essays left to correct before he could have spent the next few hours reading his newest topic of interest, runes. The scowl that had settled on his face nearly as soon as he had disconnected his flow intensified as he saw not only Minerva but also 4 first years at his door. Yes, Minerva. Now, Harry, there is no need to be grumpy. I noticed that you have yet to oversee a detention, so I brought you these young gentlemen who have earned themselves a 3-hour detention for fighting in the hallways. Have a nice evening and remember to keep them only for 3 hours. Harry was no longer scowling as he listened to his friend. No, as soon as he heard the words oversee a detention his scowl had turned into a glare that would make his dear old potions professor proud, or rather angry. How dare she ruin his evening? And why? Pray tell Minerva, do you believe it to be a good idea that I oversee a detention for this particular bunch? You do know that I am closely related to one of them, promised to a second one's cousin and plainly like the other 2. He saw the small grin on her face and vowed to himself to make her regret it at a later date. Surely you don't want to tell me that you are biased, Professor Andrews? Yes, I didn't think so. Now have fun. For a moment Harry just stared after her as she had turned around and left him with the 4 boys. Sighing, he looked down at the 4 children, 3 Gryffindors and a Slytherin, his father, his godfather, his surrogate uncle and his beloved potions professor. Come on in. Seems that we don't have a choice but spend the evening together. Not looking back to see if the 4 boys were really following him, Harry walked back into his office, to the door that led to his private quarters. He would be damned to spend the rest of the evening in the office he hated so much. Wide-eyed, the 4 boys followed their professor as he led them to his personal quarters. They had all known that he was rather informal when it suited him, but still. Not only had he outright scowled at one of the most respected teachers, but he was also allowing them to enter his rooms. They were even more shocked when the professor called for a house elf as soon as all of them had entered the room. Dippy, please let the young masters tell you which of their unfinished homework they would like to have brought to them and retrieve it together with the necessary school book from their possessions. As soon as the house elf had vanished, Harry turned to his students. You can spend the next 3 hours doing your homework. If you have any questions you can ask me. However, do not expect that every detention with me will be like this. I had already plans for this evening and I will not abandon them simply because someone else was not in the mood to oversee your detention and carted you off to me without even asking beforehand. If you want something to eat or drink, simply call for Dippy. As long as you are respectful to her, I have nothing against you eating while doing your work. For a moment Harry watched as first James and then the other 3 settle around his dining table while trying all the time to sneak glances at the room without actually looking around. Asking Dippy for a green tea with mint, he settled down at his desk to correct the few essays he had left over from the days before in the afternoon. More than a week had passed since he had told Marcello about his need to find the scrolls and the older Mont's promise to provide said scroll. Yet since then he hadn't heard from the other. He paused his essay marking as he heard someone call his name, a voice he did not recognize, but as he turned around to face his fireplace he immediately recognized the face of Iulianus, the younger son of Marcello 7. Good evening, Harry. I hope I am not interrupting something important. Shaking his head at the question, Harry confirmed that he had nothing more important to do than talk to the other man. After all, he couldn't very well tell him the correcting essays was more important, not that that was the case. My brother called me a little over a week ago that you required a certain document and if possible everything else about that subject. I am very sorry to say that I had some other tasks to fulfill before I could spare the necessary time and devotion to this task. We acquired the scroll and several others yesterday evening, and I have to say that I am appalled that we did not do so before you asked about them. What they coin is too dangerous to just be lying around. As Iulianus paused for a moment, Harry was finally able to ask what bothered him. How bad is it? I mean not generally but for me. The silence that followed his question told him more than anything else just how bad it really was. What I read in the scroll you asked for is very bad. It tells in great detail how to summon and how to bind you. Only the other scrolls managed to find tell of ways to avoid this, but the ways they point to are also something you would want to avoid if possible. As far as these scrolls tell, you will be aware when the time comes that someone will try to call you. Exactly 3 moons before this happens you will know. Then, and only then will we attempt to do something about it. The dream you have had nothing to do with the entity you are. Carlos, my youngest, has done a bit research and has found that many Andrews have had precognitive dreams. So it was not the guardian that had that dream, but you, the human. Your Eldar blood should amplify any seer abilities you have. Whether that is a good or a bad thing you have to decide for yourself. Cassandra, my oldest daughter, has seen what will become of you. Of all of us if we cannot stop you in time. Should you be called by anyone other than your keeper, not only you but the houses of Potter and Borgia will fall. You are our future. With you we all will either flourish or perish. We will forever be damned if we allow it to be the later. As we speak, my father is rousing the family. Every last member, no matter how distantly related, will come to your aid. You may carry a different surname, but you are a Borgia. And the Borgia take care of their own and those they find worthy. You are both. Therefore every one of us will lay down his or her fey before we allow you to be harmed by anyone not of our blood. An almost caressing smile slid over Iulianus' face as he observed the shell-shocked face of the young professor. He had only met him once. At Christmas when he and his family were visiting his sister, her husband and her son. Since then both his father and brother as well as his sister and brother-in-law had spoken much and highly about young Harry Andrews. Oh, contrary to what the young man before him might think, they had researched his history more than some might think possible. They were therefore quite aware that he was not who he was pretending to be, was not Reginald Andrews' son, but they also knew that he was a child of Imogen Borgia and Narwa. They had tested him more than once, and each of these tests would have ended with the death of James' favorite professor had he not carried their blood, if he wasn't a Borgia. Most would call what they had done ruthless and amoral, most would also call for them to be prosecuted for attempted murder. But most meant also that you were not a Borgia and did therefore not count in their equation. Had Harry Andrews failed any of their tests he would be dead, but even if he had miraculously survived any of those tests without belonging to their family, they had ensured that he would have died a most painful death at their hands. One did not trifle with the Borgias. Either you were one of them or you were not. Harry had passed every single of the tests they had thrown at him. He hadn't even been aware that he was tested. Maybe someday they would tell him, maybe not. But since he had passed the tests, he was a Borgia, and that was all that mattered in the end. It did not matter what his real name was. Hopefully he would tell them one day, but if not, well, in the end it didn't matter, as he was one of them. He was family, he was their blood. You seem shocked that we would die for you, child. All Harry could do was mutely nod at the question. What was there for him to say? That they would not be the first to die for him, that his parents, his godfathers, both of them, the official and the unofficial as well as many others, had willingly died for him. Had he would have preferred to die himself than let all the others die for him and damn him to live with the knowledge that he was responsible for their death. No, there was nothing he could say. Saying that he was not about to say something, the older man continued, his voice much softer than before. Chilled, the Borgia honor nothing above family. You are family and therefore will be protected. If we did not care for you as much as we already do, we would still protect you, but we would do not protect you to such a degree. All of those you have met have taken you into their hearts, me included. And that is not an easy feat, as we seldom give our affection to anyone not of our blood. Yet you somehow managed just that, even before we knew that you were one of us. We would not allow what my daughter saw to come to pass. Even if it did involve just you and not also the rest of the family. To us it doesn't matter that you are a guardian, that you are Thanatos. In our family that just means an other unusual ability among many others. My brother is what is so crudely called a necromancer. My oldest daughter is a seeress. My sister can tell you after a glance if you are trustworthy or not. I myself am an enchanter, as are both my sons. No, Harry, to us you are just another member of the family we cherish, a young member at that. Only my youngest daughter is younger than you, and that only by a year. To all of us you are one of our children, a child at that needs our protection, and we will give you this protection if you want it or not. The next morning Harry was barely awake when he went to breakfast or to his classes. The fire call of Iulianus had left him reeling in more than one way. He had been anxious to know if the scrolls had been rediscovered and what they contained. He had thought that someone would call him about them, but never in his wildest dreams had he expected to hear such a declaration of love and devotion. What had he done to earn such ailing loyalty from not only a few people but a whole family that barely knew him by his assumed name? How could they be willing to die for him, a stranger? Was that what family was like, he asked himself. This were the people his father had grown up with, the same people who had thought and raised the man who so willingly gave up his life to allow his wife to escape with their infant son. Till now he had thought that it was something extraordinary what his parents had done that night, even though he had known that countless parents had died for and with their children. Now though even his heart had to realize that it was, while still extraordinary, not something that separated his parents from the rest of their families. All of them were willing to die for him, a virtual stranger, only because he was a member of their family. Faintly he wondered how Petunia was able to turn out the way she had with her family. While he had yet to meet his maternal grandparents, he had heard enough about them to place them in the same category as the Potters and Borgia. After all, they had raised his mother. And nothing would be able to make him believe that his mother was the oddball in her family. Someday, when he had returned to the future, to his own time, he would confront her about all that she had allowed to be done to him, had done to him herself. He did not seek revenge, after all she was still his family, no. All he wanted were answers. Why had she acted the way she did? Why had she hated her sister and him so much? Was it really just jealousy, or was it something else? What could have happened between the two sisters that made one of them rejoice over the death of the other even years after the death had occurred? Harry, are you even aware where you are? The quiet and worried voice of Minerva brought him finally out of his thoughts. Only then did he realize that not only the whole morning, with 3 classes he had thought, but also most of lunch had passed without him even noticing. With a rueful smile he turned to his older colleague. Now that you have brought me out of my thoughts, I apologize for my inattentiveness, my thoughts were miles away. I had a rather, unsure of what to say. Harry paused. How could he best describe what he felt about Iuliana's revelations? Humbled, staggered, frightened. Taking a deep breath he continued, his voice rather unsure. Yesterday I had an overwhelming conversation on the flow and am still not completely sure how I can react to what I have learned. Give me a few days and I will be back to my insolent self. While Minerva did not ask him again about his absent-minded behavior, did he see during the following the worried glances he bestowed upon him. The attack came while he was sleeping. Before he was able to realize what happened to him, he felt as if someone had split his head open through the use of a dull axe. All thought left him as he was helplessly screaming under the onslaught of the curses that were not aimed at him. His own blood was mingling with that of those he witnessed being killed as the scar that adorned his forehead split open. Unable to tear his mind's eye away from what Voldemort was doing. He had to witness the slaughter of family after family, see how the monster took pleasure in having parents torture their children before he killed them in the most agonizing ways. Worst of all, he was not only seeing what the other man, no longer a man, was seeing. No, he was also feeling the same pleasure at those acts that were committed miles away from where his body lay in anguish. Nothing in him registered as Fawkes appeared in his room and guided his body and mind into unconsciousness and let his tears fall onto the bleeding scar. It was morning. Conscious thought returned to Harry, and with it everything he had been forced to see the night returned to him in its gruesome glory. Without a thought he rushed over to his bathroom where he was violently sick. After endless minutes he walked slowly over to the large mirror that adorned the wall next to the sink and cancelled the magic that covered his scar at all times. Where the skin of his face was visible beneath the dried blood that covered most of it, it was deadly pale. During the last 2 years of his life he had spent most of his time indoors and had grown paler each day, but never before had he been as pale as he was then. With a sigh Harry walked to the shower, intent to wash away the memories of the night before that would not fade, knowing that nothing but time would dim the face contoured in agony. Hushed silence descended over the great hall only moments after the Daily Prophet was delivered. Yet the silence did not last long as the first students made their shock at the news known. Turning to look at Charles' newspaper that the other man held loosely in his hands, Harry paled even further as he read what he had already known. Massacre in London. 89 Muggles and 7 Aurors killed. Yesterday night a massacre took place at the outskirts of London. At 2:48 a.m. the use of an unforgivable, the 3 unforgivables, page 3, was registered by Auror Forrester. A force of 3 Aurors was immediately dispatched to the area. What they found was something not seen since the defeat of Grindelwald by Albus Dumbledore 26 years ago. A group of 16 wizards of unknown identity, all clad in black robes, hoods and white, skull-like masks covering their faces, were torturing and killing Muggles. At that point Harry stopped reading. He did not need the words of the reporter, the Seiko. ND or most likely third or fourth hand information that was printed. He had seen it all, every cut that was made, every blood that was spilt, had felt every curse that came from Voldemort's wand. The Saint Night he knew would go down in wizarding history as the Great Massacre of London, that began the First War. For the next 10.5 years every wizard would fear for the life of himself and his family. Nearly 1/3 of the magical population of Britain would be killed in the coming years. Nearly sightless Harry looked over the assembled students. How many of them would survive the coming years? Unconsciously his eyes stopped at the section of the Gryffindor table that the first years occupied. Out of the 7 students only 3 would survive. Sirius would spend the newfound peace in Azkaban, Remus mourning his friends and Peter hiding from his crimes in the form of a rat. 3 out of 7, and none of the 3 survived the Second War. All because of one man, one monster. His gaze, and with it his thoughts drifted over to the Slytherin table and to his future wife. What would happen to her? Would she survive? Would she stay sane? He knew that he had, if not avoided her outright, then at least not sought her company since he had given her the promise ring. To a degree he feared her, feared what he knew she was able to become. Fawkes had known that he would accept her parents' proposal. He could not help himself. Years of being told by the Dursleys that everything bad that happened was his fault had left its scars. From the moment he gave her the ring, doubts plagued him. What if he was the reason that she turned to Lestrange and Voldemort? What if he was the reason that she lost her sanity? He could not deny that he was attracted to her, but did he love her? Could he love her? A sudden clarity came to him as he watched her reading the newspaper. It did not matter if he loved her now or not. If he continued to avoid her, she would turn from him. Maybe she would not join Voldemort, but he would definitely lose her. Another 2 days passed before he had her class again. Before she could leave the classroom he stopped her. Her quickly masked confusion told I am more than any words could that she had most likely given up on him, shoving any kind of affection towards her. Bellatrix, do you have anything planned for the Saturday after this? For long moments, Bellatrix simply stared at her professor, but just as Harry was about to repeat his question she answered. No, Professor, besides doing my homework I have nothing planned. He was not sure if he should curse her for her unemotional answer or be glad that she had answered him at all. Would you mind doing your homework sometime else and spend the day with me? I am aware that we haven't spent any time together and apologize for the neglect you suffered through me. Fascinated he watched as a small smile stole itself on the girl's features while he spoke. After all, it was only right to apologize. What he had or rather had not done in regards of their relationship during the last weeks. When do you want to meet, Professor? When he had asked Lucretia where he should take Bellatrix on their first date, she had suggested as she put it, cozy villa slightly north of Tivoli that would be just perfect for young love. All Harry could do was smile impishly at Bellatrix's amazed face as she took in their surroundings as the portkey stopped. While the house was really rather small and had only 3 bedrooms, and for other rooms did the gardens make more than up for the house size. Being May, it was not as hot as Lucretia had warned him the summers got in this area, but it was already warm enough to spend the day outdoors. It's beautiful here, Professor, but where exactly are we? When her future fiancé had asked her more than a week ago to meet him outside of classes, and then even for a whole day, she hadn't quite known how to react. After all, he had pretty much ignored her since he had given her the promise ring. At first she had wanted to tell him that she had no time, that she had already made plans for the day he had proposed for them to spend together, yet at the last moment she had decided against it. She didn't know why he had avoided her. Maybe he had a good and believable reason, and she didn't want to be the one to destroy a possible relationship between them before it even begun. A soft Harry drew her out of her thoughts. Beg your pardon. Call me Harry or something else outside of school. I have enough names for you to find something to use instead of Professor or Sir. Please. How in Merlin's name did he expect her to just start calling him by his name? He was her professor, a man who would teach her for 4 more years. But once again she just agreed with him and nodded her head. After all, her parents had drilled into her and her sister always to respect their elders. That is, as long as they are pureblood and of a higher standing than themselves, and you couldn't top the Borgias, not even as a black. Please tell me something about you, something that has nothing to do with the proposal but something you would want me to know. A least that I have been rather neglectful these past weeks, and to be truthful I have no excuse for my behavior except maybe wanting us to get used to the idea that we will have to keep everything personal out of the halls of Hogwarts if we both want to stay there. And just how will I get used to that if you are ignoring me completely outside of class? It took only a moment for her to realize she had spoken out of turn and respect less to her professor. Yet before she could manage an apology he started laughing. Of course you are right, he managed between his laughter, but you have tea. Oh, understand that I have to get used to not only being a teacher but to teach those that are the parents of myself and pretty much anyone under 20 that I know in the wizarding world. Not to forget the fact that I am promised to someone I have met a few times as an adult in my own time who is now younger than I am and just damn cute. Hearing this, Bellatrix did not even try to fight the grin tea. Had his words provoked, even though she felt that she should be offended at being called cute. The day had started out wonderful. Harry, as he had asked her to call him when not in school, had met her in the entrance hall right after breakfast. Instead of walking to Hogsmeade like she had expected, he took her to his rooms. When she had seen where they were heading, she had been slightly uneasy. But then he had told her that they would use Portkey to their destination. Despite her questions, he had not told her where they were going, so as soon as the Portkey had landed she had looked around. ND was completely amazed by what she saw. In the near distance could mountains be seen with small towns or villages on their slopes, but most of all, beautiful gardens wherever she looked. Only when she had turned around did she see a modest-sized tasteful house, painted in colors that let it appear to be a part of the garden. After she had answered some of his questions she had dared to repeat our own question where they were, only to receive a shrug and a stunning answer. While he had been able to tell her that they were in Italy, more exact slightly north of Tivoli, he had told her that that was all he knew. The house was apparently one of the many properties his family, the Borgia, owned, and that were owned by the whole family rather than one individual. At first he had shown her a rue. ND the vast garden. Or rather, they had discovered together just how beautiful the garden was, with its many fountains and artificial waterfalls, hidden grottos and overshadowed paths. Everything she could have come right out of one of the old fairy tales. Her intended her very own Prince Charming. Okay, his flying Pegasus was missing, but everything else seemed to fit. For as long as she could remember, she had been told that she would one day marry either one of the Lestrade brothers or Lucius Malfoy, and she had liked neither of them. After all, what girl in her right mind could like a boy had spend more time in front of a mirror than she did herself, or for that matter boys who talked openly, not caring that she could hear them, how they would make sure that their future wife obeyed them without complaint. But then everything had changed thanks to her Dada professor. He was everything her parents wanted from a son-in-law. He was pureblood, he was rich, and he was influential. The Saint too would have been enough to convince her parents that he was as desirable as the Lestranges or Malfoy, but it was the last that made it clear that there was no better choice than him. She would even go as far as say that had he declined her proposal, her parents would have tried again with Narcissa if he had by then be still unattached. Yet as the day wore on, something changed in her intended. At first she was not sure what it was that she was sensing. They had been having fun, more fun than she had ever imagined herself having with the man her parents chose for her to marry, when she noticed something shift. There was nothing in his behavior that changed. Still, she was sure that something had changed. What confused her even more was that Harry behaved as if nothing had happened, but try as much as she might, she knew that something about him was different. As the afternoon continued, she watched him out of the corner of her eyes, careful that he wouldn't notice, or at least wouldn't suspect her motives. From time to time she caught him raising his gloved hand to his forehead, never quite touching, and yet he did not even seem to notice what he was doing, just as if he had done the motion countless times before. Even though she had spent the better part of the afternoon waiting for something to happen, she was more than shocked when something finally did happen. The moment RRY had stood up and opened his mouth to say something to her, she had known that that was the moment she had been expecting. Before either of them were able to react, his face went pale and his eyes glazed over in pain. The hand he had raised numerous times during the afternoon flew to his head while he crumpled to the floor. Nothing could have prepared her for the sight of her unflappable Dada professor twitching in pain, blood pouring through the gasps of his gloved fingers. Panicked Bellatrix called his name and tried to rouse him, hoping that he would be able to react to her voice. She needed help, but anyone she knew was too far away, and not keyed into the wards that surrounded the house and surrounding land. In her agitated state she had not even noticed that she had ran to the next fireplace and had thrown some of the flow powder into the fire, Only when she wondered who could help her did she realize that she was on Borgia land and the only people who could therefore help her were members of the only family her parents had taught her to fear. Voice shaking from both panic over the state of her professor and fear of the man she was about to call Marcello Borgia. It was not all that uncommon for the Borgia family to meet en masse. It was not even uncommon for them not to know just why exactly they were meeting, as that happened once every few years. Every time one of them felt that the family was needed by one of their own, they would have such meetings that everyone that had not pressing matters to attend elsewhere would participate in. When Callisto had called them late in the morning that one of them would need them during the day, they had had all the information they needed. One of their family, one of their own, was in need. The hours had passed without anything out of the ordinary happening, yet they all knew that something would be happening and that the only questions were when and where. All of them felt the building anticipation as the afternoon drew to a close, and none of them were really surprised when the voice of a young teenager called out the name of their patriarch. When he saw who it was that had called him, Marcello 7 immediately knew that they had gathered because something was wrong with their newest member. "Sir, please, you have to help. It's the professor. I don't know what is wrong with him." "I tried." "Hush, child. Tell me what happened, Miss Black, and where you currently are. I am sure that we will be able to find a solution to your problem." In his time he had raised 3 children with his wife and had often babysat his grandchildren, grandnieces and nephews and all the other children in the family. He knew that the first thing he had to achieve was to calm Harry's young intended down before anything else could happen. "Sir, I don't know what happened exactly. One moment he was fine and in the next moment he was on the floor, clutching his head, and he was bleeding. He doesn't react when I call his name and I don't know what to do. The day was so perfect. He took me out to one of your houses, by Tivoli I think he said, but now, I don't know what to do. Please help him." He did not even have to turn to his granddaughter to prompt her to direct those of the family members that would be of use to Harry to one of the other fireplaces. All 4 Borgia who arrived minutes had heard what the second Black Doe Gchter had said about their relative, and yet none of them had expected to see the young man lying in a pool of his own blood, unresponsive to the words of his intended. Marcello 7 was the first to react, leading the crying girl away from his nephew, secure in the knowledge that the other 3 would take care of Harry. As long as the child was with them, Marcello 8 hit his shock as good as he was able to. But as soon as his father had led her away, he turned to his great aunt. "He is slipping away. Whatever you want to do, you have to do fast, Aunt Helen. He may not be meant to die today, but he ties that bind his soul to his body are slipping." The only woman who had accompanied the 3 male Borgia knelt next to the crumpled fur of Harry, not minding the blood that soaked her clothes. Carefully she pried the gloved hand from the pale faces, only to replace it with one of her own. Turning to the 3rd member of the group, she ordered him to bring her clean water as well as several herbs they had brought with them. "Marcello, be a dear and hold him on this plane while your son and I heal him. If possible, break the connection he has with the person that is causing this. And sit down before you try anything. I don't have time to worry about you two." Smiling wryly at his aunt, besides the situation they found themselves in, Marcello drew a chair next to the body of his cousin and sat down. Carefully he picked up one of the still hands before he allowed his eyes to turn completely black. Claudius returned just in time to see his father's eyes change. As a child, when he had witnessed the change for the first time, he had been terrified. Of course he had been told what his father was, had even read everything he had been able to find about the Lords of Awakening, still to see it. To see his own father change in such a way, turning into a completely different person while continue to look mostly the same. Sometimes he wondered if his father's hair was already completely white beneath the glamour he constantly wore over it. He knew that in some years he would start to reduce the glamour, seemingly growing gray with age, but till then he had to wear glamours not to arouse suspicion. In his own generation he was the one who had inherited most from their elven side, at least he was till now. He had no idea what exactly Harry's powers were. He was the only healer in his generation. Well, he was the only one with the gift. Aunt Helena was still training him and would continue for several years. Silently he followed his aunt's instructions, knowing that any questions he wanted to ask had to wait till later. Till Harry had either recovered or died. "I'm sorry for the long wait," and that I can't promise to update more regularly. Well, I will try to update at least once a month, but I have so much to do and time flies by. Anyway, I hope you liked this chapter. Waves. Chapter 36. Few living beings knew what being a necromancer, a Lord of Awakening, really meant. And, even those few that were aware of it in general terms had no idea what a humbling feeling it was to actually practice the art. For an art, one of the most sacred ones it was. Yet for everyone who had even the faintest of ideas what it meant, there were millions who did not know of them at all, or worse yet scorned their very existence. Since the beginning of mankind there had been those who feared them, who hunted them like some kind of murderous animal. Horrible spells were created to identify, torture and kill them. Few, oh so few, were able to accept them, realize that they were not evil, that they were not hell-bent on world domination simply because they were able to walk on the same plane as the soul. When he had been a little child, not even 3 years of age, and it had become apparent to his parents just what he was, they had done what his brother had done only weeks ago for Harry. They had raided the Vatican, removing or altering every document that mentioned necromancers even in passing. Sometimes he wished for a different gift, one that was not so draining. He didn't mind that it was dangerous or that most of the world would kill him as soon as they knew what he was, if they could overcome their fear of his family. No, what bothered him was that he could see, or rather sense, the soul of every being he came in contact with, even when he was not actually using his gift. Inwardly he cited, he had to find Harry and fast. Normally it posed no problem if a person could project his or her soul outside of their body, as long as it was securely anchored to the body. And as long as the separation had occurred voluntary. When they had arrived he had immediately seen that Harry's soul was not anchored at all, and he had cursed his cousin for being so careless. He was sure that he started frowning as soon as he allowed himself to open his senses to the world of the souls and the dead. Only once before had he seen someone whose soul had been forcibly torn from his body and who had not instantly died. He did not like at all what it implied that someone had the power necessary to tear the soul of a guardian out of his body. Harry did not know how much time had passed since his connection with Voldemort had been torn open. Had it been hours, minutes, or only seconds, he could not tell. Sure, on some level he knew that enough time had passed for Voldemort and his followers to terrorize a small Muggle village, to torture and kill, and to leave. Yet that was all he was able to tell. He did not know where he was, nor did he particularly care. All he knew that his pain was not yet over. Even though the raid had seemingly been successful, Voldemort was not happy and was taking his frustration out on his followers. The time that passed for the other wizard to calm down enough to speak without cursing those kneeling before him seemed endless. Any concept of time or even rational thought that Harry had left after they had abandoned the village, fled him during the second torture session. Dimly he heard that they had been searching for a child that had been born during the last summer, a little boy that had been the most likely choice to become someone Voldemort wanted desperately on his side, or rather under his control. Yet the child, a cute little boy, had been, despite every prediction, been nothing more than a cute infant. Even without the curses, Harry could feel Voldemort's frustration, his wish to kill everything around him, and with this awareness came the certainty that he was completely at the Dark Wizard's mercy. As long as Voldemort did not calm down, he would not be able to leave the other's presence, and the longer his soul stayed torn from his body, the fainter his hold on his life grew. In his own time, Uncle Albus and Uncle Nick had warned him of the possibility that he could be drawn too far into a vision to return on his own, that such an occurrence would most likely bring his death, as only a skilled necromancer would be able to aid his soul back to his body. Yet thankfully it never went that far. Now when he was in a time not his own, in a time where no one knew of his connection to the murderer and what could cause, he had to lose himself in such a vision. For a faint moment his thoughts turned to Bellatrix, and he wondered how the young girl was reacting, before a new curse was cast in his Awarine. Shifted once again to the pain it caused him. His first thought at hearing his name being called was that, besides Fawkes' assurances, Voldemort could actually sense him. Only when it was repeated again and again did he realize that the voice that called him couldn't possibly be Voldemort's, but none other came to his mind. It had been easier to find Harry than he had expected, the echo of pain was so strong that he had to suppress a wince as it slammed into him. All he had to do was to follow that pain in order to find his cousin. The hard part would come as soon as he had found him. Not only would he have to convince the younger man to want to return to his body, but he had also to break the hold the unknown person had over his cousin's soul. At least he had to block the access long enough for Harry to return and wake up. There were no set rules, no guidelines that told him how to proceed. There wasn't a handbook that listed possibilities on what he could expect to encounter when he followed a soul that had left its body and was unable to return. Most often the reason for a soul being lost was that they had found their idea of paradise and simply didn't want to return to their body and lose that state of bliss. Then there were those cases where the soul simply wasn't able to either find the body or was, for whatever reason, unable to re-enter the body. Children made up most of those cases. The last group consisted of those unfortunate souls that had been forcibly torn from their bodies. One of the reasons that his kind were feared, hated even, was because they were he only once who could reverse the Dementor's kiss. Centuries ago they had worked with the once in power, ensuring that this most horrible of punishments was not dealt unfairly. Now though they were prosecuted because they could use their gift to help criminals escape justice. Sometimes he found himself in places that greatly resembled the real world, other times what he saw could only be found in books or dreams, yet what he saw while looking for Harry was neither, and both. He did not really see anything as he was almost completely surrounded by darkness, still something was giving of a faint glow. He did not know how long he stared at the eerily glowing waves of something, till he realized that what he was seeing was the pain that crashed against his senses. The other source of light was continuously dimming. At the center of the waves he saw Harry. There was no doubt in his mind that, had Harry not been a guardian, had not been Thanatos, he would have died before he was able to come to his aid. While Harry's body had been deadly pale and an unseen wound had been heavily bleeding, leaving him in a pool of his own blood, Harry's soul appeared at the first glance to be in good health. It was only when Harry looked up that he saw that he had to act fast lest he lose the young guardian. Trails of blood were running down the unmoving face, green eyes glazed over in anguish. He didn't even be sure if he was seen at all. Weaving through the waves he called out to the lost soul. The sight that met him as he looked to the voice that called out to him was not what he had expected. But then he hadn't been expecting anything at all. For an endless moment he could not identify the man that was still calling him, his mind flickering between needless thoughts, pain and important matters without focusing on anything except the pain. Incomprehensibly he stared at the man with the shockingly white hair till some of his thoughts caught his attention. The first was Necromancer, and he felt his sense of power over his own actions return to him as he felt that he was able to command this man who could walk the paths of the souls. The second thought consisted of a name, Marcello, and with it came a longing that he could not identify till the third thought stood out, family. This man, Marcello, a necromancer, was what he longed for the most. He was family, and this more than anything else would have been able to do brought him a feeling of safety. The same moment their eyes connected, all-consuming black and anguished green, Harry felt Voldemort's hold on him lessen and his own thoughts slowing down. Once again he was aware where he was, who he was, and that he had to return to where he had been before he had been pulled into the horrific vision. For the first time his mind registered that he was crying, not from the pain he had been forced to feel but from the knowledge that he was partly responsible for the fate of the small boy. It had been that child, that small boy who should have become a guardian. Had he not come back in time, the infant would have carried the essence of Thanatos just as Voldemort had been informed. He remembered what Fawkes had told him. Remembered the reason for his time travel. Oh, he knew that even without his presence the child would not have lived to complete his first decade of life, but still he couldn't help feeling a small twinge of guilt. A whole village had been destroyed and its inhabitants tortured and murdered simply because the information Voldemort had regarding one of its children was faulty. Would the others have survived if he had not come? Or would they have been killed regardless of the child's power? Once again it took a moment before he realized that Marcello was calling his name. With surprise he noted the man was standing next to him when moments before he had been at the other side of the room, far away from Voldemort. Harry, you have to return to your body, lest you die. Your soul holds bar. Any ties to this world, and as we stand here they are further thinning. I don't know how much longer till they snap and you will die. Alarmed Harry looked at his uncle. He had known that there was a high possibility that he could die, but to hear that it was only a matter of moments. How do I get back? An overdue lesson. Back to the Future Chapter 37. They were still waiting for Harry to wake up, and even though both Claudius and Helen had ensured the other three that Harry was by now, only, unconscious, did it do nothing to ease their fear. While the four Borgia were quietly talking with each other about things they did not mind the young black overhearing, the teenager spent her time alternately staring out of a window and at the still form of her intended. It had taken Lord Borgia over an hour to calm her down from her frantic state, and in the end it had only been her fear of what she had been taught about him and his family that calmed her. It might have been the second time she had met, or at least seen, the head of the Borgia, and the first she saw his son and heir, as well as who was obviously one of his grandsons and his sister. Or was she his wife? And she took care to note the differences and similarities they had to each other and her betrothed. All five of them had black hair, though the woman and Lord Borgia were already starting to gray, which for wizards and witches could mean that they were somewhere between 40 and 90, older still if you had creature blood of some kind. Yet as much as she tried, she was not able to find anything in her professor's face that clearly marked him as a member of the same family as the other four. Each of the others looked in one way or the other the same. All of them had the same chin, and the three males had same mouth and eyes, while the woman and Marcello 7 had the same cheekbones. Harry Andrews' face, however, was different. While it had the same structure as the Borgias, his mouth and eyes were very different, and he seemed more graceful, more delicate than the other three males. He had told her who his parents were, and while she could find more of James Potter's features in him, and some of Lil Y. Evans, than the four Borgias, could she not help but feel that there was one missing piece in the puzzle her intended presented for her that would let her understand him. At least understand him better than she did, which was barely at all. He, as well as the other Borgia she had met thus far, were one great mystery to her. While she wasn't naive enough to think that they trusted her or that they were always as nice and comforting as they had presented themselves to her ever since she had called them for help, could she no longer understand why everyone in the wizarding world feared the mere mentioning of their name. Even though she was looking at him, it was not Bellatrix who first noticed when Harry woke up. "You gave us quite a scare, child." Something in Marcello VII's voice had changed. While it had been soft and comforting when he had spoken to her and had carried a hint of worry when he had only moments ago spoken with his family, it now had a quality to it that Bellatrix could not quite place. The worry and concern were clear as was a trace of annoyance, but beneath all that was something else, a command, silken and elusive but all the same present. Looking away from her ended the young black surveyed the others in the room and watched as the woman placed her hand on her intended's head, waiting for him to open his eyes. Only after he had completed this action did she speak to him, telling him in a soft commanding voice how he had to act for the next several days and that she would visit him once a week till she was satisfied with his health. As soon as the woman had left them, giving each member of her family a kiss on the temple and patting Bellatrix on the head, the youngest of the three Borgia stood up and offered his hand to Bellatrix. Almost unconsciously she looked at her for permission or reassurance, she did not know, and only took the offered hand after he had given her a faint nod. Both the current head of the Borgia and his successor waited till the youngest heir and the young black had left the room and closed the door behind them before they turned as one to Harry. At first neither of the three spoke till Harry uttered a tired yet heartfelt, "Thank you," to both of them. "You were lucky that you were not alone when you were torn from your body." There was absolutely no emotion in Marcello VII's voice, and Harry inwardly winced at its flatness. As far as he was concerned, any emotion, even anger, would have been better than no emotion at all. "Had your fiancée not called us when she did, you would have died, and that is unacceptable. Whoever has that much power over you, a guardian, is dangerous to the whole family and as such has to be stopped by any means necessary, so tell us exactly what happened." Suppressing a pain-filled, and also annoyed groan, Harry sat up before he answered his uncle. He would not have this uncomfortable conversation while lying down and looking up to the two older men. "I have a one-sided bond with someone. A bond the other is completely unaware of, and sadly a bond that will only break when one of us dies, which won't happen in the close future. As far as I know, there is nothing I can do to block the bond or stop it from opening, and before you ask, this was the first time I left my body. While Marcelo 7 was not frowning, his voice betrayed his feeling clearly. You mean to say that you knew that this could happen? That you knew that there was someone who could separate you from your body and kill you that way? And you didn't think that this piece of information would be of interest to the family? Henry, you are a Borgia, even if only your grandmother was born a Borgia, and as such it is your duty to report everything that presents such a danger to you and the family. Whoever you have this bond with, and you will tell us who it is powerful enough to separate the soul of a guardian from its body, which means that he is also powerful enough to do it to everyone else. Worse yet, when he is really doing it without being aware of it. Harry winced as his great-grandfather called him Henry. Yes, it was his name, but no one actually used it. It was always Harry, that is W. Hen. He wasn't called Freak or Boy or Potter. He wasn't able to remember a single time that he had been called Henry. He hadn't even known that his name was Henry and not Harry before he had seen his first report card in school. As he noticed that his grandfather was just starting what had every promise to become a long-winded rant about his responsibility to the family, Harry couldn't help himself and interrupted one of the most feared living wizards. There was no reason to tell you about the bond, Harry interrupted the older man, his voice noticeable colder than before. While it is true that the bond can be dangerous for me, I am the only one in danger. There is no possible way to replicate it, and as such everyone else is safe. Even if he were aware what power he could potentially have over me, he could no exercise it, as the bond is one-sided. I can see through his eyes and feel what he is feeling if his emotions are strong enough, but he is neither aware of my presence in his mind, as normally only my senses are engaged, nor can he control when I am drawn to his mind. So as you see, there was nothing for me to tell you. As long as he doesn't know that something ties me to him, I am quite safe. With dread the two Borgias listened to the words of the newest member of their family. When Harry had made it clear to them that he intended to meet the newest self-proclaimed Dark Lord, they had feared such a meeting, and just what it implied that Harry was so eager to meet the man. Now though the cause for his eagerness became apparent, and their own uneasiness grew. If what they feared was true, and they had no doubt that it was, then Voldemort was the one Harry was bound to. Voldemort, one of the two Harry had seen binding High Thanatos to his will. You mean to tell us, the younger Marcelo hissed, his eyes darkening in anger, that you knew what that man was able to do to you, and yet you insisted on meeting him? That you willingly placed yourself into his path and risked not only yourself and the family out of some misguided notion of arrogance or pride? Do you have any idea what your behavior could cost us? If it wasn't Bev, or he could continue. Marcello was stopped by his father's hand on his arm. Looking at the older man questioningly, he immediately stopped speaking. For moments all three men were silent, before the oldest spoke, softer and much calmer than earlier. What do you know of Thanatos, child? What do you know of the Guardians, what they are, what they can do, why they are? A slightly puzzled look on his face, Harry answered his great-grandfather. I know only what I was told by one of my parents' friends, and that wasn't much. He told me that Thanatos is one of 4 possible guardians. Ares, Harpia and Pandora are the others. At all times only one of the 4 is aware, that is till he or she calls the other 3. Each of them, of us, have a group of servants. Mine are the Ceres, Banshees and others like them, as well as the Necromancers. All undead follow me, everyone dying enters my rule. With the right chant everyone, be they magical or not, is able to summon us and bind us to their will. Only the one that is awake can call the other 3. When all of us are together and awake, destruction follows, and everything we are masters, perceive as a threat will be utterly destroyed. But even when only one of us is awake and loses control, blood will drench the earth, especially if the one is either Ares or myself. Harpia and Pandora normally spill less blood but leave just as much devastation in their wake. We are both harder and easier to kill than non-guardians, and once we are aware, only the one who summoned us or one we asked to stop us can kill us, that is apart from the other 3. Together we are only referred to as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and most believe that we will only rise at the end of the world when the 7 seals are broken. For a moment the Borgia patriarch sat silent, pondering what the young man had just told him in his air. What you know is both more and far less than what was told in the scrolls. The guardians are much more than a personification. They are as close to gods as exist, and at the same time they are as human, as mortal as the rest of us. Only the chance of death, war, famine or pestilence can wake you to your full potential. Till that moment you will only be a guardian. But once called you will be Thanatos, will be death. You will lose much of what makes you human, but then you will no longer be just human. Yes, you will continue to be mortal, that is as mortal as you are now, but you will be at the same time more and less than human. I do not know how exactly you will be affected, but the phrase "losing one's humanity" was first applied to the guardians. There are two forms of binding. The first is the one you asked us about. Someone uses the chant of death and calls Thanatos to the forefront of your being while at the same time binding him to the collar. This form is so close to magical slavery that I believe that it is where all spells pertaining magical slavery originate from, as this chant predates them all. Should you ever be bound this way, the family will find a way to kill you, no matter what the cost, as the binding is till death and you will already have ceased being Harry. Worse yet, you will have your auras and knowledge, but your only thought will be to follow your master's orders. The second form is nearly the opposite of the first. It also calls Thanatos to the forefront, but it does not suppress he personality of the guardian like the other does. Only a selected few are able to call on a guardian in this way. There is a second spell that identifies who those will be. Out of these persons, one is chosen to act as an anchor for the guardian. While still bound, the guardian would not be controlled by his anchor in any way, as that person is only there to prevent the other binding from being able to take hold. The downside of this binding is that you will be at the mercy of Thanatos' instincts. Suddenly you will be death. Now you should only feel a shadow of those same instincts, only have a notion of what it would mean to see life as a preliminary step to death. As Thanatos, though, you will see everything only as it relates to death. In the worst case you will lose yourself in death and will no longer see the value of life. In the best case your humanity will be strong enough to suppress death enough for you to still enjoy life. So while we will call Thanatos forth when the time comes, we will only do so at the last possible moment, as there will be no going back once he has been called. Hopefully you will only become a little bit detached from everything and not the next dark Lord. And most of all, let us pray that you will be able to resist the pull to call your siblings, and there will be a constant pull, a need to be with others like you, to be once again surrounded by those who share your destiny. For a moment Marcello 7 paused in his words, allowing the enormity of what he had just said to sink in before he continued, his voice soft and coaxing. Do you now understand why my son was so furious that you did not tell us of this connection you have with Britain's newest Dark Lord? For it is Voldemort, the man you were so eager to meet, whom you are connected to, is it not? That is able to exert such a control over you. Imagine what he could do to the world by torturing a guardian, awake or not, into insanity. Or worse yet, torture you just enough that you give in to temptation to call on your siblings. It would be bad enough if you were just an ordinary wizard of ordinary power, but as it is you are anything but. You are one of the most powerful, magical as well as political, wizards alive. As such you have to mention something like such a connection to us so that we can prepare to aid you. Had not Callisto known to call a family meeting and placed therefore all who were needed to help you in one place, we would have been too late to save you and you would have died, leaving your young fiancé with your core in the world in need of a new guardian. And, not to mention leaving your friends and family bereft of your presence. Now that we know of this connection we can search for ways to counter it, or, should that prove as impossible as you claim, to at least combat the symptoms or simply eliminate the cause. The Borgia heir watched the young man whose life he had just helped save as his father spoke. While he was still angry about what had happened, he was no longer furious now that he knew that the other had just not known in what danger he really had been. It was still difficult for him, and he was sure that it always would be, to reconcile the young man who was barely an adult with the power he held. Yet as now looked at him, still pale from the earlier blood loss and close call, he saw for the first time something other than a powerful member of their family or guardian. Instead he saw a weary young man who was scared and valiantly tried to hide it. He saw someone who could be his son and who could desperately need a father. Yet as much as he cared for the young guardian, he was not sure if he could fulfill that role. His own children were of the same age as Harry. That was not the problem. No, what made him hesitate was not Harry's age, or that he only learned a short while ago that he was a Borgia. No, his hesitation was explained much easier. He feared the power the younger man carried. He supposed that this was the feeling others had when they thought of his family, though for him this feeling was much more personal. As a necromancer he fell under the rule of Thanatos, not as directly as the dead themselves but enough that he would feel uneasy to disobey him once he was called. Even then, while Thanatos was still unaware, did he feel unsettled to speak against Harry. As soon as he had heard of the posit ion of an anchor, he had known that he was not a possibility. The most he would ever be able to be to Harry was a friend, an uncle or cousin, but never a father. Part of him wished that he were able to feel differently, but a larger part was glad that he would not be required to act as a father figure for the young man before him. Long after he and Bellatrix had been left alone by his family, Harry knew that the discussion he had with his great-grandfather and great-uncle was far from over. Worse yet, he had even had to explain to his fiancée just what had happened earlier that day to him. And to say that she was angry was stating it very lightly. Nothing he had said could convince her that it was the first time that an attack had been as bad, that he normally only had a very bad headache. No, she was convinced that he lied to her because he felt that she was either too young or not trusted, or both, not even when he tried to tell her that no one, not even he himself, had known about the possible severity of the attacks had she been appeased. Quite the contrary. Frowning, Harry burrowed further under the covers of his bed, cursing Voldemort in his mind for destroying the first date he had had with his future wife. When they had finally left Italy, Bellatrix may have calmed down from her earlier shouting, and hadn't that reminded him of the Bellatrix he had known in the future? Minus the baby voice, of course, but she had still been visible angry with him. Worse yet, as she left his room she had donned her aloof black mask, seeming indifferent to all who did not know her. He hated that mask, hated that he was the one who caused her to resort in its safety, no matter that he had had no control over the circumstance that caused his fault. Absent-minded, he grabbed one of the vials of blood replenisher his great-great-aunt had left for him. His cousin had told him before he left that he had to take 2 vials every day, one in the morning and one before bed, for 2 weeks, and that he was forbidden from taking any other potions for the first week. He knew that he had lost too much blood. He knew that it was for his own good not to take any other potions, and yet he longed for at least a whole bottle of dreamless sleep to forget the past day, most of all the acts of murder and torture he had been forced to